stretched into darkness, lit only by weak torches and hanging lights, like a prison built to swallow anyone who entered. Seo Ju-hyun lay on the floor, covered in cuts, glaring up at the stone beast with burning eyes, furious that the tomb had pushed him this far. His hand slammed into the stone, leaving red streaks as the floor cracked under his grip. The twisted creatures crept closer, their steps echoing around the blood-stained floor, like a promise that he would not leave this place alive. The tomb raider's fists tightened on the slick stone as he thought about the old man who had thrown him away like trash. His vision blurred as he stared at the cold floor, unable to accept that after everything he had survived, this was how it was supposed to end. Seo Jo-hyun faced the towering serpent, every nerve screaming, yet his will hardening as he swore he would not go out like some nameless dog. While the serpent rushed in for the finish, Ju-hyun's thoughts jumped back, knowing that if he wanted to find the real start of this mess, he had to rewind 15 years. In 2025, pillars of light punched through the clouds and slammed into cities, tearing the ground open. People on the streets could only stare and run as the world they knew started to crack. Where the light hit, giant tombs rose out of the earth, sitting in the middle of busy streets like they had always been there. Police and experts rushed in, wrapping them with tape and walls, but nobody really knew what they were dealing with. Inside those tombs, people found strange artifacts that did not belong to any normal museum. These relics were the real reason everything changed. Just like the cursed items and holy tools from old stories. Once claimed, these relics gave people wild abilities, from strength that could swat cars out of the air to charms that made crowds kneel in awe. Stories about lives flipped overnight by a single find spread faster than any news report. Soon, teams of raiders started diving into any new tomb they could find, chasing rumors of relics like they were winning lottery tickets. Most of them risked everything, hoping one lucky haul would rewrite their whole future. Ju-hyun had joined the race later than most, scraping by in one deadly tomb after another. After all that suffering, he finally stumbled into a quiet chamber and found it, a strange cube that pulsed with light and promised knowledge about every tomb and relic out there. Holding that cube, the tomb raider felt like he had finally hit the jackpot. With a relic that could spill every secret about tombs, he was sure he could crawl out of his trash life and rise as a real power among relic users. But by the time he got that power, a new rule already ruled the world. The ones who had grabbed piles of relics first had locked them down, built a whole system of laws around them, and left people like Ju-hyun with only one real choice: serve those greedy bosses or get crushed trying to stand alone. Back then, Ju-hyun thought getting scouted by TKBM was his big break. Across the desk, CEO Kwon Tae-jun smiled as he warned that this work would be rough, and Ju-hyun still agreed without a second thought. Later, the tomb raider sprinted through city streets with a bag full of stolen relics, while soldiers yelled and fired behind him. He had turned sneaking into locked tombs and restricted zones into his main skill set. Years passed, and Kwon Tae-jun stood on mountains of relics and gold, praised as the strongest relic user alive. Every treasure he showed off was something Ju-hyun's team had risked their lives to steal, only to have it taken by their boss. As Kwon climbed higher, Ju-hyun felt the stairs around him turn colder. People saw him as trash serving a tyrant. Even so, he kept taking jobs with his team, because in a world ruled by relics, working for that dictator felt like the only way to stay alive. Looking back on that meeting, Ju-hyun finally understood that this mission was never meant to succeed. Kwon had calmly handed him and his comrades an impossible job, hoping the tomb would get rid of the skilled raiders who scared him. Kwon's smug grin said everything. He had never seen them as people, only tools to throw away. To Ju-hyun, this man was the very picture of a shameless traitor. Inside the tomb, the truth of that trap hit hard as a massive serpent crashed down on Ju-hyun, its red eye burning in the dark. He curled up under the strike, pain tearing through him, while the beast tried to crush the last bit of fight out of his body. Bleeding onto the cold floor, Ju-hyun forced his hand to move and clamped down on a rough blue stone. He was hanging by a thread, but he still refused to let this tomb decide how his story ended. The massive serpent lowered its glowing red eye, unfazed as Ju Han cursed it for swallowing his comrades like snacks. Seo Ju Hyun pushed himself up on shaking arms and roared that if the beast wanted more, he would rip it apart from the inside. The serpent answered by snapping its jaws wide, fangs lining a throat that promised Ju Hyun would be next. Even with that maw about to close on him, Ju Hyun's thoughts jumped to Kwon Tae-jun, swearing that even as a ghost, he would drag that traitor's life into ruin. The serpent paused with its jaws inches from him as a calm, ancient voice complained that this little human made far too much noise. Instead of striking, the giant snake held back, tongue flicking, as if it were tasting his stubborn will in the air. Seo Ju Hyun's eyes narrowed. He demanded to know what it had just said, stunned that the relic's voice was suddenly clear in his head. The relic sounded almost amused that he could hear it, but the Tomb Raider just laughed it off, bragging that talking artifacts were nothing new to him. Seo Ju Hyun tried to sound bold, telling the hidden god to call off its pet and open a way out. The serpent relic ignored his demand and calmly pointed out that his body was already torn in half and hanging on by a thread. Hearing that, Ju Hyun stared down at himself, finally feeling just how close he was to the end. The relic's voice turned flat as it told him his lowly life was over. Ju Hyun's eye trembled, not from fear of dying, but from rage at the thought of everything ending here. The giant serpent loomed over him, while the relic mused that his talent was rare, just wasted by bad timing. It mocked him for never even getting to enjoy the strength he had fought so hard to gain. Seo Ju Hyun bared his teeth and shot back that the relic knew nothing about him. He growled that this twisted life was never something he wanted in the first place. The raider bit down hard and muttered about his own life and how it had been twisted by others from the very start. Thinking of that old bastard, Kwon Tae-jun sent Ju Hyun over the edge. He slammed his hands down and roared that just remembering the betrayal made him furious, swearing he would do whatever it took to wipe that man out. The serpent relic let out a low, amused sound, saying his fury was entertaining and that losing such talent would be a shame. A blinding light opened above them as it began some kind of ritual, and Ju Hyun jerked back, demanding to know what it was doing. Bathed in the strange blue light, Seo Ju Hyun wiped the blood from his mouth and glared up. The relic's voice echoed that it would grant him a chance, and he tensed, ready to grab whatever twisted lifeline it was about to throw him. The crow relic spread its glowing wings, power pouring off it as it judged him, ready to see if Seo Ju Hyun could really rise as a king this time. Seo Ju Hyun narrowed his eyes, wondering what kind of monster relic that crow was, and if it was on the level of a hero or even a god. He lurched to his feet and stared down in shock, yelling as he realized his legs, which should have been ruined, were moving just fine. Seo Ju Hyun ran his hands over his chest, stunned to find smooth skin where torn flesh should be. Realizing every last wound had vanished, he took a slow breath, the panic fading, and finally turned his head to figure out where the crow had dropped him. Around him, officers and staff at their desks paused mid-work, turning with puzzled, annoyed looks toward the stranger who had just appeared in their station. Seo Ju Hyun finally clocked the uniforms, desks, and holding cells, and realized he was standing in a police station with no clue how the crow had sent him here. The desk officer glared up at him, fed up with his dazed rambling, and sharply demanded Ju Hyun stop wasting time and state who he was. The desk officer rubbed his face, clearly worn out, and told Seo Ju Han he understood and just needed his name so he could get this over with. Seo Ju Han ignored the question, mind racing as he wondered if the crow had really done all this, deciding it was neither a dream nor some random vision. Nearby, one of the officers groaned that he was losing it and begged to finish work so he could finally go home, griping that this awful year, 2025, would never end. The words made Seo Ju Hyun stiffen, as something about that date felt completely wrong. Sitting among the other people waiting, Seo Ju Hyun felt a chill as he realized he was certain the year was not supposed to be 2025 anymore. His eyes landed on the digital board on the wall, and it clearly showed January 1st, 2025 2025 at 10:46, making him wonder what on earth was happening. A high school kid in a bright yellow jacket walked past with his guardian, and Seo-ju Hyun suddenly remembered getting into a drunken fight with that same brat and being dragged into this very station years ago. His hand curled into a tight fist on his leg as the pieces lined up in his head. Sitting rigid on the chair, Seo-ju Hyun stared down at his shaking hands and wondered if the crow had really sent him back 15 whole years. That strange voice echoed in his head, daring him to prove he could really take the king's throne this time. Seo-ju Hyun's eye widened as the meaning sank in. Jo Hyun pieced it together. If this was January 2025, the world was still calm, long before relics turned it upside down. In his mind, he pictured the first untouched tombs, their god-ranked treasures, still waiting in the dark. With that, the raider's grin spread across his face as a wild idea hit him. If he moved first in this peaceful world, he could sweep up every relic for himself. All his past memories were still sharp. Every tomb, every trap, every relic. Using that head start, he could begin hunting long before anyone else even knew where to look. The more he thought about it, the more his smirk sharpened. This second run at the world of relics was starting to feel seriously fun. He remembered when temples like this started ripping through city streets, and he thought he had seen it all. After years of raiding tombs, nothing in that twisted world seemed able to surprise him anymore. There had been one tomb that broke that calm, a place so twisted it made even a veteran like him shake. As he thought of the serpent relic coiled in the dark, he also remembered how Kwon Tae-jun had smiled in his office while sending him there, turning that mission into a trap. Seo-ju Hyun thought back to that final moment in the tomb, the instant everything went dark. Somehow, instead of staying dead, he had opened his eyes here, thrown 15 years back into his own past. He still had no idea how any of this was possible, but he knew one thing for sure. This was the biggest opening he would ever get. With all his future knowledge, he could move first and scoop up every relic before the rest of the world even knew they existed. His thoughts about future tombs were cut short as a sharp voice snapped at him, demanding to know if he was even listening. The boy's mother stood over him, furious that he had spaced out through the questioning. She accused him of treating the whole mess like some kind of joke, her voice rising with every word. The woman went on about how he had hit her precious son, pointing out that the kid was still just a high school senior. She demanded to know if Ju Hyun would take full blame if any lasting damage showed up. The mother laid it out bluntly, saying he could either hand over settlement money right now or face a cell. Ju Hyun frowned, already annoyed, and decided he would have to sort out this petty mess before getting back to planning his relic hunt. Ju Hyun remembered it clearly, the brat shoving his face in and starting the fight like he owned the street. In his memory, the kid had pushed and pushed until Ju-han finally shoved back, only for the punk to drop like he had been crushed. The act worked so well that Ju Hyun ended up on his knees, apologizing and begging them to cut the insane payout they were demanding. Back in the station, Ju Hyun thought about settlement money and grimaced, because right now he did not even have pocket change. His main tools and his archiest relic were gone, and with no job lined up, he had no way to earn more. Starting a relic hunt with empty hands suddenly felt a lot harder than he had hoped. He rubbed his head, thinking that maybe this second chance was not as special as he first thought, more like some cruel joke. The boy's mother caught his distant look and exploded again, furious that he dared drift off, instead of hanging on to every word she threw at him. The mother leaned in and shouted that when someone spoke to him, he had better listen, her hand cutting through the air like she was about to smack some respect into him. The high schooler kept yelling across the station, trying to stir things up even more. Ju Hyun's eye narrowed, a sharp glint showing that he had finally decided he was not going to just sit there and take it. When the mother finally swung for his face, Ju Hyun's hand shot up and caught her wrist before he even thought about it. He stared at his own grip, amazed that his body moved so cleanly, and realized that keeping 15 years of battle experience had sharpened him in ways this timeline could not match. With that little win boosting him, he told her to calm down. Ju Hyun calmly pointed out that her son had thrown the first punch, and that the two of them were making a joke out of the whole thing. He even added that the kid clearly took after his mother, which made the boy in the yellow coat lunge forward in rage. The high schooler lunged in with a full swing, acting like he was doing Ju Hyun a favor by holding back before. Ju Hyun did not even flinch, his body loose and ready, as if this was nothing compared to what he was used to. Right as his fist cut through the air, the kid's face twisted in surprise, like he had just noticed his target was not where he expected. Ju Hyun caught the boy's arm and twisted, sending the kid crashing onto the floor with a hard thud as the brat yelped in pain. As he held the kid down, Ju Hyun noticed how light his body felt, almost springy. He figured it was because the relic side effects that used to weigh him down had not hit this version of him yet. The officer stormed over, shouting at all of them for making a mess in the middle of a police station. Ju Hyun lifted his hand with a lazy shrug, acting like he had just slipped up a little. With everyone staring, Ju Hyun calmly said he had no cash for their payout and told the cops they could just throw him in a cell if they wanted. The kid and his mother stared up at him, stunned that he would rather be locked up than hand them a single bill. The boy's mother snapped back that he had to be insane, shouting that he would really choose a criminal mark over simple settlement money and swearing he had just ruined his own life. Ju Hyun barely reacted, thinking that once the tombs showed up, a mark on his record would not matter at all in the chaos to come. Sitting on the cold floor of the cell, Ju Hyun calmly thought about how the world would soon break into lawless chaos once relics appeared, making this little arrest meaningless. He admitted his body moved better than before, but knew that alone would not cut it. He needed steady money fast if he wanted to chase tombs and relics on his own terms. For a moment, the Great Raider just frowned, unsure what move to make from rock bottom like this. Then something odd flickered in front of him, and Ju Hyun stared as glowing words floated in the air, calmly calling him a tomb raider by name. He smacked his own head and gritted his teeth, wondering if his eyes had finally gone crazy, and grumbling that now he was even hallucinating. As more lines of light mocked him as a lowly pickpocket, he stiffened and decided only a relic could twist reality like this, cursing under his breath and wondering if the crow was playing with him. He yelled at the invisible crow, demanding to know what it had done to him, and purple light wrapped around his body. A clear window snapped into place in front of him, calmly listing a basic skill called SPY that let him watch everything within a meter. Ju Hyun eyed the purple window with a baffled look, wondering if he had just been handed game-style skills in real life. Ju Hyun snapped and swung at the glowing screens, cursing the crow and raging that it was treating his whole life like some cheap game. Then a new message popped up, calmly telling him he had a quest to wake up 4 basic Tomb Raider skills, and he stared at it, tense, wondering what the crow was turning him into now. A guard snapped at him to quiet down, and Ju Hyun backed off, biting back the rest of his rant. Once the man walked away, he looked around and noticed no one else even glanced at the bright windows, slowly realizing this flashy system was something only he could see. As the skill kicked in, even the smallest movement on the dirty cell floor, like a tiny bug crawling by the bars, came into sharp focus. Ju Hyun grinned as the view sharpened around him. He could now read every tiny detail within arm's reach, exactly like the vision skill he used to borrow from his archaist relic. Staring at the list that called this just one of 4 basic skills, Ju Hyun guessed every ability he once had might have been rebuilt into this mode, and that he could unlock a lot more of them. He smirked, admitting that if all his powers came back like this, there was no real reason to chase his old archaist relic anymore. Even so, he narrowed his eyes, wondering what the crow relic was really planning by handing him something this useful. Right then, someone shouted his full name from outside the cell, snapping him out of his thoughts about the crow and its strange gift. Ju Hyun turned toward the bars as Detective Kim Jeon-woo showed up, grinning like this was all routine and lifting a hand as if to say he had things under control. A little later, they stepped out into the cool night air, and Jeon-woo grumbled beside him that the real problem was some kid who kept causing trouble over and over. As they walked, the detective told Ju Hyun he would smooth this whole mess over, telling him not to stress about it, and Ju Hyun actually thanked him with a small, honest smile. Ju Hyun thought of Kim Jeon-woo as the older brother who had taken in an orphaned kid and treated him like real family, and Jeon-woo just laughed, joking that Ju Hyun Hyun must have been scared straight in there if he was suddenly being so polite. Looking at the detective's younger face, Ju Hyun quietly noted how different he seemed 15 years ago and decided this really was his second start. Then he called out to Jeonwoo, saying there was something important he wanted to ask. Keeping his voice steady, Ju Hyun asked if there had been any reports of strange events or people using powers, and Jeonwoo stared at him like he had lost his mind, demanding to know if he was drunk. After thinking it over, Jeonwoo only joked that if anyone had powers, it was his wife, since she always sniffed out his secret cache, and from that easy answer, Ju Hyun figured the world still had no relic users at all. In the end, Jeonwoo just laid a steady hand on Ju Hyun's shoulder and told him to head home and get some rest. Completely unaware of the storm Ju Hyun was already planning for this quiet world. As he left Jeonwoo behind, Ju Hyun thought about how tombs were already popping up all over the world, but no one could use relics yet, so nothing big had happened. To him, that just meant the board was empty and ready. With his skills already awake, he knew this was the perfect time to move first and grab everything. Walking through the quiet alley, Ju Hyun cooled down as reality hit him. He needed to fly to Europe or America to reach the first big tombs, but he did not have a single one to spare. For all his future knowledge, he was just a broke kid with no way to buy a ticket. Ju Hyun frowned, trying to figure out how he was supposed to pay for those flights with empty pockets. Right then, someone shouted his name from behind, snapping him out of his thoughts. A group of rough guys blocked the alley, with their leader barking that Ju Hyun was slacking off, and, as the youngest, should be working harder. Ju Hyun looked at their greedy faces and felt a slow grin form in his mind. These punks used to be a headache, but now he had just found his first source of income. A group of punks blocked the path, their leader, Park Kyung-tae, grinning like he owned the place. He called out to Ju Hyun, acting like an older brother, and demanding respect he never earned. Park Kyung-tae had started as a street thug, then cleaned up just enough to call himself an art broker. Together with his sharp-eyed sister, Park Kyung-ju, he ran a so-called gallery that was really just another way for the two of them to cause trouble. Back in high school, Ju Hyun had taken a job at their gallery just to make some quick money. He thought he would work for a short time and quit, but Kyung-tae and his sister clung to him, turning that part-time gig into years of forced labor. He had hauled boxes and did every task they threw at him, no worse than any other worker. Instead of basic respect, all he got were cheap hits to the head and constant scolding, like he was beneath them. They had kept him in line back then by holding his pay over his head and treating him like some chained dog. Now one of the blonde lackeys got in his face, screaming for an answer and raising a fist like he could still scare the same kid. Before the thug could finish his threat, Ju Hyun's fist crashed into his face, sending him spinning through the air. One clean hit was enough to shut him up. The blonde punk hit the ground hard, limbs flailing as the others froze in shock. Even Kyung-tae's men could only stammer, suddenly unsure how to handle this new Ju Hyun. Ju Hyun looked down at them with a bored face and told the group to pass a message along. He was finished working for Park Kyung-tae and his sister, and this time they had no leash to pull him back. Park Kyung-tae glared down at Ju Hyun, barking if he had lost his mind for quitting on them. He still acted like the one in charge, as if Ju Hyun was just a kid he could order around. Jo Hyun leaned in with a sharp grin and told them he wanted every bit of his delayed wages and severance paid in full. For the first time, he was the one naming the price. The so-called boss just stared like he could not believe the errand boy he used to push around was now asking to be paid back. Park Kyung-tae burst out laughing, joking that you really do see all kinds of crazy things once you get older. He looked back at his men, trying to get them to laugh with him like this was nothing. The act dropped and Park Kyung-tae rushed in, swinging a wild punch at Ju Hyun, cursing him for daring to talk back. Ju Hyun slipped past the swing and drove his fist straight into Kyung-tae's face, hard enough to send him crashing back with his nose bursting. The so-called boss could only choke out a weak curse as his legs gave out. Not letting up, Ju Hyun grabbed him and slammed him down again, making sure Kyung-tae stayed on the ground and out of this fight. Park Kyung-tae's eyes rolled as he dropped, his face a mess, and one of his men screamed for him in panic. In a few hits, their fearless leader had been turned into dead weight on the pavement. Kyung-tae's men stared in shock, trying to figure out how Ju Hyun had moved so fast. They muttered that he was supposed to be bad at fighting, like the weak kid they used to know. One of the thugs snapped and ordered everyone to rush him at once. once. They charged in yelling, trying to crush Ju-han with sheer numbers. Ju-hyun slipped inside the first swing and smashed his fist into the thug in the red jacket, twisting the man's face sideways with the impact. Without slowing down, the raider spun and drove a kick into the thug in the yellow shirt, snapping the man's head to the side with a pained grunt. Moments later, two of them were already sprawled on the ground, while Ju-hyun stood steady in the middle. The last men backed away, stammering that they had no idea what was happening anymore. Jo Haeon watched them panic and calmly said this was what 15 years of real fighting looked like. He taunted them for already being worn out, adding that the world they were heading into would be far rougher than this alley. He was glad his body moved the way it used to, every step sharp and clean, but he knew this younger frame could not handle trading blows forever, so he decided to wrap things up fast. Kyung-tae staggered back up, face smeared and eyes burning, gripping a short knife in his fist. He raged that they had treated Ju-han like their own and snarled that he would deal with him himself if that was what it took to make him obey. One of Kyung-tae's men panicked and begged him to be careful with the knife, reminding him it was meant for a deal. Kyung-tae just snapped back that he did not care at all, gripping the blade tighter as his temper flared. Ju-hyun's eyes narrowed as he finally paid real attention to the blade in Kyung-tae's hand. The curved knife gave off a pale, smoky glow that normal steel never had. Ju-hyun realized it was a relic and wondered how a small-time thug like Kyung-tae had gotten his hands on it. To him, it made sense. Most relics dragged people in by raising huge tombs, but a few liked to slip quietly into human life and wait for the right owner. Ju-hyun's lips curled into a sharp grin as he turned his attention back to Kyung-tae and that useful little knife. Kyung-tae hurled himself forward with the knife raised, roaring that Ju-han was done and that the relic would soon belong to him. The thug's arm whipped down in a fierce arc, the relic blade cutting through the air as Ju-hyun slipped just out of its path. Jo Hyun's hand snapped up and clamped around Kyung-tae's arm, freezing the strike in place. He grinned, treating the wild lunge as nothing more than a chance to claim both the fight and the relic. Ju-hyun twisted Kyung-tae's wrist until the relic blade dug into the thug's own chest, calmly mocking him for daring to pull a knife. Kyung-tae's bravado vanished as he started to beg, feeling how close the edge was. Seeing their boss pinned, Kyung-tae's men panicked and charged at Ju-hyun, shouting for him to let their Hyung go. Rage beat out common sense as they rushed in without a plan. With one sharp pull, Ju-hyun ripped the relic from Kyung-tae's grip and swung it like it already belonged to him. Kyung-tae stumbled back, clutching his empty hand and yelling about his precious knife. Ju-han lifted the curved blade and let the strange smoke curl around his arm, saying he would show them how this relic was meant to be used. His eyes were cold, like this was just a quick lesson. Light flashed across Ju-hyun's eyes as the relic woke up in his hand, sharpening his gaze into something almost inhuman. Through the relic's power, the two charging thugs turned into glowing skeletons wrapped in muscle, every weak point laid bare. Ju-hyun found it amusing as someone in the back screamed for them to get him. Armed with their every movement mapped out, Ju-hyun barely shifted as the two men lunged, their blows slicing through empty air around his calm figure. The thug in the brown jacket skidded to a halt and whipped his head around, stunned that Ju-hyun had vanished from right in front of him. Before the thugs even understood where he went, Ju-hyun swept past them and shallow cuts opened across their bodies. Their screams echoed down the alley as they staggered, bleeding and confused. Ju-han turned the blade in his hand, calmly noting that it could even take control of people, which made it even more useful. Behind him, one of the thugs cursed in shock about the sudden cut and how Ju-hyun had just vanished on them. Ju-hyun walked toward them with the knife hanging loose at his side, telling them to quit whining since he had gone easy on their wounds. He made it clear that if they still refused to pay what they owed, the next round would be far worse. His eyes burned red as he leaned in and demanded the cash, spelling out that if they kept playing dumb, they might not walk away from this alley at all. Shaking and covered in bruises, the thug leader finally caved and agreed to pay, his men sagging behind him in worn-out defeat. Later that night, the quiet city lights glowed over the business district, far from the dirty alley where Ju Hyun had just collected his pay. At the gallery, the woman in the red suit froze as the report came in, then exploded, shouting into the phone that her men had not only lost to Seo Ju Hyun, but even handed him cash. She tore into them, demanding how they could ever think that counted as a real excuse. The thug held the phone away from his ear as her insults blasted through, his nose stuffed with tissue and his face twisted in pain. He stammered that he was just as confused, still trying to process how badly Seo Ju Hyun had played them. The thug leader ranted into the phone that Ju Hyun had barely known how to throw a punch yesterday, but now felt like a whole different monster. Behind him, Ju Hyun walked away with a lazy grin, his eyes carrying the kind of danger that made street punks think twice. At the gallery office, the woman in the red suit rubbed her forehead and forced herself to breathe, then asked how much they had actually lost to this kid. The thug, close to tears, confessed that Ju Hyun had emptied his bank account and even taken the Buddha statue they were supposed to trade. In the alley, Ju Hyun stood over the kneeling men, flipping through their bills and scoffing at how broke they were, then pressed them, certain they were still hiding something. Ju Hyun calmly counted the thick stack of bills, his face unreadable, while the thug leader watched with a tight throat, praying he would not start asking for more. The henchmen went pale as their boss on the phone warned that if she dug up even one more hidden asset, they were as good as gone. One of them called to his leader in a shaky voice, already imagining what would happen if she learned the full story. Ju Hyun's hand closed around a small golden Buddha, its surface shining enough to scream money, and the thug's voice cracked as he begged him to leave that one thing alone. Ju Hyun smiled, deciding that if they were begging this hard, the statue had to be worth a lot, and coolly said he was keeping it. The thugs dropped even lower, yelling his name and cursing as he turned his back on them and walked away with their final bargaining chip. Ju Hyun walked out of the alley without looking back, their desperate cries fading behind him. Ahead, the city lights spread out like a map of future targets, and he slipped the stolen relic under his arm, already thinking about the next score. The gallery owner pressed the phone to her ear, eyes narrowed, and ordered her men to get the stolen statue back, no matter what it took. Out on the street, the thug leader held his phone to his ear and let out a confused grunt, not sure he had heard her right. The gallery owner shot to her feet and roared into the phone, calling them idiots and ordering them to bring the Buddha back right now or else. The alley trouble was behind him now, and the next stop was a quiet little antique shop tucked between taller buildings, its signs catching the morning light like it had seen 1,000 shady deals already. Inside, the golden Buddha sat on the counter looking pricey, while the appraiser calmly said it would barely sell for pocket change and was better off as simple home decor. The shop owner waved his hands like it was obvious, telling the young man that from long experience, he could tell no one would ever buy that statue. Ju Hyun's eyes narrowed as he remembered how Park Kyung-tae had treated this thing like it was worth a fortune, and now some random shop owner was calling it junk, which did not add up at all. He left the counter without arguing, but the doubt stuck with him like a stone in his shoe. As he strolled through the arcade with the Buddha tucked in one hand, the raider kept replaying it in his head, wondering if his sense for relics had gotten rusty without his usual gear. He turned the Buddha over in his hands, eyes tracing every curve and scratch, trusting the itch in his gut that said this thing was hiding something big. Purple light burst around him as the system kicked in, his spy skill flaring to life and calmly telling him there was something very suspicious sealed inside that Buddha statue. The system flared to life and calmly told him there was a strange, suspicious energy coming from inside the Buddha statue. Ju Hyun frowned, muttering that there really was something inside the statue, then waved his hand through the floating windows, more annoyed by the pop-ups than the warning itself. The raider lifted the Buddha to his ear and gave it a shake, thinking that this explained everything, since Park Kyung-tae would never have freaked out over a cheap 50,000 won trinket. A sharp grin spread across Ju Hyun's face as he drew a blade, saying he might as well crack it open and see what was hiding inside. He swung hard, blowing the Buddha apart in a spray of shards, and a small bottle shot out across the shop as the workers stared in shock. The bottle rolled to a stop on the floor, its cloudy liquid sloshing inside. Ju Hyun picked up the vial and calmly said said it was a liquid drug, the kind you drip onto a cigarette before smoking, something that usually sells for a lot of money. Turning the vial in his hand, Ju Hyun shot the shop worker a sideways look and wondered if those guys were mixed up in the drug trade too. Ju Hyun strolled past the glass fronts, rolling the vial idea in his head and thinking about how that gallery owned hundreds of pieces. If every statue and painting was stuffed with the same stuff, this was way bigger than one shady Buddha. With that thought, he called Jian Wu and cheerfully asked how much the reward was for tipping off the cops about a drug ring, already counting the money in his head. Night settled over the gallery building, the quiet walls hiding the art collection that doubled as a perfect cover for their side business. Inside, the gallery manager clutched his phone and lied that everything was ready, then carefully suggested they pause business for a bit, since he was starting to feel like someone had eyes on them. The boss's furious voice blasted through the speaker so hard, the manager had to yank the phone from his ear, his face twisting in pain. Beaten down, the manager bowed toward the phone, apologized for the trouble, and said he would be in touch soon, while the office worker at the desk watched him with clear worry. The moment the line was safe, the manager snapped, shouting into the phone about how he would never try to steal the money, and cursing his stingy boss in pure rage. He lowered the phone and glared at the dark screen, his anger settling into a cold grudge that would not fade anytime soon. The office door burst open as plainclothes cops shoved the handcuffed manager inside, his nose stuffed with tissue and his legs shaking. He stared at the woman in red and croaked that they had been found out and were completely done for, while she could only gape in shock. The lead officer stepped forward, badge out, and calmly laid out the charge that the gallery was not just moving the stuff, but spreading it. The woman in red threw up her hands and stammered that they only handled artwork, insisting they were honest business people. The officer just smirked, saying crooks always use the same tired lines when caught, then lifted a clear bag holding a blue vial to show they already had proof. The officer added that this little stash was not everything, and pointed out that they knew about the stock piled up in her warehouses too. The gallery boss clenched her jaw, sweat sliding down her face as she realized how deep their info went. Her thoughts raced as she cursed that they even knew about the remote warehouses in Gyeonggi-do. She forced herself to calm down, trusting that the storage rooms there were locked behind passcodes no one else should know. Out loud, the gallery boss snapped that she had no clue what they were talking about and told them not to slap fake charges on innocent people. She tried to stand tall, acting like they had no right to dig into her business without solid proof. She yelled that being cops did not give them the right to tear apart someone else's business. The officer answered into his radio that all 600 pieces in the Hwaseongsi gallery had been checked, and every single one was stuffed with the same illegal mix, leaving the manager bawling behind him. The gallery boss exploded, shouting that there was no way they had opened her storage rooms, since every door used a different passcode, but the cuffs on her wrists said otherwise. The lead officer just smiled, admitting she was right about the passcodes, but saying they had their own ways around that kind of problem. Out in the warehouse, one of the officers said they were lucky to have someone on the inside helping them, while Ju Hyun walked ahead without denying it. The warehouse cop told the student raider that there was still one storage room they had not managed to open yet, and Ju Hyun agreed to check it. As Ju Hyun tapped in another code, the officers lined up behind him, one admitting he was amazed and asking how this kid could open every single door. Jo Hyun glanced back with a smug little smile and brushed it off, saying it was only because he had a good memory. He admitted to himself that his memory really was special, one of the few talents he had, and it was the reason Park Kyung-ju later tried to turn him into a tool. Back when he first worked in this warehouse, he had struggled because every storage room used a different passcode. Back then, he had not even thought the setup was strange. It only felt like a hassle, so he simply memorized every single passcode, turning that annoyance into the perfect weapon for today. Jo Hyun walked between the officers with a quiet grin, thinking how all that boring memorizing was finally paying off. He looked pleased, knowing every step so far matched the plan in his head. Jo Hyun was already counting the reward money in his head, treating it as seed cash for his relic collection, while the officer beside him stayed on edge, unaware of the bigger game. The lead officer held up another stash from a display, saying there were more drugs hidden here, and grumbling about how bold the traffickers had gotten. One of the officers told Juhan he had done something big today, and the student just laughed it off, saying he was happy to lend a hand. Right after the praise, Ju Hyun asked if they could do him a small favor, making the front officer blink in surprise. As the furious gallery owner was dragged out, a scruffy contact picked up his ringing phone and was startled to hear that Ju Hyun wanted a word with him. The man pressed the phone closer, hearing Ju Hyun casually call him his little helper and trying to figure out what this sharp kid wanted next. The officer blocked the raging gallery owner, making her halt just as someone called out to her. Her scruffy contact stepped up with a grin, holding out his phone and telling her that the kid who set all this up wanted a word. She glared at the phone being pushed toward her, clearly annoyed but too curious, and cornered to refuse the call. The moment she heard the voice, her eyes went wide, and she screamed into the phone, demanding to know if Seo Ju-han had planned this whole mess. Ju-hyun answered with a lazy grin, telling her that reusing the same passcodes for years made it laughably easy for him to break into everything. Hearing how neatly he had trapped her, the woman started to stammer, demanding he repeat himself as a cold sweat ran down her face. As the officers pulled her along, she thrashed in her cuffs and screamed Ju-han's name, shouting wild threats that only made the men holding her tighten their grip. Even as her voice faded down the hall, she kept yelling that this was a dirty way to repay everything she had done for him. Jo Hyun strolled down the quiet alley, feeling oddly refreshed after turning that whole mess to his advantage. His phone started buzzing in his hand, pulling his eyes down from the empty street. Jeon-woo sent a string of messages praising Ju-han for what he did and telling him a reward of about 100 million won was on the way, then nagging him not to blow it all at once. Ju-han smiled at the screen, thinking that Jeon-woo always worried a bit too much about him. He figured Jeon-woo did not need to worry anymore. With this cash, he finally had his starting funds to chase tombs. In his mind, Kwon Tae-jun's face surfaced, and Ju-hyun swore he would track down every relic before that man could touch them, telling himself to just wait and cease. On his way back, Ju-hyun's steps slowed as a strange feeling crept in, like the view ahead was not matching what he remembered. He reached the railing and frowned, blinking at the city below as a confused sound slipped out. Something huge was off. Instead of his apartment complex, a gigantic mound of earth rose up, half burying the nearby buildings, and Ju-han just stared at it, stunned, wondering where his house had disappeared to. He stared at the mountain of dirt, swallowing his old building, and knew right away it was a tomb born from a relic, not some random landslide. Down below, the residents were already snapping at each other, trading blame and shouting as fear pushed everyone over the edge. A soldier tried to calm them down, but the old man only yelled louder, and a baby wailed in its mother's arms, the whole place on the verge of breaking. Ju-hyun slipped out of the shouting crowd, fists tight, more interested in figuring out the tomb than wasting breath arguing. He stayed oddly calm, knowing relic tombs always came with huge power spikes that tested everything around them, so this level of panic was almost expected. That sight jogged his memory of a past call from his roommate, who had once freaked out and said their whole apartment had vanished and wanted to know what Ju-hyun planned to do. Back then, by the time he dragged himself home from work, the buildings were standing there like nothing had ever happened, the tomb already wiped away. Remembering how normal it all looked, he realized that meant some unknown raider had already beaten that tomb back then and quietly reset everything. Ju-hyun watched the chaos and figured the one who cleared this tomb in the past had to be somewhere close. He refused to let that mystery raider beat him again. This relic was his now. A panicked voice begged not to be shot, cutting through all the yelling. Ju-hyun's eyes narrowed. That sounded way too familiar. Near the edge of the crowd, a man clung to a soldier's rifle while people around them sobbed and backed away. Ju-hyun finally placed the voice and realized the idiot begging for his life was his roommate, Kim Dong-hyun. The soldier snapped, barking at his own teammate and the civilians like they were mocking him, his finger far too close to the trigger. His temper turned the whole standoff from scary to downright deadly. Before the soldier could do something stupid, Ju-hyun shot forward and slammed a kick straight into his face, dropping him hard. He chose the fastest way to keep that gun from going off. The soldier crashed to the dirt while the crowd gasped, and Kim Dong-hyun rushed to Ju-hyun's side, calling his name in shock. Standing over the fallen man, he angrily pointed out that aiming a gun at a helpless neighbor had crossed every line. Ju-han just grinned at the man beside him, him and greeted Kim Dong-hyun like they were catching up after a long break, joking about how soft he still was. Dong-hyun stared back, sweating and confused, wondering how any of this counted as a normal reunion. The soldier wheezed on his hands and knees, clutching his chest from the blow. Joo-han looked down at him and coolly asked if his head was clear now, as if the kick had just been a needed reminder to act like a real soldier. The shaken soldier clutched his chest and stammered an apology, saying he had just lost his temper. Joo-hyun watched him calmly, not letting him off the hook even though the gun threat was over. Joo-hyun brushed off the apology and demanded an explanation, asking why the military had shown up in force. He pointed out that stuff like this was usually handled by the police, and the mismatch made him suspicious. He coolly asked if they were planning to break into the huge tomb nearby. The soldier flinched and insisted that kind of information was classified, which only confirmed Joo-hyun's guess. Joo-hyun decided he needed a real answer, thinking the government itself might be his rival for the relic inside. He wondered if the country already knew about relics at this point, which would change his whole plan. The raider snapped that he lived here and had every right to know why the whole area was crawling with armed soldiers. He told the soldier to stop dodging and explain why the military had moved in on his neighborhood. Joo-hyun told the man he clearly didn't grasp how serious his situation was, and that pulling a gun on a civilian was a huge mistake. He calmly added that he could report the whole thing to the authorities if he felt like it. The soldier swallowed hard, eyes wide, as the weight of that threat sank in. With his career on the line, he stopped posturing and listened, knowing it would be smarter to just answer the man's questions. Beaten down, the soldier admitted they were planning to blast open the giant mound and dig out whatever was inside. He tried to calm the locals by saying the danger was under control and the whole area had been safely sealed off. The soldier hurried to justify it, saying they would just blow the mound apart and that foreign experts were already on site, so everything was under control. Joo-hyun rubbed his chin, knowing that trying to open a tomb like that was pure madness. Hearing about the foreign experts, Joo-hyun finally saw the full picture and understood who was really moving behind this job. He gave the soldier a friendly smile, acting like the news made him feel safer, while quietly filing it away as a warning. With a casual wave, Joo-hyun thanked the soldier and told him to keep up the good work, as if he were just another worried neighbor. Then he turned away, already done with squeezing him for answers. His roommate hurried over, asking what the soldier had said. Joo-hyun brushed it off and told him not to do anything stupid. Just stay here and leave the rest to him. Before his roommate could press for details, Joo-hyun was already walking off into the crowd, not bothering to explain. The other man watched him go, uneasy and not sure what he was planning. His name rang out behind him, but Joo-hyun did not slow down. He had heard enough to know he could not just sit around and watch the army wreck a tomb he wanted for himself. Left standing alone, the roommate frowned and muttered that Joo-hyun was acting a bit off today. He could tell something big was going on, but he had no clue what it was. Night settled over the neighborhood as the giant mound swallowed the apartment blocks. Soldiers posted like tiny dots around its base. The whole place felt less like a home now and more like a war zone waiting to start. A sharp-eyed woman in a suit watched the soldiers chat in front of the buried apartments, taking in how many guns were guarding one strange mound of earth. Linda Walker, an American CIA agent, spoke into her phone, pressing her contact again to confirm that the Korean government was still clueless about tombs. Her contact swore the info was solid, but Linda frowned, saying the sea of soldiers around one mound did not match a country that knew nothing. The person on the other end brushed it off as the army trying hard to help and warned Linda to stop asking that kind of thing out loud, since some people here understood English. Ending the call, Linda walked toward the fenced-off lot and asked the local handler how things were going, and he reported that the charges were set and they were almost ready to blow the mound open. Linda told them to stay sharp until it was over, to comb through the tomb once it opened, and to secure the relic inside if they had even the slightest chance. Lowering her phone, Linda turned toward a man walking up to her through the dark lot as he greeted her like an old co-worker. The newcomer, Abe Kiyoshi from the Japanese excavation team, gave her a crooked grin and joked about how shocked she looked to see him here. Abe joked that this place suited him more than her, saying a neighbor like Japan had more reason to be here than someone who flew in from America. Linda's eyes sharpened as she shot back that his people were awfully devoted to their little stealing job. The CIA agent straightened and laid out the script, saying they were only taking relics to hand them over to the International Police Group and study them safely for the sake of peace. Abe laughed at that, saying if safety was all that mattered, then his team should be allowed to keep the relic too, and he reminded her that everyone knew her side would never agree or be trusted anyway. With a shrug, Abe said they were both just here to grab the same prize and that there was no point arguing, then calmly promised the relic would end up in his hands, which only made Linda answer that he sounded way too sure of himself. From the alley, Ju Hyun watched the pair in suits by the fence and muttered in surprise, wondering what this was about. He quickly pegged them as the American CIA and a Japanese excavation team, both sticking out like bright flags in the middle of this Korean base. Across the globe, these strange tombs had started popping up, but at first people brushed them off as nothing more than weird signs in the sky. While most people just stared at the sky, a few countries started to catch on that these relics meant real power, not just weird miracles. America and Japan dug into quiet research, locking relics in labs and slipping the ones from other countries into their own boxes. Jo Haeon remembered how they used to snatch everything and quietly swore that this time the relic would belong to him alone. Near the fence, Linda snapped at Abe about their teams wasting time and guessed they were just hanging back until the tomb got blown open. From the alley, the raider watched their careful waiting and quietly wrote them off as clueless amateurs. With that, he started walking, deciding he would go in first and set the pace himself. His steps slowed as odd red marks on the ground came into view, pointing him toward the true start of the tomb. Ju Hyun looked down at the sign with a sharp grin, pleased that he had found the spot before any of the others. Ju Hyun walked right up to the red writing, calling these marks tomb glyphs in his head. To him, relics were like weird little show-offs, carving their names into the world so everyone would notice them. While the people around him shivered and called the writing creepy, Ju Hyun just looked bored. He knew that if you could read these tomb glyphs, they politely told you where the tomb's entrance was, and even listed the traps waiting inside. To Ju Hyun, this whole glowing message was just another trap, since almost no one could read it right. He crouched down with a sly grin, fully confident that he could. After tracing the lines, Ju Hyun finished the puzzle and pinned down exactly where the entrance was. The moment that thought clicked, the system flared to life in front of him with a bright purple glow. The system rewarded him with the title Exceptional Decipherer and unlocked a new basic skill, Linguistic, at rank F. It explained that he could now grasp any language, hear relics like they were speaking, and handle runic glyphs with far more control, on top of his spy skill that let him the space around him. Ju Hyun liked the upgrade, but he waved his hand through the floating windows, annoyed that they were blocking his view. Jo Haeon stretched his arm like he was warming up for a workout and thought about how he only needed 2 more basic abilities now. The man watching him just stared, having no idea that the raider was already planning out his full skill set. Night settled over the city, and down by the river, everything looked calm, except for a faint red glow burning under one of the bridge pillars. At the base of the pillar, tomb glyphs crawled over the stone in bright red, circling a golden mark shaped like a hooked U, quietly marking the true doorway into the tomb. Ju Hyun stopped under the bridge, eyes fixed on the glowing mark, and calmly decided this was the entrance. With a sharp grin, the raider pulled out his blade and decided it was time to work. He drove his foot into the glowing glyphs, hitting the tomb's weak point like he already knew how it would react. The pillar answered with a blinding blast, a column of light roaring up by the river. The quiet night shattered as the hidden tomb finally woke and the whole city saw it. He lifted his dagger with a lazy grin, acting like cracking open a god's tomb was just a fun warm-up. He drove his foot right into the glowing mark, and power burst out of the wall like it had been waiting for that hit. The U-shaped glyph flared white hot, cracks of light racing through it as the tomb's seal finally gave way. Ju Han narrowed his eyes, feeling the air twist around him as something inside the tomb woke up. The system flashed a warning that a crushing aura was racing toward him. A pillar of light sashed into the ground at his side, and Ju Hyun dug in his heels against the shockwave. The blast roared upward, carving a red-white column through the night sky and making the whole city looked like it was under a flare. 2 staff members froze by the fence, staring at the red beam punching out of the ground and trying to make sense of what they were seeing. The tomb staff quickly realized the truth, shouting that the entrance had finally opened and that the way in lay straight under that blazing column of light. The woman reached out, yelling for him to wait, but the raider was already sprinting straight toward the blazing entrance. He grabbed the soldier's shoulder and barked that they had to stay put and keep everyone else away, since another blast could hit at any time. As they ran, the woman snapped that he was just using the danger as an excuse, saying he only wanted the soldiers out of the way so they would not mess up his raid. They followed the beam and stopped at a huge crack in the ground, the air burning bright red around it. He crouched by the edge, annoyed that the glow was so strong he could not see how far down it went. The woman picked up a loose stone and calmly tossed it into the glowing pit to check what waited below. Both of them stepped right up to the edge, standing still as they listened for the stone and tried to feel what kind of tomb they were dealing with. After a long splash echoed up, she said there had to be water far below, and the raider's grin widened as he started to form a plan around it. The raider suddenly leaned toward the light, as if ready to dive straight down, and the woman grabbed for his arm in shock, begging him to wait. The raider slipped into the cave along the underground stream, one hand on the rock as the darkness swallowed him. To him, this was just the real entrance finally opening up. He glanced back over his shoulder, already sensing movement behind him, and scoffing that the idiots were actually chasing him into the tomb. With a small flame, the raider lit up the strange writing on the wall and grinned, already planning to use whatever trap it controlled to give his tail a rough welcome. He reached out to the carved letters and calmly set the mechanism off, choosing to wake the trap instead of dodging it. Far below, one of the men chasing him burst out of the water and crawled onto the shore, gagging as he realized he had just been dumped into foul, reeking sewage. The woman slid down a rope, shoes still dry, and coolly pointed out that he had leaped in without thinking at all. The soaked raider hunter just clicked his tongue, too angry and embarrassed to answer. A low rumble rolled through the dark tunnel, and both the woman and her partner stiffened, heads snapping toward the sound. She raised her light into the darkness and demanded to know what that noise was, and the drenched man muttered that it sounded like something big was coming their way. Fast, a wall of water exploded out of the darkness, swallowing the tunnel in an instant and rushing straight for the 2 hunters. The drenched hunter yelled in shock, cursing and demanding to know how this much water could suddenly appear as the wave crashed into them. The rushing water lifted them off their feet and hurled them down the passage, the man choking and coughing as he fought just to keep his face above the surface. Foam and spray covered everything as they thrashed in the flood, arms clawing at the air, while the man gasped and coughed, barely hanging on. Far ahead in the cave, Ju Hyun stood dry and expressionless, as if the flood behind him was nothing more than background noise. His eyes stayed steady and sharp, already weighing what he needed to do next inside this tomb. With the entrance now flooded behind him, the raider walked straight into the dark cave, focused only on reaching the heart of the tomb. Inside the dim passage, he pulled out a single short blade, noting that it was all he had on him right now, and deciding it would be enough. Jo Haeon flicked his short blade into the glowing water, watching the pool erupt as if the whole tomb had just woken up. The calm pool pisted into a huge whirl, the glow deepening as the tomb gathered its strength around him. A gigantic white serpent burst out of the water behind him, its golden eyes locking onto the lone raider. The serpent guardian lowered its head and asked which unlucky human had dropped their item into its pool. It spread its jaws wide, revealing a gold knife and a silver knife on its tongue, and demanded that he pick which one was his. Ju Hyun's lips curled into a smug grin as he thought about how simple this test really was. This tomb's relic was the gold and silver axes, a trial built straight from a famous folktale about honesty and greed. Since that story is common even outside this country, anyone who grew up hearing it could breeze through this so-called trial. Ju Hyun smiled and calmly said that neither weapon was his, because the real prize, the relic itself, already belonged to him. The white serpent let out a slow breath, its golden eye narrowing as it sized up this strange human who refused to play by the rules. The The guardian stretched its jaws and pushed out a single ornate dagger on its tongue, asking if this one was truly his. Facing the massive serpent, Ju Hyun coolly thought that if he just claimed the dagger as his, the trial would reward him with both his original weapon and the gold and silver axes on top of it. His eyes hardened as he weighed that easy win, already turning over a different move in his mind. Acting relaxed, Ju Hyun asked to check whether the dagger was really his, and the guardian, curious, allowed him to come closer. He walked right up to the giant mouth and reached for the dagger, using the excuse of checking it to get as close as possible. His hand closed around the dagger's hilt on the warm, slick tongue, and the real test began the moment he touched it. Ju Hyun drove the dagger hard into the serpent's neck, tearing through its white scales. The guardian let out a pained cry as red streaked across the cave. The giant serpent jerked back, roaring in shock and pain, demanding to know why he would attack when the trial was almost over. Jo Hyun stayed close to its side, dagger still in hand, not backing off at all. Ju Hyun leaned in with a crooked grin and told the guardian to quiet down, saying he had never trusted relics in the first place. To him, this was just another lying artifact trying to trick its user. Standing under the serpent's looming body, Ju Hyun calmly pointed out that even if he cleared the trial, there was no promise the reward would be anything normal. In his eyes, relics always came with some twisted price for humans. Ju Hyun went further, saying the so-called reward could twist its owner into a heartless predator. The serpent's eyes narrowed in alarm, stunned that a mere human knew about that hidden outcome. He knew the truth. The first person who held the gold and silver axes had turned into a mass butcher, leaving a trail of bodies that filled news reports. Because of that one relic, countless people never made it home. Back in the cave, Ju Hyun laid it out, saying the guardian had planned to hand him a fake relic loaded with a curse as his prize. He laughed at how fitting it was that a trial about honesty was built on a lie from the start. With the truth out, Ju Hyun slammed his foot against the ground and strode forward, done with talk and ready to deal with the guardian his own way. Ju Hyun dragged his dagger along the serpent's neck again, carving a fresh line as the guardian writhed in pain. He was done playing along with its trial and was now just beating the relic into submission. Ju Hyun stared down at the guardian, jaw tight, not easing his grip at all. The serpent relic glared back and demanded to know if he really thought tormenting it would make him worthy to use its power. Normally, a raider makes it through a trap-filled tomb and stands before a shining relic as their prize. If they pass the relic's trial, that treasure is supposed to become theirs. In that story, beating the trials gives the user special powers, and the relic and human are said to form a fair bond. People treat this as the normal way things should work between relics and their owners, at least on the surface. In reality, relics are made with a deep hate for humans, built to hurt the ones who carry them. After staying close to these things for long enough, users end up sick and broken like the people lying in that hallway. Because relics slowly ruin their users, anyone who held a healing relic ended up with huge power and status. Ju Hyun remembered how the TKBM chairman had used that fact, squeezing every drop of value from him just because he could patch people back up. Back in the tomb, Ju Hyun slammed the dagger deeper into the serpent's scales, making the relic shriek. He had no interest in some fake friendly bond with it and was ready to crush it until it broke. Ju Hyun glared down at the guardian and promised to see how long it could last. He was done asking for its favor and would bend this relic under his dominance, even if he had to tear it apart to do it. The awakened relic burst out as a massive white serpent, thrashing in pain, while Ju Han rode its back, driving power straight into it. The snake begged him to stop, but that only proved how much it already feared him. Ju Hyun leaned in with a wild grin, enjoying every second of its struggle, and wondering how long this stubborn thing could last under him. He drove the golden relic deep into the serpent's body, pouring raw force through it and crushing any thought of resistance as he pressed his dominance down. While people outside fought with soldiers in panic, experts were already saying that without the right talents, anyone who touched a relic would just end up controlled by it instead. One type of talent, called sociability, lets certain people walk up to a relic like that glowing sword and build an easy, healthy bond with it. Another group, dominance, belonged to people whose very presence pressed down on relics, letting them them raise a blade and expect instant obedience. The last group was compatibility, where a relic fit its user so well that it felt natural, like a doctor with a medical relic or a musician with a living instrument. Most users tried to boost their sociability first, trading stories and favors with relics like that small green one, because it was the easiest to use and still gave strong results, even if the training itself was rough. Doctors were already filling hospital rooms with relic users whose bodies could not handle that fake friendship. Once a relic grew too close to its owner, it started leaking a toxic aura that slowly made the human sick. Ju Hyun thought back to those weaklings in hospital beds and swore he would never walk that path. To him, sociability was for pets, so he poured even more force into the relic and demanded it bow to him instead. His gaze turned cold as he warned the relic that if it kept fighting, he would not tame it. He would just smash it apart. With him, there was no middle ground between total submission and ruin. The giant serpent stiffened, stunned that this human was not begging for its favor, but threatening to toss it away. It had always believed humans craved relics above all, and Ju Hyun's disgust shook it to the core. Ju Hyun answered that doubt with another brutal surge of power, forcing the serpent's body to bend under his will. The relic's last bit of pride cracked under the weight of his dominance. The violent energy around them twisted, then smoothed into a bright whirl of light and water, no longer lashing out, but circling calmly, like it had finally accepted its new master. The swirling light drew together and hardened into a heavy golden axe, its surface carved with the serpent's form. Ju Hyun wrapped his fingers around the handle, knowing the fight to claim it was over. As he bunted the weight of the axe, a familiar system window floated up, calling him the one who had truly faced the tombs. It granted him a new title and unlocked his basic Tomb Raider skill, Tomb Excavation, at rank F, marking this as only the start of what he could do. The system laid out his starter kit, a spying skill to the area around him, a language skill to read and understand almost anything, and a basic excavation skill that boosted his knowledge of tombs, with one last skill slot still grayed out. Jo Hyun grinned at the window, pleased that another skill had clicked into place, and eyed the last locked box, wondering what stunt the tomb wanted from him to open that one too. His eyes narrowed as he read the new title, Relic Abuser, and saw his dominance talent jump to an oppressive level, while his sociability dropped to a harsh, coercive grade. Ju Hyun snapped at the crow about how this counted as abuse, then scoffed that losing sociability meant nothing to him, since he never planned on being friendly with relics anyway. He cut the status windows off and turned, sensing movement deeper in the cave that pulled his mind away from skills and back to the hunt. Ju Hyun stood at the edge of the strange pond, recognizing it from the prophecy, and smirked when a pair of rival raiders rushed in behind him, far earlier than he had planned for. Near the water, the female raider urged the relic to show itself, while her scruffy partner grinned and raised a red bottle-shaped relic, eager to see what trick this pond was hiding and what Ju Hyun was planning. The man casually tossed the red relic straight into the pond, and the woman jerked forward in shock, demanding to know what he thought he was doing as the bottle bobbed on the glowing water. Ju Hyun watched them from behind the rock with a crooked grin, already sure they had shown up too late to steal anything from him. He stayed tucked behind the ice wall, deciding to just watch for now, already guessing this clueless pair would keep crossing his path later. The male raider's patience snapped, and he slid out a curved relic knife as he weighed, just taking Ju Hyun out right here. Ju Hyun tilted his head, a faint purple glow rising behind him, as if he had already chosen how to answer that little threat. Purple letters floated over the blade, naming it an Egyptian funeral knife, a rank C consumable relic with a hard cap on how many times it could be used. Ju Hyun frowned at the numbers, seeing that more than half of the knife's usage had already been burned through. He let out a short, shaky laugh and muttered to the crow that this had to be its way of warning him to think twice before swinging this thing around. Out by the pond, the male raider burst into a shout, baffled that nothing was happening and swearing that the prophecy had promised dropping a relic in would trigger a response. The woman calmly linked the strange reaction to a prophecy, guessing that somewhere in Japan, an user with a prophetic relic already knew about this place. The male raider stammered, then forced himself to drop that thought, saying the real problem was right in front of them. The male raider flailed toward the empty water, freaking out that someone must have already taken the relic, and that this meant more people knew about tombs than they thought. The woman admitted he was right, and the idea clearly shook both of them. The female raider explained that she had already seen marks in the dirt and footprints that were not theirs, proof that another raider had beaten them to the prize. Before they could argue more, a low rumble echoed through the cave, making the man tense up as both raiders turned toward the source of the sound. Not far away, Ju-han leaned against the rock wall, lazily tossing a stone in his hand, pleased that the little noise had already hooked his prey. The tomb raider lifted a golden axe with an easy grin, thinking these two were far too simple to be fun. He wondered if they could even escape once the place started falling apart, then calmly ordered the relic to close the tomb. The ground lurched under their feet, and the walls split open, sending rocks crashing down as both raiders stumbled and shouted in shock, unable to understand what was happening. With dust filling the air, the pair yelled at each other to run back the way they had entered, only to realize they no longer knew where that was. Far ahead, Ju-hyun was already sprinting toward the true exit, leaving them to deal with the collapsing tomb on their own. A manhole cover in a dark alley shifted, and Ju-hyun's hand pushed it up as he climbed out from the tomb's secret exit. Ju-hyun glanced back at the manhole, thinking how the tomb's exit was hooked up to it, then brushed the dust from his clothes, pleased that he did not look too messed up. By the time he reached his apartment complex, the huge tomb that had covered it was gone, and the residents stood outside under the night sky, confused but slowly drifting back toward their homes. One of the neighbors turned, eyes widening as he spotted a familiar figure walking in from the street. The neighbor hurried over, calling out to Ju-hyun and shaking Haeon from his daze, excitedly pointing out that the huge mound that had trapped their building was finally gone. Ju-hyun waved it off and told the neighbor they should just head in since he was starving. And even when the man nervously asked if it was really safe, Ju-hyun calmly said it would be fine. Elsewhere, a dark-haired operative clutched his phone, raging as he heard there had been another prophecy saying someone in Korea would snatch the relic before his team. He paced between the benches, shouting into the phone that they should have told him from the start, while his suited men stood by in uneasy silence, realizing how badly they had been outplayed. The operative gritted his teeth as the voice on the line admitted they had only learned about the second prophecy much later, adding that he already knew how tricky the future guide relic user could be. His hand dug into his knee when he heard that. Once again, no one had been able to read the kanoi, and the person on the other end calmly confirmed it. He sprang to his feet, raging at how their so-called scholars could still not read it, calling the whole thing a joke, while the man nearby flinched, and the caller brushed it off by blaming the young helpers they were using. The voice on the phone promised they would do everything they could to stop a mess like tonight from happening again, telling the operative to stay sharp and keep pushing the job forward. As he cooled down, the caller added a warning that the person who had taken the relic was no normal thief, saying the prophecy tied to them was downright unsettling, which made the operative frown at the screen. The caller finally shared the line, saying the relic thief had been marked as the person who would swallow the world, and the operative froze, realizing what kind of monster he was up against. Back in his small room, Ju-hyun had already cleared his late-night meal, an empty pot and soda can sitting on the desk like proof of how normal his night felt. Ju-hyun leaned back in his chair, sipping his drink while scrolling through foreign news sites, pleased at how his linguistic skill let him dig up all kinds of information in languages he had never studied. Ju-hyun frowned as he scrolled, annoyed that every article still treated relics like they did not even exist yet. He hammered at the keyboard, trying to dig up anything on CEO Kwan or TKBM, but every search result came back thin and useless. His roommate leaned in behind the chair, staring at the screen and blurting out how crazy it was that Ju-hyun could actually understand all of that. Haeon glanced back and said it was nothing, even asking if the guy wanted him to read it out loud, which made the roommate wave his hands and mutter that he had not realized Ju-han was that smart. After a moment, Ju-hyun asked if there had been any news about TKBM lately, and his roommate scratched his head, saying nothing came to mind, and asking why he was suddenly curious. Ju-hyun said he just wanted some details about the head of that company, and his roommate, sweating a little, asked why he needed to know about some random big-shot CEO. The roommate guessed it had something to do with Ju-hyun's job, then shrugged and said that even if he got some info, there was no way a giant company boss would bother meeting a tiny intern anyway. Ju-han did not even turn around, as he said he had already quit, leaving his roommate staring at his back and staring stammering in shock. Ju Hyun blinked, as if something important had just clicked in his head, while his roommate hovered and pestered him about quitting. Ju Hyun barely listened, already recalling that Park Kyung-ju's group ran an art gallery. He decided he would use that gallery and its people as a shortcut to dig up real information on CEO Kwon. Headed straight to Park Kyung-ju's gallery, planning to use it as his way into Kwon's world, only to find the place locked up tight. Inside, the gallery's back office was a wreck, and the blonde boss and his men cursed that everything had been cleaned out, asking what they were supposed to do now. One underling groaned that ever since their elder boss's sister got arrested, their whole gallery racket was finished, and they were basically out of work, and the blonde leader muttered that he knew that all too well. The gang leader lit a cigarette with a hard glare, saying this was all thanks to Seo Ju Hyun and that he refused to just let it go, swearing they would pay him back. His words fired the others up right away, and the lackeys praised their Hyungnim and shouted that they had to avenge their elder boss and the Nuna who got taken in. The blonde man, Oh Seung-woo, struck a proud pose and said he could never stay in debt to their boss, soaking in the way his men fawned over him. Their talk was broken when the dark-haired lackey told Oh Seung-woo that his phone was going off, and the boss frowned down at the screen. On the screen, the caller ID clearly showed Seo Ju Hyun under a rude nickname, and Seung-woo stared at it in shock, unable to believe that the man he wanted to crush was suddenly calling first. Oh Seung-woo gaped at the caller ID, frozen, while his men yelled that he should pick up, shocked that Seo Ju Hyun was really calling. The tough act they had a minute ago vanished, replaced by pure nerves. The gallery boss slowly raised the phone to his ear and greeted Ju Hyun with a shaky voice, a bead of sweat sliding down his face. Seo Ju Hyun answered in a calm, annoyed tone, asking why it took them so long to pick up like they were wasting his time. Hearing that, Sung-woo's face twisted, and he glared down at the phone, cursing Ju Hyun under his breath. The gallery boss snapped and screamed into the phone, raging that Ju Hyun had ruined them by getting their elder boss and his sister locked up, only for Ju Hyun to coldly tell him to be quiet. Seo Ju Hyun lounged back in his chair with a lazy grin and asked if their gallery was still running. Ju Hyun pointed out that he knew they had not signed the papers to shut down yet, which only made Seung-woo shout louder, blaming him for the arrests and the loss of every piece of art they owned. With nothing left but a dead business, he demanded to know what Ju Hyun was after now. Seo Ju Hyun calmly summed it up, saying that since their doors were not fully closed, they were still open for business, which was perfect for him. He then told them he wanted their crew to go take part in something called the Midas. The thugs froze at the name he mentioned, stammering out the word Midas like it was some kind of legend. Midas is not some small backroom deal. It is the biggest secret auction house in the world, hidden in Las Vegas, and stacked with treasures no normal market could ever touch. Ju Hyun knew Kwon Tae-jun had been there before, walking out with relics so strong they helped build his empire, which made Midas the perfect hunting ground for more artifacts. If those washed-up dealers camped there for him, he figured they could sniff out both rare items and clues about his target, so he calmly ordered them to hit Midas within the month and start digging. They were told the name to watch for was JK, Jack Kamen, an alias Kwon Tae-jun liked to use, and if that ghost never showed up at Midas, they just had to report back. The gallery boss gritted his teeth as Ju Hyun warned that if any of their reports were fake, he would personally make sure none of them walked away from this deal. The blonde boss shouted that without their jailed Nuna's connections, they had no way into a place like Midas, but Ju Hyun just told them to figure that part out themselves. Then he added that this was just business, promising to pay them based on how good their information was, which only made the boss bark back in disbelief at how this bastard talked. The guys on the other end yelled that no amount of money would make them obey and begged their elder to ignore him, but Ju Hyun just stared at his phone, completely unfazed. The gallery boss listened as Ju Hyun coolly said that if they did not like his offer, he would just save his money because they were heading to Midas no matter what. When Ju Hyun mentioned coming over to beat some sense into him again until he agreed, the boss's face went dark and his bravado snapped. Hearing the sudden panic on the line, Ju Hyun smiled and told them he would fill them in later, ordering them to stay on standby. Jo Hyun ended the call with a short answer and turned toward the door, already thinking about his next move. With the work around Kwon Tae-jun taken care of, Jo Hyun walked out, eager to hit another another tomb and hunt relics again that night. Night settled over the city, traffic sliding past the tall buildings, while Ju Hyun moved through the streets toward his next target. Crowds drifted past a bright DS-25 store, the kind of ordinary place that would never hint a relic hunter was about to stir up trouble nearby. A late-night news report talks about an older woman in Yongdongpo who tried to end everything by setting herself on fire, turning a quiet square into a shock for the whole district. Inside the store, Ju Hyun listens to the clerk's TV as it repeats the story and quietly wonders if this strange case is a warning that a new tomb is about to open nearby. Jo Hyun decides it might just be a random case, but the timing still catches his interest as he files it away like one more clue. An irritated customer stomps up the narrow aisle and snaps at Ju Hyun to move aside, dragging him out of his thoughts about tombs. The angry customer seethes, thinking Ju Hyun is ignoring him, and then it hits him that this is the same guy who showed up at the gold and silver axes relic. Ju Hyun studies the man's reaction and calmly realizes what this run-in really means. Since this relic hunter from before is hanging around this tiny store, Ju Hyun figures a new tomb has to be set to appear somewhere close, no matter how much the guy yells at him to move. He smiles as he remembers that, in this part of the timeline, the Japanese team had a prophetic relic user guiding them straight to future tomb sites. The relic hunter jolted when Ju Han suddenly fired back at him in perfect Japanese, telling him to quiet down and asking if he really thought he wouldn't understand. The relic hunter forced a laugh, acting friendly and asking if Ju Han was Japanese too, blaming his rudeness on a hard day. Ju Hyun let him ramble, amused at how handy his language skill was turning out to be. Ju Hyun smiled and calmly said he only knew Korean, watching the relic hunter's face twist in confusion. The relic hunter yelled after him, stunned that the sharp Korean he just heard meant Ju Hyun had been local all along and had played him for a fool. Ju Hyun flicked a can into the air and said the hunter had started it anyway, while the older man fumed and hurled insults at his back. At the counter, the clerk quietly told Ju Han the total, while the relic hunter barked from the side, asking if they even knew who he was. The relic hunter's eyes sharpened as he felt the glow of power around Ju Han, scoffing to himself that only a rookie would walk around without even trying to hide a relic's aura. Greed flared, and the relic hunter decided he had to take whatever Ju Hyun was carrying, lunging after him and yelling for him to stop as Ju Hyun walked off with a lazy grin. The relic hunter grabbed Ju Hyun's shoulder hard, demanding that he at least listen when someone talked to him. Ju Hyun calmly popped the can, and the drink blasted straight into the relic hunter's face and chest. Soaked in sticky drink, the relic hunter exploded in anger, while Ju Hyun smiled and gave a light, fake apology, asking if he was okay. Ju Hyun lightly wondered aloud who could have shaken the can so much, while the relic hunter clutched his stained shirt and shouted that Ju Han owed him for the ruined clothes. Jo Hyun's eyes narrowed as he noted the bracelet and small case relic on the hunter, deciding that snatching them here would draw too much attention. Outside, Ju Hyun told the relic hunter to just drop it, since he did not have any money on him anyway, adding with a grin that the outfit did not even look that pricey. As the relic hunter glared, Ju Hyun casually mentioned that he had dropped something, drawing the man's eyes downward. Ju Hyun lifted the black ID case with a lazy smile, telling the relic hunter he should really take better care of something this important. The relic hunter rushed in, shouting for Ju Hyun to hand the case over, but Ju Hyun just snapped his wrist and flicked it out of reach like he was playing around. The relic hunter frowned, wondering if Ju Hyun had seen that he was part of a Japanese excavation team and thinking how messy things could get if people found out. Then he forced himself to relax, since Ju Hyun looked like a normal civilian. Jo Hyun and the relic hunter stiffened at the same time as a strange tremor rolled through the ground beneath them. Around them, people stumbled and looked around in shock, shouting over each other as they wondered if that jolt had been an earthquake or something worse. Another violent shake slammed through the street, tossing people to the ground and filling the air with panicked screams. Jo Hyun's lips curled into a pleased grin, certain now that the tomb he had been waiting for was finally breaking through. Behind Ju Hyun, the relic hunter let out a crooked laugh, watching people panic as he thought how this wild mess matched exactly what their prophecy had warned about. A moment later, the relic hunter called his team, calmly reporting that the tomb was starting to appear, and adding that there was something else they needed to hear about. The relic hunter froze as his contact explained that the Korean who stole the gold and silver axes was right there with him. Realizing what that meant, he blurted out in shock. The hunter listened as the caller added a strange detail, saying the prophecy warned him to watch out for alcohol. His eyes narrowed, trying to figure out what drinking had to do with any of this. Ju-hyun casually popped open a beer, sending foam spraying straight into the relic hunter's face. As the can outside the tower, people bolted in every direction as the ground lurched again, some crashing hard onto the pavement. Whatever was breaking through under the city was no longer something they could ignore. The relic hunter pressed his phone tighter to his ear as his contact repeated the warning about staying away from alcohol. The words dug into him, lining up a little too neatly with the beer can in his hand. His face drained as he replayed the last few minutes, from the easy smile to the offered drink. If the prophecy was right, then the harmless Korean with the beer was the one they were supposed to fear. Foam blasted out of the can and straight into the hunter's face, and his stomach dropped. The warning about alcohol, the stolen axes, and that smug grin all lined up, and he knew this was the man from the prophecy. By the time he wiped his face and looked around, Ju-hyun was gone, leaving only the shaking city behind. Cursing into the phone, the hunter spat that the sly bastard had already slipped his grip. He pushed through the panicked crowd, saying he would track the Korean down before doing anything else. At the same time, he barked at his contact to spill the rest of the prophecy, needing every hint he could get. Deep inside the forming tomb, Ju-hyun paused, eyes narrowing at the heavy pressure in the air. The aura around him felt sharp and hungry, soaked in a kind of bloodthirst that even he found annoying. While people sprinted past him over broken concrete, Ju-hyun stood still and studied the pressure rolling off the tomb. It felt nothing like the last one, and he could tell this time the relic was going to be especially nasty. Ju-hyun slowed just enough to glance over his shoulder, that lazy grin back on his face, like getting called out in the middle of a forming tomb was nothing worth worrying about. The relic hunter leveled his gun with shaking hands and yelled for a cha to freeze, swearing he would not let the Korean slip away again. Facing the gun, Ju-hyun just stared back, more annoyed than scared to see the same guy again. The hunter barked at him to open the backpack right now, desperate to find whatever relic Ju-hyun had stolen. Before Ju-hyun even moved for the bag, blocks of purple light slid into place around him, warping the air. The hunter's grip faltered as he stared at the glow and stammered that something was very wrong. The system flashed a warning in front of Ju-hyun, telling him that a crushing aura was racing straight toward him. A blinding gold flare ripped through the ground beneath them, lines of light racing outward as if the whole street was about to split open. The golden blast punched into the sky, turning the center of the city into a glowing pillar that anyone for miles could see, like the tomb was staking its claim on the world above. Deep inside that newborn tomb, rusted beams and knife-like spikes waited in the dark, promising that anyone who entered was walking into a trap built to tear them apart. Terrified civilians lay scattered across the floor, staring at the forest of blades jutting from the ground and walls, only now grasping that they had been dragged into a death trap. Ju-hyun rubbed the sore spot on his head as confused people shouted around him, demanding to know what was going on and trying to snap each other out of their panic. The raider's eyes hardened as he took in the crowd, realizing the relic had dragged all these people inside on purpose just to hurt them. Looking at the broken weapons littering the ground, Ju-hyun felt a chill of recognition and realized this was the tomb of the Japanese katana relic, Muramasa, a place he had already survived once before. His mind jumped back to the legend of Muramasa, the master swordsmith from Japan's Muromachi period, who founded a famous school and forged blades praised as true works of art. The story told how Tokugawa Ieyasu's grandfather, father, and brother all fell to Muramasa blades, turning those swords into symbols of tragedy for his entire bloodline. Soon, crowds gathered to watch the once prized blades thrown aside, as whispers spread that Muramasa's katanas were cursed and brought ruin to anyone who carried them. Back in the tomb, Ju-hyun pieced it together and understood that this relic was born from that grudge, a Muramasa that seethed with hatred for humans and wanted every everyone here to suffer for it. The system warned that Muramasa's killing intent was seeping into his body, already burning his skin and tearing at his defenses, and that he needed protection fast. Joe Hyun clenched his jaw as the burning prickle under his skin grew sharper, knowing the relic would start eating him alive if he wasted any more time. Ugly marks smoked across his wrist, proof that the relic's hatred was already carving into him, so he decided he had to clear this tomb before it stripped him down any further. Before he could take another step, a rough-looking man came up behind him and ordered him to stay put, trying to pin him in place, even as the tomb kept growing more deadly. The thug shoved a gun into Joo-hyun's back and ordered him to open his backpack and empty his pockets, trying to rob him in the middle of the cursed tomb. With his hands raised, Joo-hyun dryly pointed out that this was straight-up robbery and asked why he should bother listening, while the gunman clicked his tongue, annoyed at how stubborn his target was. The man narrowed his eyes and waved the gun, warning Joo-hyun to stop messing around if he didn't want things to end badly. Joe Hyun lifted his hand with a sharp grin and calmly told the thug that even if he pulled the trigger, it would not work on him, leaving the man staring back in confusion as his confidence started to crack. The thug snapped, shouting that if Joo-hyun kept joking around, he would blow his leg apart to make him understand how serious this was. When he finally pulled the trigger, the pistol burst in his own hand instead, the blast ripping through him before he even understood what went wrong. The thug dropped to his knees, clutching his burned hand, while Joo-hyun watched with a lazy grin and reminded him that he had already warned him this would happen. Joo-hyun calmly explained that inside a tomb, normal weapons refuse to work because the relics running the place hate making things easy for humans. The thug glared up at him, demanding to know how he could be so sure and accusing him of being the one who stole the gold and silver axes. Joo-hyun grabbed the man by the collar without hesitation and coolly admitted that, yes, he was the one who had taken them. The raider said the relic now belonged to him alone and told the thug to stop dreaming about it, then yanked the struggling man along as he started walking. Joo-hyun dismissed him as nothing but an obstacle and ordered him to step aside, leaving the shaken thug biting back his anger as he realized he could not do anything. Joe Hyun drove his foot into the thug's back, sending him crashing toward the strange ground as the man let out a pained cry. The thug hit the ground and froze as slimy stone figures rose around him, their hands latching onto his arms and legs, while he screamed in panic, demanding to know what these things were. Joo-hyun just smirked and told the thug to stay still, adding almost cheerfully that this particular trap was going to be pretty troublesome. While the ghostly hands tightened around him, the thug shouted for Joo-hyun to come back, but the raider was already jogging away, not even slowing down. Pinned under the dripping figures, the thug clenched his teeth and cursed, swearing that once he got free, he would hunt Joo-hyun down. The crowd flinched at the sight of the thug half melted into the ghostly sludge, whispering about how nasty it looked and what those things even were, while Joo-hyun calmly told them that everything was under control, though some of them could not even understand what he was saying. When Joo-hyun asked if anyone could speak Japanese, a timid man raised his hand and stammered that he knew a little, and Joo-hyun quickly asked him to help while telling the others to hang on. Some of the civilians warned that the trapped man still had a gun and could be dangerous, but others argued back that even so, they could not just walk away and leave him like that. The thug forced a shaky smile, sweat running down his face as he tried to greet the others like he was suddenly friendly. Joo-hyun held out his badge and told them he was with a Japanese excavation team, adding that he had real training for this kind of mess. The man in front swallowed hard while the others watched him, and even though they were scared, they clung to Joo-hyun's promise that he would get them out safely. The raider turned and walked off into the tomb again, leaving the shaken group behind as he went to deal with the real problem. Deeper inside, Joo-hyun smiled to himself and said it was time to check what kind of relics that idiot had been carrying. He recalled how, while tossing the thug to the ground, he had already gone through the man's pockets, cursing him for charging into a tomb without even basic relic knowledge. Now he studied the loot properly, a rough rope bracelet in one hand and a tiny case holding what looked like a single rice cake in the other. Joo-hyun turned the bracelet between his fingers and recognized it as a relic tied to the Korean tale about a brother and sister who rose into the sky as the sun and the moon, which meant it was far from simple junk. In the old tale, the tiger took out the mother just to steal more rice cakes, then went after her children next. When the beast leapt for them, a thick rope dropped from the sky and carried carried the siblings up out of its reach. Back in the tomb, Ju Hyun decided the rope relic was low grade, but still handy, so he tucked both stolen items away. The system tagged him as a petty pickpocket and unlocked a new basic skill called Nimble Fingers. Ju Hyun watched more windows pop up and realized he had just filled out all 4 of his basic Tomb Raider skills. The system explained that Nimble Fingers let him understand any relic he touched, slowed how fast consumables wore out, slightly boosted his repair work, and even made it easier to swipe relics from others. On top of Spy, Linguistic, and Tomb Excavation, sitting at rank F, purple light washed over the raider as the system finished counting his new powers, making it feel like he had just cleared some kind of level up gate. The system announced that all 4 sleeping skills inside him were now awake, and that he had stepped up to a full-fledged Tomb Raider. It marked the mission as complete and promised a reward waiting for him outside the tomb. Ju Hyun stared at the floating messages, smirked, and grumbled to himself that the crow was really treating him like some game character. He finally shrugged it off and told the unseen crow to keep messing with him if it wanted. As long as a reward was coming his way, he figured there was nothing to complain about. A sharp scream echoed through the tomb, and Ju Hyun's head snapped toward the sound, reminded that the real danger in this place was far from over. Ju Hyun followed the scream to a huge crack in the ground, glowing like a stairway into the earth. People below were begging for help, and he could tell this was tied to the tomb's madness. The raider stepped right up to the edge and listened. The cries were echoing from deep below, past walls bristling with spikes that promised anyone who fell would not make it back up. Ju Hyun narrowed his eyes into the light, quickly sizing up the trap and the mess waiting under his feet. From the cliff top, Ju Hyun finally saw the whole mess below him. Civilians were scrambling to get away from a student swinging a knife around, while the adults yelled that the tomb was twisting her mind and luring everyone into a trap. Down in the pit, a student staggered through the crowd, swinging the knife as red energy wrapped around her legs. The adults backed away in fear, shouting for someone, anyone, to stop her before more people got hurt. Her eyes had turned a dead white, veins crawling across her skin as she snarled. Whatever was holding that knife was not a normal girl anymore, and no amount of yelling was going to reach her. Ju Hyun watched her with a flat look, already piecing it together. He realized the student was possessed and that anyone else who grabbed that knife would end up just like her. In his mind, he pictured the worst case, one possessed person turning into many as the knife changed hands, until the whole pit was full of crazed attackers. If that happened, there would be no way for the sane ones to get out alive. Standing over the glowing steps, Ju Hyun saw how the tomb worked. The more people who fell and never came back, the more solid that bridge became, turning the whole thing into a twisted sacrificial trap. Ju Hyun leaned over the edge and demanded to know who had tossed people into this death pit in the first place. The man in the cap glanced up at him, already knowing exactly who he meant. The man in the cap blurted out that it was the Japanese guy from earlier. He said the stranger sang some creepy song, made one of the traps vanish, and after they helped him out of the pit, everything started going crazy. The witness added that the man had ranted about everyone needing to die to guard some secret. Ju Hyun's eyes narrowed. Now he knew this was not just a random tomb trick, but the work of a relic user who wanted a pile of bodies. Ju Hyun slid along the rock, thinking that the crazed guy was probably just following orders from some prophetic relic user. Someone had told him to turn this whole place into a sacrifice. Higher up the slope, a student scrambled for footing with the knife in his hand as sharp blades shot out of the walls around him. Someone below yelled that the whole wall was full of hidden steel. Panicking, the student whipped the relic knife through the air, not even thinking about what it might trigger. The tomb answered at once, hurling a swarm of blades into the air as if the whole wall had exploded. The student dropped to his knees as metal rained down around him, the knife still clutched in his hand. The adults at the bottom hurried back, afraid of getting caught in the spray. The possessed girl snapped her head around, her white eyes burning as she fixed on fresh prey. The possessed girl lunged across the pit, racing straight toward the student with the knife as someone shouted that she was coming for him. Ju Hyun tightened his fingers around his rope relic, deciding to step in and handle this himself. Haeon snapped his hand out, and the living rope shot forward like a fired cannon, racing straight for the possessed girl. The rope coiled around the possessed girl in an instant, locking up her arms and dragging her off balance before she could bring the knife down. She hit the ground wrapped tight, and Joo-hyun walked up calmly, the knife already in his hand, like the whole mess had just solved itself for him. He told everyone else to stay where they were and wrapped his fingers around the relic knife, claiming it like it already belonged to him. The will inside the knife snarled at Joo-hyun, demanding to know who he was, and then urging him to go wild with its power, telling him to wipe out every human in sight. Joo-hyun's eyes narrowed. There was no way he was letting some noisy relic boss him around. The system tagged it as Muramasa's failed katana, just a worn-out rank C toy, and Joo-hyun scoffed at its attitude before flicking the blade away, already more interested in the real boss relic hiding somewhere in this tomb. The rope twirled around the shaken girl like it wanted to keep playing, and Joo-hyun muttered that his relic was nuts before calling it back to his hand, reminding himself that relics left alone always cause trouble. Joo-hyun waved them over and told the shaken students he would guide them out, acting like a trustworthy leader even with the living rope still wrapped around his wrist. Far away in a field packed with blades, another raider burst into wild laughter, bragging to himself about how clever he was. The greedy raider grinned wide, proud that he had gotten rid of the troublesome witnesses and even tracked down the room that should be holding Muramasa. He stalked between the swords, thinking that once he got his hands on Muramasa, he would use that power to get rid of the annoying Korean standing in his way. The jealous raider remembered how Joo-hyun had stripped him of his relics, and he swore under his breath that once this was over, he would make Joo-hyun suffer for it. As he dug through the forest of blades, swords clattered to the ground, one after another, showing how desperate his search had become. The raider's face twisted when he finally caught on that every single blade around him was a fake, and he shouted in rage, demanding to know where the real Muramasa was hiding. Then his eyes locked onto something in the distance, and he stiffened in shock, convinced he had finally found the real Muramasa. The students stormed toward the greedy raider, shouting for him to get over there and calling him out for trying to get them all wiped out. The raider was yanked by the collar, eyes wide as he stammered in shock, demanding to know how they had managed to get out. The group tackled him to the ground and piled on, kicking and stomping as he cried out in pain. Joo-hyun jogged over the cracked ground between the swords, taking his time, like this was all just a mild workout. Bruised and pinned to the floor, the raider glared sideways and growled that it had to have been Joo-hyun behind all of this. Joo-hyun just smirked and said of course it was him, then mocked the raider for reaching this place first and still being too stupid to find the real relic. Joo-hyun lifted the gold axe and calmly ordered it to point out anything valuable nearby. A massive sword, wrapped in purple flame, rose up right next to him, and Joo-hyun pointed out that the real relic had been sitting under the raider's nose the whole time. The so-called legendary blade hangs in the air, chipped and worn, wrapped in a creepy purple mist that makes everyone doubt it could really be Muramasa. Joo-hyun wraps his hand around the ruined hilt, and blue power bursts out as the relic boasts that its real form only shows when used, and mocks yet another foolish human trying to wield it. As his fingers tighten on the hilt, Muramasa lays out its terms, demanding 10 human lives and their blood to fix its body, warning that if he cannot pay, he will rot in this tomb with all the others. The raider lifts his bruised face and stares, stunned that Joo-hyun looks like he is listening to someone, wondering in fear if that broken sword is actually talking to him. The people trapped in the tomb trade frightened looks, whispering if that means 10 of them have to die here, unable to accept that this nightmare might be real. Joo-hyun stares ahead without a word, eyes cold, as he measures the greedy relic's demand against the terrified people around him. He thinks to himself that weapon relics are always this twisted, then spells out that this blood demand is supposed to be his trial, while Muramasa cackles inside his hand and urges him to hurry up and take out 10 people for it. Power flickers in Joo-hyun's eyes as he shuts the relic down with a hard refusal, making it clear he will not trade 10 lives for its strength. Joo-hyun suddenly chokes up on Muramasa's hilt, fingers digging in as power surges, showing he has no plans to play by the relic's rules. He pours his his dominance straight into the blade, red lightning ripping out as Muramasa howls in shock and demands to know what this human thinks he is doing. The whole tomb rumbles as Ju Hyun snarls that this trial is for Muramasa, warning that if the relic refuses to submit, he will smash it apart, leaving the trapped people staring up in stunned terror. Ju Hyun leans into the storm of power and roars for Muramasa to obey, driving his will down the blade like a spike. The cursed blade jerks and crackles in the air, spitting red light everywhere as Muramasa swears in fury, unable to shake off the pressure, crushing it. Ju Hyun stands braced with the blade over his head as red beams tear through the air, while Muramasa shrieks in disbelief that a mere human could dare treat it this way. Outside, the city was quiet under a clear, starry sky, giving no hint that a cursed relic was throwing a fit nearby. Inside that building, the noise was coming from a simple men's restroom, the last place anyone would expect relic trouble. Ju Hyun stood at the sink, calmly checking his hands and the relic, while another guy walked in behind him, clueless about what was trapped nearby. As furious screams begged to be freed, Ju Hyun just stared ahead, more annoyed than worried by the tantrum in his hand. When the voice started throwing out wild threats, he finally let out a small sigh, deciding he had heard enough. Ju Hyun yanked the toilet seat up and barked at the unseen troublemakers, demanding to know who started the racket and cursing them out. The raider wrapped his hand tighter around Muramasa's hilt, accusing the cursed blade of riling everyone up as it squirmed in his grip. Without another word, Ju Hyun shoved the legendary blade straight into the toilet, telling it to quiet down as dirty water splashed over the steel. The relic shrieked filthy insults from the toilet, but Ju Hyun only stared down with a flat, bored look, letting it taste the water a little longer. A sharp jolt ran up his arm, making him flinch and mutter under his breath as the cursed blade refused to calm down. He rolled up his sleeve and glared at the burned skin on his arm, cursing the bastard who pushed him into this mess and blaming the scars on his way of handling relics. He remembered gripping powerful relics in the past, forcing them under his control while red energy tore through him and left his body screaming in protest. His grip had shaken back then, every muscle burning as he realized that if he kept doing this, his body would give out sooner or later. Looking at the legendary blade jammed into dirty water, he admitted to himself that even if this path was wrecking his body, he had to keep these relics under his heel or risk them turning on him later. A purple window slid into view, and the system calmly informed him that he had cleared the tomb, unlocked the basic skills for a tomb raider, and earned a reward for finishing the quest. Jo Hyun studied the floating windows and let out a low sound of interest, clearly pleased by what the system had just handed him. The system laid out his reward, forcing him to pick between ruling over relics by force or winning them over with charm. Jo Hyun frowned at the floating windows and asked Crow if this was some kind of test, wondering why he had to decide which path he would lean on the most. He studied the ruined skin on his arm and decided he was not backing off, choosing the path of domination even if it kept tearing his body apart. His fingers curled into a tight fist as purple energy snapped around it, and the system confirmed that his reward had been given. Ju-han stood there in the quiet, blinking once as he realized nothing special had appeared. He paced around the room, checking every corner and grumbling that there should at least be some kind of prize box if this place wanted to act like a game. With a sigh, he shoved his damaged hand into his pocket, only to feel something small and hard resting there. Ju-han opened his hand to find a tiny silver pill, and the system explained that it was an unknown rank consumable relic, a kind of instant food in pill form. Ju-hyun eyed the tiny pill in his hand, thinking about how the system had called it some kind of food relic, and asking Crow if he should just swallow it. He let out a crooked smile and decided to eat it anyway, telling himself that if this stupid pill finished him off, then that was just how his luck worked. Without hesitating anymore, he tossed the silver pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he yanked the sword relic out of the toilet with a wad of tissue, told it they were heading home, and grumbled that it was filthy now, and he kind of regretted flushing it in the first place. A sharp jolt ran through his body, and his eyes flew wide as something fierce started raging inside him. He staggered, dropping the sword to the floor, and muttered that the medicine was already kicking in. His breathing steadied a little, and he watched carefully, trying to figure out if this was healing him or about about to go very wrong. Golden light wrapped around his ruined arm as the torn skin knit back together, and he realized the strange pill was actually a rare, healing relic. Ju Hyun rolled his wrist with a satisfied grin, already counting how much this tiny healing relic would be worth, and how lucky he was to grab something so rare. A purple window floated up in front of him, and the system calmly told him he had pushed through the relic's poison, fully recovered, and awakened a new skill called tolerance, or immunity. He stared at the glowing screen, repeating the word tolerance under his breath, and admitted to himself that he had never seen an ability like this before. His eyes narrowed as a bold thought hit him. This tolerance might not be some random perk, but a unique power shaped around him alone. Far away in Seoul's Yeongdeungpo district, a strong quake ripped through the city, and a strange new structure rose from the cracked streets. Rescue teams pulled shaken people toward the ambulances, and the survivors babbled about a maze of traps inside that place, even a hallway where every inch of the wall bristled with blades. One survivor, Kim Do from Gyeonggi-do, trembled as he added that it was not just the traps. A man inside had hunted them too, claiming he belonged to a Japanese excavation team. On the news, officials explained that Korea had already reached out to Japan for answers, while China and Russia were now stepping in too, all demanding that Japan explain the tomb incident and take the blame for it. A news anchor started talking about how even the United States had stepped in, but the man in the room shut the TV off and cursed under his breath, already knowing this mess was landing on his head. In a dark boardroom, top Japanese officials leaned over the table and tore into the excavation team, demanding to know what they had done to cause such an international disaster. One official snapped that the media was now talking openly about tombs and relics, and that their blunder had dragged Japan's name through the mud in front of the whole world. The man in uniform bowed so low, his back shook as they blamed him for the scandal and for the subordinate who had not survived, and he could only apologize again and again. Mori Hiroyuki finally lifted his head with a strained smile and claimed they had been hit by something no one could plan for, saying the Korean mentioned in their prophecy had finally appeared. The senior officials shot back that Mori had sworn he would handle that so-called prophecy Korean, and he stammered that they had tried, but the situation on the ground had been far harder than expected. Trying to calm the room, Mori said things were different now, boasting that they could use a relic called Future Guide to track the Korean, though he reminded them that the relic only worked on people its user had already met. Mori explained that Abe, the man who had already crossed paths with that Korean, was the one marked by the Future Guide relic. So even though the mark was still incomplete, it was enough for them to start tracing Ju Hyun's location. The officer hurried to explain that scholars were finding ways to use the Future Guide relic without owning it, and that TKBM was pouring money into finishing that research. When the officials grudgingly agreed to give him one more chance, the officer let out a shaky laugh and thanked them, swearing he would do everything they asked. Their order was simple and cold. His team would use that relic research for one purpose only, to track down that Korean raider and get rid of him. Ju Hyun lay on the bed, mulling over the word tolerance and guessing it might block the poison that leaks from relics. He knew every relic user paid for that side effect, and in his last life, the whole world had chased healing relics because of it. Sitting up, the raider figured that if this tolerance really blocked relic poison, then it was an one-of-a-kind ability meant only for him, and he was sure the crow relic was the reason he had it. Ju Hyun narrowed his eyes and wondered what the crow was really planning and what kind of payoff it expected from giving him such an edge over every other relic user. He sat cross-legged on the bed and demanded that the crow answer him, reminding the relic that it was always so chatty whenever those shiny status windows popped up. Silence stretched in the empty room, and Ju Hyun stared ahead, lips pressed in a thin line as the crow refused to answer. Ju Hyun let out a crooked smile, cursing under his breath, more amused than hurt that even the crow was giving him the cold shoulder. His phone buzzed on the bed, flashing a call from the contact he had saved simply as his henchman, Joe. Hyun answered with a playful greeting, calling the man on the other end his henchman, but whatever he heard next made his smile twitch before he sighed and decided to let it slide. In a high room overlooking Las Vegas, Ju Hyun's agent, Oh Seung-woo, reported that he had gone through the full guest list for the relic auction, waiting for his boss to ask what he had found. The raider listened as Seung-woo explained that there were 3 different people using that same name, and Joo-hyun frowned, thinking it over. He pushed himself up from the bed, saying he would just fly over and check each of them himself, leaving his man on the other end, shocked that the boss was coming in person. A purple window from the system popped up over his phone, telling him that a rank S relic called the Future Guide had marked him and was now reading his future, and Joo-hyun glared at it, feeling his temper rise. His eyes narrowed, the blue light of the relic flickering in them as he fell silent, fully aware now that someone out there was peering straight into his future. Joo-hyun kept the phone to his ear, a sly grin tugging at his mouth as he told his agent he would head to them later. He said there was somewhere he needed to visit first, already planning to deal with whoever dared to peek into his future. Thought about Prince Shotoku's Future Guide, a prophetic book from an old Japanese ruler. History treated it like a legend, something old texts loved to mention, but no one had ever proved was real. The Future Guide turned out to be different from other relics. Instead of hiding in some deadly tomb, it slipped quietly into normal life and picked a human owner on its own. On an ordinary path, the so-called legendary book just lay there like trash, close enough for someone to step on without even noticing what it really was. A blonde student picked the book up on her way to class, eyeing it with mild interest and joking to herself that it looked like the start of some messy trouble. That girl was Sasaki Yuka, the one the Future Guide had picked out. From that point on, the legendary relic had its owner. After that day, the Future Guide stuck to Sasaki like glue, turning up in her hands no matter where she went, leaving her more confused than anything. She tried everything to get rid of it, from tearing it up to tossing it away, but the Future Guide always showed up again in front of her, until the sight of it made her panic. News of Sasaki's strange book finally reached the Japanese government, and an official came asking for her help. They wanted to borrow the Future Guide for their own excavation teams, whether she liked it or not. Thanks to the Future Guide, Sasaki's family went from struggling to living in comfort. With her book pointing the way, Japan's excavation teams scooped up relic after relic. Sasaki dropped her normal studies and poured everything into the Future Guide, but her weak kanji skills held her back. She had to ask others about words only she could see, so she never used the book's power properly. And, in the end, another future reader passed her, and she did not survive that fall. Joo-hyun had planned to let that prophetic relic user burn out on her own. But the moment her side tried to trace his location, and he learned they were tied to CEO Kwan, he decided to wreck their plans as hard as he could. At home, Sasaki sat glued to a music show, lost in her idol's performance, until a voice from behind called her back to reality. Sasaki hugged her pillow, dreamy over how handsome and talented her favorite singer was, but the man behind her calmly reminded her that it was time to open the Future Guide again. She pouted that the show was just getting to the best part, even though he pointed out this was already her 4th time through. Sasaki snapped that she could rewatch it as much as she liked, leaving the man to apologize awkwardly as another staff member greeted her and pulled her toward her duty. Back at the desk, Sasaki let out a tired sigh as she faced more dense writing from the Future Guide, told yet again to trace any characters she could not read so others could try to fill in the gaps. Sasaki stared ahead, still half lost in her idle daydream, not yet ready to dive back into the heavy words waiting in the Future Guide. 2 staff members came in with a laptop, already talking about the next batch of prophecies they needed her to pull from the book. The moment she read the clear letters, Sasaki grabbed the red-haired staffer in terror, yelling that the book said she was going to die. The Future Guide blazed with lines of the same words over and over, all of them spelling out that Sasaki would die, leaving the staff staring in horror and asking what was going on. Shaking, Sasaki cried that this had to be because of that Korean relic user, the same one she blamed for Absan's death. The staff members tried to steady her, reminding Sasaki that she could look further ahead and asking her to brace herself and search the Future Guide for any other prophecy tied to this Korean man. Sasaki gulped and repeated their words in her head, reminding herself that she really could look into the future if she just held it together. Her eyes sharpened as fear gave way to stubborn resolve. Sasaki refused to lose to him and forced herself to stare deeper into the future. An airport board showed new arrivals coming in from overseas, marking the moment their dangerous guest stepped onto Japanese soil. A man rolled his suitcase across the smooth floor, walking out of the gate like any other traveler, even though every unit in the airport had just been warned about him. As the Korean relic user strolled toward the exit, the officials argued over the radio about grabbing him now, then settled on just tailing him through the future guide instead. In a separate room, a stern officer faced his soldiers and told them this was their chance to settle the Korean relic user problem for good, ordering the unit to get ready for their first move. While troops geared up somewhere else, a piece of fresh sushi slid into soy sauce, the simple meal not matching the danger building around its eater. Seo Ju Hyun smiled in real delight, thinking that sushi made by a proper chef really did taste different from the cheap stuff. Sitting alone at the low table, Ju Hyun calmly finished his bite and wondered when the people he had just scared through Sasaki would finally come after him. He had filled page after page with the same grim line about Sasaki's fate, using the future guide's warnings to keep her terrified, certain that this cruel bait would finally drag his hidden enemies into the open. Ju Hyun smirked, sure that the future guide had already warned Sasaki Yuka about the curse he kept writing for her, and that this stunt had grabbed the relic's full attention. Knowing the future guide's marking on her was still incomplete, the raider forced himself to move slowly too, dragging things out so the trap would close just right. His eyes narrowed. By his count, the Japanese soldiers should already be in place around the restaurant. One of the Japanese operatives clutched his gun and hissed at the staff to stay quiet, nerves already fraying before they even faced the target. The chef stammered an apology as he crouched by the wall, while Ju Hyun's shadow slid across the paper doors, reminding everyone that the real danger was only a few steps away. Sasaki Yuka clutched the tray and blurted out that this could not be right, staring at the chef as if begging him to say someone else would go in her place. She reminded them in a shaking voice that the Korean relic user was trying to get rid of her, yet the chef insisted she only had to meet his gaze, as if that tiny act would somehow be enough. The staff explained that once she locked eyes with the man behind the door, the future guide's marking on him would be complete, and they would learn all his secrets, adding that he did not even know what she looked like. Sasaki swallowed hard, trying to take comfort in that thin bit of safety as she stared toward his shadow, with the chef and the gunman promising to cover her. Sasaki Yuka grips the sushi tray and forces a shaky nod. She decides to just get it over with and walks toward the door. Her hand trembles a little as she slides the door open, stepping into the room where the target waits. Sasaki reminds herself that the future guide can see any event, which should make her the one in control. She calms her nerves by thinking that the Korean relic user does not even know what she looks like. Seo Ju Hyun lets a small smirk curl on his lips as he calmly announces that his order has arrived, acting like this is just a normal meal. He turns toward the doorway with a gentle smile, the light behind him almost too perfect. Sasaki freezes for a second, caught off guard by how good he looks. In her head, Sasaki blurts out how insanely handsome he is, all thoughts of danger pushed aside for a moment. Her eyes shine with hearts as she decides he even beats Susuke in looks, her crush hitting like a truck. Even as she sets the sushi down in front of him, Sasaki quietly freaks out inside, wondering how those men could plan to get rid of someone who looks like that. Sasaki gently slides the sushi toward Ju Hyun, cheeks still warm, while he watches her with that calm, lazy smile, completely at ease even though she was sent here to test him. Ju Hyun thanks her for the food with an easy grin, then casually asks what she knows, as if they are just chatting over lunch. Sasaki brightens a little and admits that she is the one chosen by the future guide relic, proud of it and not sensing how dangerous that fact really is. The raider's smile never fades, but his hand slips to the hidden weapon at his side, ready in case this famous relic user tries anything. In the monitor room, the soldiers spot Ju Hyun reaching for his weapon and freak out, barking into the radio for the others to rush in before Sasaki gets hurt. interrupt. The chef and the gunman listen to the frantic call, cursing as they realize Sasaki is still inside, even after locking eyes with the target, completely ignoring the plan to pull back. A heavy silence hangs between the chef and the gunman as they stare ahead, sweat running down their faces, completely thrown off by how wrong this simple job is going. Inside the room, Sasaki stops in front of the sliding door with her fist clenched, not stepping out, while Juhan looks up at her back, wondering why this girl is refusing to run. Sasaki suddenly spins back with shining eyes, blurting out how she wants to be his fan, like he is some kind of star. Ju-hyun just stares at her, cursing in his head, and wondering what on earth this girl is doing. Sasaki laughs at herself, admitting he is not even a celebrity, yet she still talks to him like one. In the monitor room, the soldiers freak out as Sasaki slides the door shut, yelling at each other that she is sealing herself in with him. The officers watching decide Sasaki must be trying to dig for information, and they rush to check with Captain Mori before stepping in. Sasaki's smile falters, and she leans in, demanding to know if she heard him right. She hurriedly says she just wants to chat, then, worried he might not understand her, waves for him to wait, and starts typing like crazy on her phone. Sasaki thrusts her pink phone into his hands, with a proud, "Here you go," and Ju-hyun studies the screen with a lost look, wondering what kind of mess he has gotten into. On the pink phone, her message is a mess of broken words, but it clearly says she fell for him, saw this in the future, wants to be his friend, and worries if he and his friend are okay. Ju-hyun stares at the screen, completely lost, wondering if they are mocking the translator with how bad this message is. He finally gets it. Sasaki is trying to say she likes him and wants to stay by his side. At the same time, he cannot believe she is blushing like this when her life is on the line. Hyun's lips curl into a small grin as he types, deciding this strange girl and her crush might actually be useful to him. Sasaki takes the phone back with bright eyes, pleased that he answered and trusting whatever he just wrote. Her eyes shine like stars, and she beams, completely swept up in her feelings for him. Outside the room, the armed officer asks his partner if anything sounds off, and the guard answers that it is still completely quiet. A heartbeat later, a heavy table blasts across the room and smashes apart, and the officer jumps back in shock, yelling that the table was just thrown. The two officers stiffen as one of them spots movement, just as a strange rope snakes through the air behind their backs. The rope whips across the floor, wrapping around the officers before they can react, and a panicked cry echoes through the hall. Moments later, the officers are flat on the ground, trussed up like packages, cursing in shock as they realize they cannot move at all. Hyun grins, telling Sasaki that he expected those guys to try something, so he had his rope waiting for them from the start. Ju-hyun tells Sasaki not to worry, saying he only tied the officers up so they would not get in the way, then calmly leads her out, calling their escape a date as the bound men flail on the floor behind them, and calmly taps away on her pink phone, acting like he has all the time in the world, while Sasaki kneels beside the table, eyes fixed on him and waiting to see what he is planning. He lifts the phone with a small smug smile, letting her know he is done and everything is ready. Sasaki reads the screen, laughs, and teases him for secretly knowing her language, clearly thrilled by his bold talk about taking her on a date. Ju-hyun shrugs it off as just knowing a bit, pulling on his coat as he smoothly asks if she really came here by herself. Sasaki blinks up at him, a little flustered, and admits she actually came here as part of the Japanese army detail. The raider points out that they probably just boss her around and dump all the dull work on her, and Sasaki pouts and admits he is exactly right, clearly fed up with them. Jo-hyun tells her they should run off together and give those soldiers a hard time, ruffling her hair as if they are already a team, and Sasaki blushes, suddenly thinking that maybe he is not such a frightening man after all. As the two officers dangle and shout behind them, Ju-hyun walks off with his hands in his pockets, and Sasaki hurries after him, staring at his relaxed back and wondering if this easygoing man is truly the one everyone warned her about. As she trails after Juhan, Sasaki calms herself, trusting that their eye contact earlier means she can still read his future and stay in control. Ju-hyun finally stops in a quiet corner, deciding they are far enough from the base, while Sasaki beams at him, still relaxed. She suddenly remembers she left her future guide at home, but laughs it off, Sure, it will not matter, just as the cold line of his sword slides into view at her neck. Her eyes go wide as Joo-hyun presses the blade to her throat and calmly tells her to stay quiet and hand over her cell phone. When she nervously does as he asked, Joo-hyun smirks in approval, treating her obedience like it was only natural. A heartbeat later, he drops the pink phone to the ground and crushes it under his heel, snapping their last easy link to the army. Sasaki yells in shock, but Joo-hyun raises a finger for silence, sword still pointed at her, and says he is only getting rid of anything the others could use to trace their steps. Her legs shake as he adds that it will be a real hassle if the Japanese Defense Force starts chasing them, making it clear this little escape is now a fight against the whole unit. Joo-hyun leans in with that sharp grin and calmly lays out her secret, saying he already knows she is the one using the future guide relic. Sasaki stiffens, realizing the man holding a blade to her neck has seen through every trick she thought kept her safe. Sasaki's eyes fill with tears as she wonders what to do now that he knows everything. She admits to herself that the future guide never warned her he would be this terrifying up close. A server sets down a cold drink, the bright glass and clinking ice making the place feel like any normal cafe, even though this meeting is anything but normal for the two raiders. Soon after, Joo-hyun and Sasaki sit across from each other in a small private room while the server backs out, politely telling them to enjoy themselves. Joo-hyun drinks without a care, acting like this is just a normal break instead of a forced meeting with a scared oracle. Once the door is almost shut, Sasaki leans toward the gap and the hallway, her nerves still buzzing even inside this so-called couple's room. Before she can pull back, Joo-hyun's living rope snaps around Sasaki's wrists and tightens, making her yelp as the chance to slip away vanishes in an instant. Sasaki jumps to her feet, hands tied together, and snaps at Joo-hyun that he has gone way too far, raging that he lied to her and dragged her into some kind of date against her will. Joo-hyun just smiles over his huge parfait and points out that they are alone together in a couple's room cafe, saying that by any normal measure, this absolutely counts as a date. Sasaki's hands shake against the rope as she blurts out her fear, asking if he really plans to make her disappear the way the prophecy showed. Joo-hyun licks his spoon like this is small talk and admits he had fully planned to take her out before now. The travel bag sits beside them with Muramasa's hilt peeking out, and Joo-hyun explains he was ready to draw it and cut her down the moment she leaned in too close. Sasaki stares at him, stunned, as he adds that her lack of caution is the only reason he could drag her along to this point. Joo-hyun slaps his hand down on the table and tells her to pull out the future guide and start writing every future vision it shows her. Sasaki blurts out that the future guide is at home, clinging to that flimsy excuse like it might save her. Joo-hyun grabs her arm and points at the bright red tattoo, calmly saying that Mark only showed up after she started using the future guide, so he knows she can still reach it. Standing over her, Joo-hyun keeps hold of Sasaki's wrist and tells her to press the tattoo and call the future guide, saying she can summon it into this room right now. Joo-hyun sighs and mocks her, saying it blows his mind she does not even know such a basic trick about her own relic. Sasaki stares at the tablet that pops into her hands, stammering in shock as she realized the future guide really did answer her call. Joo-hyun digs into his dessert and coldly tells her to write down every single line the future guide shows, warning that missing even one means she will not live to regret it, so she had better get moving. The girl drops her head over the tablet and starts writing as fast as she can. Her tied wrists twitch as she grips the pen and drags it across the page, cramming line after shaky line of prophecy into the future guide. Sasaki keeps her eyes glued to the page, sweat sliding down her cheek as she struggles to keep up, knowing one missed word could cost her life. The glass he was sipping from now sits empty on the table, the melted dessert marks showing just how long she has been writing non-stop. Joo-hyun props his head on one hand and lazily checks his phone, treating her frantic writing like background noise. He stares ahead in silence, looking more annoyed than concerned, as if forcing someone to spill the future for him is just another dull chore. Ju-hyun leans back with his legs up, eyeing his phone, and snaps at her for slowing down. The girl clutches the pen with a red, aching hand, stammering that it hurts, but still too scared to stop. Without even looking bothered, Ju-hyun tells her to keep going for as long as she possibly can. The girl's face drains as she realizes he plans to squeeze every last bit of prophecy out of the relic. Panic rising, the girl blurts out that he can just take the future guide itself if he will only let her walk away from this. Ju-hyun barely reacts and turns her offer down, telling her to stop whining and keep writing, making it clear the relic's secrets matter more to him than owning it right now. His gaze sharpens as he thinks that if he had really wanted the future guide, he would have stolen it already. But its rank is high enough that grabbing it by force would not be simple. He runs through Pandora's ranking system in his head, noting that the future guide sits in the legendary tier above relics like Muramasa, his gold and silver axes, and the Egyptian funeral knife. Trying to crush a relic that high on the list would hit him with a penalty he might not walk away from. He tugs up his sleeve, showing the burned, twisted skin along his arm, a souvenir from forcing Muramasa to submit, even though it ranks below the future guide. If he tried the same stunt on the future guide right now, he knows the damage would spread far beyond one arm. Ju-hyun studies his phone with a flat look, reminding himself he does not have a single healing relic on hand, so picking a fight with a legendary guide right now would be plain stupid. Ju-hyun's eyes shift, sharp and bored at the same time, as he picks up on movement outside the room. Down the hall, a group of soldiers marches toward the room, while a worried staff woman begs them not to cause a fuss. But the stern leader brushes her off and tells his men this will be over fast. The commander plants his boots and barks at his squad to search every hallway and room, making sure there is no other way out. Inside, Ju-hyun stands by the door with a faint smirk, thinking that the people he was waiting for have finally shown up. Ju-hyun looks over his shoulder and asks how much she has written, and the shaken girl stammers that she is close to finishing the first notebook. He coolly says the amount is enough and gathers the stack of filled pages, while the girl, still bound, blurts out a shaky question about whether he will finally let her go, only for him to add that he still needs one last thing. A cold blade slices into view in front of her chest, and the girl stiffens, eyes wide, as she realizes he has drawn his sword instead of untying her. Facing the sword, the girl breaks down and begs him not to go through with it, promising to keep writing more of the prophecy and insisting it would benefit him more if she stayed alive, while Ju-hyun simply watches her without a hint of mercy. The prophecy girl stares up with wide, shaking eyes as he coldly tells her she is not worth as much as she thinks. Jo-hyun calmly explains that she got it backwards, that the so-called prophecy relic had been using her from the start, not the other way around. He raises the sword above her, saying that what he is about to do is probably the only chance she has to survive the relic's grip. Her eyes fill with tears as she stares up at the blade, body locked in place, sure this is the end for her. Ju-hyun's lips curl into a sharp smile as the sword gleams, completely certain of what he is about to cut. He suddenly drives the sword straight through the notebook and table, blue lightning ripping across the room as the relic inside howls in outrage at what this human is doing. The girl jerks back, eyes huge and cheeks flushed, stunned that the blow hit the relic instead of her. Loose strands of her hair drift to the floor, proof of how close the sword had come to cutting her instead. A soldier slammed against the outer wall as the shock from inside finally sent everyone running toward the room. Jo-hyun watched a storm of windows pop up, telling him he had gained the title Destroyer of Evil Relics, boosted his domination, weakened his sociability, sharpened his relic sense, and even pushed his spy skill up to rank E, along with a warning about some giant hunter out there. Two soldiers kicked the door open and charged in, yelling that they had finally tracked him to this room. The officer froze at the doorway, stunned by the wrecked room, and demanding to know what had happened. On the floor, the future guide lay in blue flames, half ash already, and the soldiers could only shout in shock at seeing such a rare relic ruined. Ju-hyun stood by the window with a lazy smile, telling the officer that there was no need to panic. The relic was simply gone, while the man finally realized who he was talking to. The officer's jaw clenched so hard it shook as he spat out an insult at Ju-han. Pointing straight at him, the officer snapped at his men to take Ju-hyun out, and the soldier behind him raised his rifle without hesitation. The officer lost it completely, jabbing a finger at Ju-hyun and roaring at his men to finish him for real this time. Ju-hyun glanced over at the rifles pointing his way and just let out a lazy sound, more curious than scared. The raider's lips curled into a sharp grin as he taunted the squad, daring them to try if they really believed they had the skill to bring him down. The officer's face twisted in disbelief, shaken that the man they had cornered was still grinning at them like this was all a joke. Ju-hyun flicked a small snack toward them, telling the soldiers to relax and just eat it, as if they were sharing lunch instead of a standoff. The officer stiffened as the system spelled it out. Housemaid's delicious mochi, a consumable relic that let the user warp away, and it was the very item their comrade Abe had lost. Jo-hyun's body blurred into white haze as he triggered the relic, tossing out a casual remark about how the flavor was supposed to be so good people would fight over it. One of the soldiers clutched the purple mochi in shock, yelling that the bastard they were supposed to capture had already disappeared. The officer eyed the purple mochi in his hand, trying to figure out what trick Ju-hyun had pulled this time. A sweet smell wrapped around the officer and his men, and their eyes went dull as they started drooling over the mochi instead of thinking about their mission. The soldiers forgot all about Ju-hyun and crashed into each other in the hall, each one lunging for the tiny snack like it was the only thing that mattered. The officer snapped, waving his gun as he clutched the mochi to his chest, raging that it belonged to him alone, and blasting his own men for daring to touch it. Gunshots tore through the room as the soldiers screamed over the mochi, wrecking the place just to rip that one bite of relic food out of each other's hands. Ju-hyun walked down the quiet hall with a smug smile, thinking how nothing beat that housemaid's mochi for slipping away, since it both hooked the enemy and warped him out in an instant. With that little mess handled, the raider pulled out the future guide's report and started going through it to plan his next target. In a dim office, a suited man told the blonde researcher that TKBM had backed the future guide relic in Japan, which meant Sasaki had probably crossed paths with CEO Kwon. Ju-hyun flipped through the future guide's report, thinking there had to be a prophecy tied to CEO Kwon hidden in there somewhere. His eyes sharpened as he finally spotted the line he had been hunting in the prophecy. The prophecy told him that in 1 month he had to head for an underworld hidden in a place overflowing with greed, where the first sign of the world's greatest disaster would begin. The raider quickly linked that greedy underworld to the Las Vegas underground auction house, Midas, knowing no other place fit that description so perfectly. One of Kwon's watchers explained over the phone that Oh Seung-woo's team had already gone to Midas for intel, and since their lead pointed to 3 people with the initials JK, they were sure Kwon had to be one of them, just like the prophecy hinted. As the plane moved, he fixated on the last line about an omen of the world's greatest calamity and realized it had to be talking about the Great Catastrophe. The Great Catastrophe was when pillars of relic power tore through the sky and the influence of those artifacts crashed down on every corner of the world. After that day, everyone on Earth learned that tombs were real, and the number of relics people dug up shot through the roof. Ju-hyun frowned as he realized the Great Catastrophe was starting earlier than he remembered, which meant the future was already shifting away from what he knew. He focused on the next line, which said that a god who understood human greed would soon ask for his help. As he shut the report, the raider guessed that this meant a god-tier relic would show up at the Midas auction, the same kind of power that might have once pushed CEO Kwon to the top. Ju-hyun's lips curled into a sharp grin as he decided that if Kwon had really used that relic to rise in the past, this time he would rip it out of Kwon's hands himself. Far away in Japan, the excavation committee gathered, still dealing with the mess left behind in their last tomb. Inside, a tired-looking soldier reported that Sasaki had woken up but was still very weak, and that the future guide relic had been completely wiped out. One of the committee leaders pressed him, listing how Captain Mori's unit had ended up firing on each other, getting hurt, and being taken out of action, and the soldier could only stammer that it was all true. The committee leader shot to his feet, raging that none of this sounded even slightly reasonable, while the shaken official beside him bowed his head and begged for forgiveness. The chairman exploded, yelling that none of this was something he could stay calm about, while his aide at the door tried and failed to get him to sit down and talk first. The aide kept her voice steady as she reported that the future guide had been completely destroyed, and even the Japanese Defense Force had taken heavy damage, drawing a tired curse from the person on the other end. As she walked down the empty hall, the aide confirmed that all the chaos had been caused by just one raider, leaving the person she spoke with stunned that a single human could pull that off. Far away in a high-rise office, a man stared out over the city and grumbled that all the money they had poured into the Future Guide project had just vanished. But then he forced himself to pause and look at what this really meant. While the aide's heels clicked down the hall, the man on the phone pointed out that anyone strong enough to erase the Future Guide had to be incredibly powerful, and that bringing this person into their camp could be worth more than the relic they lost. The aide frowned, reminding him that this raider had smashed a priceless prophetic relic without a second thought, and wondering what would happen if that same recklessness was turned on their own company's treasures. The executive's glasses caught the light as he asked what they would do if this wild card ever laid a hand on the president's own relics, though the slight curl of his lips showed he already had an answer in mind. Standing alone by the glass, the executive said that as long as they offered a huge payout, the problem would disappear, because in his mind, there was nothing in this world that enough money couldn't fix. The man on the line wrapped it up by saying all they needed to do now was keep an eye on this unknown monster. Far away in Las Vegas, a bright high-rise glowed against the night sky, hiding the kind of deals only relic hunters cared about. Inside, Ju Hyun sat by the window with a drink, letting his chatty contact ramble while he waited for the real guests to show up. He set his glass down with a dull thud, cursing under his breath and wondering why these guys were taking so long. Ju Hyun stared toward the entrance, eyes cold and bored, already judging them before they even walked in. A loud trio finally burst into the lounge, one of them waving at Ju Hyun, while another hurriedly insisted he was actually here on someone else's business. Ju Hyun sat back with his arms crossed and coolly pointed out they were half an hour late, while the flustered raider rushed to blame some tall guy who had blocked the door. At the entrance, the guard from the Midas auction house repeated that only registered bidders could come inside, while the annoyed raider snapped back, demanding to know what they had done to deserve being blocked. Ju Hyun rubbed his temple, already sick of the guard barking in English, and his own guys yelling back that they wanted Korean instead. The blonde raider froze, sweat running down his face as he tried to defend himself, and only managed a weak, broken excuse. Ju Hyun finally stepped in with a smooth smile, saying the three troublemakers were his guests and that the staff could let them through. The three raiders stood there awkwardly as the staff apologized, while Ju Hyun brushed it off and blamed everything on their awful fashion. The blonde raider stared after the staff member, stunned that Ju Hyun had been speaking smooth English the whole time and never bothered to mention it. Hyun brushed off the surprise like it was nothing and told them to sit down and start reporting what they had dug up. He took the folder they offered, flipping through the pages on 3 targets with the initials UK and noting that they had actually done their homework. A small smirk tugged at Ju Hyun's lips as he read, deciding these clowns might actually be useful after all. The blonde raider checked in, asking if Ju Hyun had found the man he was after. Ju Hyun answered calmly that he had, like it was the easiest thing in the world. On the table lay a thick dossier, listing a fake name and details that matched the false identity CEO Kwon used to move in secret. Ju Hyun decided that if Kwon was really here, this auction had to be hiding something huge. He grabbed the catalog, planning to sniff out the prize before anyone else even knew what it was. As he flipped through the pages, Ju Hyun weighed the chance that a god-tier relic might show up, the kind of thing that could turn this quiet auction into a war zone. The blonde raider watched him flip pages and warned that this place was only for the ultra-rich, saying anyone normal who tried to bid would get torn apart financially. Ju Hyun went quiet, his gaze catching on one line in the catalog that made him pause. The catalog showed plenty of rare relics, but nothing marked as god tier, leaving Ju Hyun wondering what that earlier prophecy had really been pointing at. Ju Hyun mentioned that the Code of Hammurabi and even Shakespeare's pen were on his wish list, like he was picking snacks, while the blonde raider just stared, not sure if he was serious. The blonde raider slammed his hand on the table so hard the drink jumped, yelling that Ju-han actually meant to join the auction. Hyun just nodded like it was nothing, while the blonde raider shouted that this was the Midas auction house, not some cheap market. The blonde raider leaned over the table and ranted that starting bids here ran into the billions of won and that they only came to network, not actually buy anything. Ju Hyun snapped the catalog shut with a faint smile and asked if they were really assuming he had no way to afford anything here. A little later, Ju Hyun walked off without looking back, forcing the others to run after him as the blonde raider shouted that this was the city built on gambling. Staring out over the glowing city, Ju Hyun smirked and said that with enough money on hand, stood in front of the glowing Las Vegas Strip, eyeing the casinos like they were just another tomb to raid. The numbers on his slot machine shot up so fast, it looked broken. Around him, the gamblers just stared, whispering about how the payout still had 10 spins left and could climb even higher. Ju Hyun sat calmly in front of a slot machine showing over 68 million won, while people behind him argued that no machine should even reach that amount. One stunned tourist muttered that what made this crazy was how Ju Hyun had pulled in several million won from every slot he ever touched. Seo Ju Hyun only smiled at their confusion, knowing it was not luck, but a relic guiding him to every rich machine in the place. He pulled the long voucher from the machine, the barcode holding more money than most of the room would see in a year. Waving the voucher, Ju Hyun told the gawking tourists to quit staring and follow him so he could turn it into cash. As they trailed after Seo Ju Han, the three tourists whispered that the payout was so big it might get them targeted by some crazy people. Jo Hyun just walked ahead, hands in his pockets, acting like it was pocket change. A hand shot out in front of Ju Hyun, and a firm voice told him to stop right there. He looked up, more bored than surprised. A blonde manager in a suit stepped in front of him and, trying to sound polite, asked to search him, saying the casino had never seen so many jackpots in one night. The request turned the nearby stares even sharper. Ju-han just smiled and waved a hand, telling the manager it was fine by him. He looked almost amused that they thought a pat-down would help. The manager hurriedly checked his pockets and jacket, while Ju-hyun stood, relaxed, a slim golden trinket dangling behind his back. When the search turned up nothing, the manager stammered that he was right. The manager's eyes dropped to the golden object hanging from Ju-hyun's fingers, and he cautiously asked what it was. The little axe-shaped charm swung lightly, catching the light. Ju Hyun flipped the little axe open like a pocket knife and calmly said it was just a souvenir he picked up. He even joked about how the gold color looked pretty nice. The manager studied it and finally nodded, saying it looked like a normal souvenir. Ju Hyun's lips curled into a smug grin, fully aware that this harmless trinket was the real reason the casino was bleeding money. The golden axe grumbled inside that fake knife, hating its cheap look and asking how long it had to stay like this. Ju Hyun ignored the whining, knowing that hiding a relic in plain sight was one of the most important tricks a real user could master. With the golden axe snug around his fingers, he pressed the buttons only it told him to. The relic could sniff out money and hidden value, so Ju Hyun already knew which machines were ready to pour out jackpots. In his mind, Ju Hyun counted all the ways the golden axe had helped him, even pointing him toward the casinos with the best payout rates. To him, it was a priceless tool, but the manager just bowed and said he must be insanely lucky. One of the tourists stared at him like he was some kind of legend, shocked that the casino had found nothing. He hurried after Ju-han, begging to know how anyone could pull off a stunt like that. Across the floor, staff rushed from machine to machine, opening panels and tapping screens, trying to find some fault that could explain the losses. None of them even guessed the real problem was already walking out the door. Ju-hyun told them it just meant it was time to hit a new place and waved off their awe like it bored him. The blonde guy trailed behind, shouting his name and demanding to know the trick as they headed for the exit. At the counter, Ju Hyun laid down a fat stack of payout slips, without a word, as if it were pocket change. He told the cashier to turn all of it into cash, still smiling like this was nothing special. She stared at the pile, stuttering that it was so much they would need to take him to a VIP room to handle it. Joo-hyun just gave a lazy grin and told the staff to skip the fancy service and hand over the money already. They grabbed some drinks and snacks, trying to act normal, even though they all knew something huge had just happened. The blonde guy clung to the bag, stuffed with bills, yelling that he had never seen this much cash and that they were set for life now. Their smiles froze when Joo-hyun calmly reminded them that the fortune on the table did not belong to them at all. They rushed to agree, saying they understood, but they could not stop mumbling about how crazy that pile of money was. Over drinks, the blonde tourist asked why Joo-hyun did not just take the cash and go home, saying this was enough to live easy for the rest of his life. Joo-hyun answered that this haul was nothing compared to what he needed, since his real aim was to buy relics at the auction and gather enough funds to stand against Chairman Kwan. Joo-hyun emptied his glass in one go and stood up, saying he was heading out for another round at the casinos, leaving the blonde guy shouting in disbelief that he was really going back already. The money-sniffing relic cackled as they reached a new casino, bragging that it could already smell fresh cash and asking when Joo-hyun would return it to its true form, before deciding it might as well soak in the despair hanging over the place a bit longer. Joo-hyun shut down the relic's mood swings and told it to stop complaining and just point out the next jackpot machines, and the greedy thing cursed under its breath, but agreed to get back to work. As the relic started scanning the floor, a purple window popped up saying he had reached a place relics loved, bumping up both his sociability with them and his spy skill. But it also reminded him that even if casinos were great for making money, there was a serious problem with them. Walking toward the bright entrance with his two tag-alongs, Joo-hyun thought about how casinos were like battlefields, full of despair and sorrow, which made them perfect playgrounds for relics, and exactly the kind of place he hated helping those relic bastards enjoy. He curled his fingers around the golden axe, deciding he would just rip as much money as he could from this place, and then leave before the relics had too much fun. He started to walk off with that plan in mind, but one of the guys behind him suddenly called out, asking him to wait. The nervous tourist hugged Joo-hyun's bag to his chest, shaking as he blurted out that something inside was acting weird, and demanded to know what Joo-hyun was carrying around. Joo-hyun yanked the zipper open and peered inside, and whatever was waiting there wiped the calm off his face and left his eyes wide with shock. Inside the half-open bag, the silver axe started to stir, its metal glowing as it screamed that something was coming closer. The pair of relics floated in his mind, the golden axe shining with the power to sniff out money, while the silver axe, Sobs, burned with a different skill, able to track and mark anyone who might threaten its master's relics. Joo-hyun frowned, wondering why the silver axe was going crazy when it should only move for real enemies. Near the row of aqua game machines, a group of gamblers exploded, yelling that someone was cheating and screaming at him to hand back all the cash. The casino floor turned wild as machines toppled, chips and drinks spilled everywhere, and guests shouted that the area was dangerous, that their purses were gone, and that they had just lost it all. Joo-hyun's blonde companion stared around in shock, asking what was happening, not noticing the guest behind him, eyes glowing red as he crept closer with something clenched in his hand. The crazed staff member snapped and rushed them with a wild swing, shrieking for them to hand over the money as Joo-hyun's companion jerked back in fear. Seo Joo-hyun's eye sharpened, the lazy look vanishing as he focused on the attacker, already planning how to shut this mess down. The crazed dealer hit the floor hard, knocked flat at Joo-hyun's feet. Seo Joo-hyun glared down at him, pointing out that a casino dealer going after a guest like that had completely lost it. The raider's eyes narrowed as he thought it through, knowing there were no tombs supposed to show up near this place. Something else had twisted the staff and guests, and that unknown factor bothered him more than the attack itself. His blue eyes turned razor sharp, the lazy act gone, as he started hunting for the real source of this madness. Across the polished floor, a blonde woman in sharp black heels walked in, her calm steps cutting through the noisy casino. Her long golden hair flowed behind her like light, making it hard for anyone nearby to look away. The blonde beauty in a sleek black dress moved through the casino like she owned it. Guests turning mid-argument just to stare as the air around her seemed to tighten. Behind Joo-hyun, his two buddies lit up, whispering that the blonde had to be some famous actress or celebrity. Jo Haeon, sweat beading on his face, did not look thrilled about her showing up here. Seo-ju Haeon snapped at them to scoop up their cash and move, making it clear they were leaving right away, even if they had no idea why he suddenly wanted to run. Joo-hyun kept his mouth tight, already sure he never met that woman here in his past life, and that this was bad news. His blonde buddy yelled about him bailing early, but Joo-hyun only cared about getting them away from the chaos she was dragging in. The blonde beauty was Irene Hilton, the youngest daughter of the insanely rich Hilton bank family, someone who should never have been walking around this small casino. But her rich family name was only the surface. What really mattered was the relic power tied to her, the same power that had Joo-hyun dragging his friends toward the exit. In his memories, god-tier relics were monsters among relics, the kind of power that could split a city open with a single strike. The few who controlled those relics were given god titles like Fate, Conquest, and Wealth, and for a while, they ruled over every other relic user on Earth. Among those so-called gods, Irene Hilton stood out as the user of a truly nasty relic, the one that earned her the title God of Failure, a power that dragged brutal bad luck onto anything near her. Around her, fortunes vanished overnight, companies collapsed, and even a worldwide financial crash had her name buried in the middle of it, which was exactly why Joo-hyun knew the safest move was to stay as far from her as possible. Just as he tried to slip away, Irene suddenly rushed after Joo-hyun, calling for him to wait, and his stomach dropped as he realized the walking disaster had locked onto him. Joo-hyun marched off with a stubborn look, acting like he did not hear a thing. Irene rushed after him, almost in tears, begging him to wait for her. Trying to shake her off, the raider reached for the nearest exit door, even though a strange purple glow crawled over it like smoke. The instant his fingers brushed the panel, bright purple windows snapped into the air around him, cutting off his path like glowing walls. The system told him the door was soaked in something ominous, and that any relic he carried would be badly damaged inside. It warned that every use of his relics would burn out much faster than normal. Joo-hyun's eye twitched as he took in the warning, cursing under his breath at how this door was basically a shredder for his precious relics. Irene dashed past their blonde friend so fast her hair slapped across his face, leaving him frozen while she bolted straight after Joo-hyun. Before he could back away from the cursed door, Irene caught up and grabbed his jacket, eyes shining with hope. She begged him to at least hear her out while he stared down at her, clearly wishing he was anywhere else. Hyun's face twisted as it hit him that the cursed door and the clingy heiress had him boxed in with no escape. Irene beamed up at him, cheeks red, begging him to just stop running and hear what she had to say. As she caught his sleeve, dark purple smoke coiled around his arm, tying him even tighter to the ominous space around that door. The system hammered him with warnings, spelling out that the aura was chewing through his relics, draining every use, smothering his luck, and even dragging down his overall performance. Joo-hyun snapped and tore his arm out of her grasp, desperate to break contact with anything feeding that curse. Irene shrank back, clutching her chest as she apologized, saying she had just gotten too happy to see him and ended up stepping past the line she was given. Off to the side, his teammates traded confused looks, wondering why Seo-ju Hyun was freaking out over a pretty girl like he had just run into a ghost. Another friend in a purple shirt spun toward them, saying he had finally remembered who that woman was, and the two men whipped around, suddenly all ears. As the guys finally blurred out her full name and background, Irene stiffened, clearly not used to being called out like that in public. One of the teammates edged forward, pointing out that she was the same Irene Hilton people whispered about, the one who kept hitting huge wins at casinos. Joo-hyun finally faced her and said he had been trying to track her down for a while. Hearing that, Irene's face lit up with relief as she eagerly asked him to explain how he kept pulling off those impossible wins. Joo-hyun frowned, wondering why someone that rich cared about jackpot tricks at all, then coldly told her she had the wrong person. Irene faltered with a soft protest as Joo-hyun turned away, and the blonde teammate pushed past her, already chasing after his stubborn leader. Catching up, the blonde raider grabbed Joo-hyun and hissed that he was insane for brushing off Irene Hilton when she was clearly trying to get close to him. The blonde idiot sprinted back toward Irene, shouting that they would fix everything, while Joo-hyun watched with a throbbing temple, thinking his whole crew was hopeless. Joo-hyun whipped around, teeth clenched, already regretting ever bringing these idiots with him. Irene backed away in shock as all three of his teammates collapsed around her, clutching their stomachs and begging for help. Joo-hyun stared at the mess in silence, finally seeing just how nasty the aura around her really was. A short while later, their shouts echoed off the hotel walls as Joo-hyun dragged the whining idiots away from the lobby. Outside, Joo-hyun knelt in front of the blonde raider and told him flat out to stay as far away from that woman as he could. The guy blinked in confusion, still hugging his stomach, not really getting why Joo-hyun was this serious. Joo-hyun told the blonde raider to hide somewhere safe once he could stand and guard their cash like his life depended on it. With the others still sprawled out on the ground, he turned his back on them and started toward the auction house. Joo-hyun clicked his tongue, annoyed that Irene had ruined his plan to squeeze out a bit more cash before the auction. Still, he pushed the frustration down. He could not afford to bleed any more money before the real fight started. Soon after, Joo-hyun slipped into the crowded hall, eyes fixed on the glowing auction sign as if it were just another tomb entrance waiting to be looted. Moving through the crowd, Joo-hyun frowned to himself, certain there was no real reason for a woman like Irene to chase after him. Before he could dig into that thought, someone behind him barked at him to stop blocking the way. The man in glasses spread his arms with a smug grin, bragging that this door was only for the top VIPs and telling the so-called common guests to get lost. Joo-hyun looked him over and realized this was Yoon Si-woo, Kwon Tae-jun's right-hand man, younger than he remembered, but with the same unpleasant face. To Joo-hyun, Yoon's presence could only mean one thing. Kwon Tae-jun had come here too. Yoon turned toward the stern older man beside him, politely urging the company president to head in toward the auction. As the doors opened, CEO Kwon Tae-jun strode out with Yoon at his side, and Joo-hyun quietly fixed his gaze on the man who had once thrown him away. Joo-hyun's eyes hardened. After all those years and a whole lifetime lost, he was finally staring Kwon down again. His thoughts snapped back to the great prison, to his younger self crawling across the stone in pain, roaring that if Kwon wanted to use him as a tool, he would tear Kwon's world apart from the inside instead. Back then, even with a monster's jaws about to swallow him whole, Joo-hyun could only spit out Kwon Tae-jun's name, burning that grudge into the very moment he died. Back in the great prison, Joo-hyun glared up with wild eyes and swore that even as a ghost, he would chase Kwon to the deepest part of hell just to finish him. In the present, Kwon Tae-jun stood there with that same stiff face, completely unaware of the promise hanging over his head. Joo-hyun watched Kwon walk past with Yoon Si-woo buzzing at his side and noted calmly that the great CEO did not recognize him yet. The raider's lips curled into a small grin as he decided that every relic Kwon aimed for tonight would end up in his own hands instead, because this time, he planned to be the one who won. Without another glance at Kwon, Joo-hyun turned and headed deeper into the hall, already thinking about how to strip the auction bare. Around the hall, wealthy guests started to panic as they heard that their stocks were crashing. Travel money had vanished, and even their phones had suddenly stopped working. Joo-hyun paused as the string of disasters spread through the room and, with a sudden chill, wondered if this was really just bad luck, or if a certain walking disaster had shown up. Then he saw her, Irene Holton, stepping into the hall, and Joo-hyun swore under his breath, stunned that this human disaster had actually tracked him all the way to this place. Joo-hyun spun on his heel and headed straight for the exit, hoping to lose himself in the crowd, but Irene spotted him at once and hurried after him, calling out for him to wait. Irene's voice shook as she begged him to stop running and at least hear what she had to say, her eyes wide with real fear. Joo-hyun ground his teeth and shot her a glare, saying he had already helped as much as he could and that she was driving him into a corner. Still Still fuming, the raider charged ahead without looking and smashed straight into the glass door, the impact ringing through the hall. Ju-hyun dropped to a crouch, clutching his nose in pain, while Irene stepped closer in a panic, asking if he was all right after hitting the door so hard. Ju-hyun shot back that he was clearly not okay, waving at his scraped face and yelling that this kind of thing only kept happening because she would not stop tailing him. Instead of getting upset, Irene's face lit up and she agreed at once, saying that her being a walking disaster was exactly why she needed his help so badly. Ju-hyun stared at her, completely thrown, wondering how she could agree so cheerfully with being the cause of his misery and still expect him to fix it. Irene gathers her courage and tells Ju-hyun she thinks she drags bad luck onto anyone who stays close to her. She says that is why she wants luck like his, because she thinks matching his fortune is the only way she can stop ruining the lives of people around her. Ju-hyun thinks back to the stories about her relic, a god of failure that crushed countless people and wrecked whole countries' economies. Her fingers close around his hand, and he wonders why someone tied to that kind of disaster is suddenly acting so earnest and harmless. Clutching his hands, Irene asks him to tell her how she can make her luck as good as his, swearing she will do whatever it takes, as she even promises him as much money as he wants. A heavy god-tier aura slams into Ju-hyun, and the system warns that his tolerance is kicking in to fight the attack. Hyun recalls the silver pill he swallowed as a quest reward, a strange instant food relic that had only told him the name tolerance without doing anything back then. System messages flash around him, saying that thanks to tolerance, he is starting to push against the relic's force and even slip free of its effects, and he realizes it only woke up because of her relic's attack. Ju-hyun forces a crooked smile, brushing off how rattled that god-tier pressure just left him. He tells Irene he is fine and blames it on getting lost in thought, while she hurriedly apologizes for pushing him so hard out of nowhere. Watching Irene's anxious face, Ju-hyun decides there is no point avoiding her anymore, and even sees that keeping her close will keep pushing his tolerance higher. Ju-hyun calmly figures that her bad luck can wreck the other bidders at the auction, letting him train his skill and crush his rivals at the same time. The thought of CEO Kwon makes Ju-hyun narrow his eyes, already wondering how the man is handling Irene's curse right now. Far away, Kwon Tae-jun explodes at his staff as he hears their factory in China has gone up in flames, raging about how this will wreck their delivery schedule. As Kwon orders his man to call the factory back and fix everything, Ju-hyun watches from a distance and realizes the CEO is getting dragged around by Irene's relic, just like everyone else. Ju-hyun thinks back to the past, knowing that the old Kwon would have run from this place already, and realizes the man has no idea yet that a god of failure is behind all this chaos. Ju-hyun's lips curl into a sharp grin as he decides that someone who ruins Kwon's life this badly is worth keeping close. Irene spins around, eyes shining, thrilled that her risky proposal actually sounds good to him. Across from her, the raider calmly explains that stealing luck is far harder than she thinks, while Irene clutches her notebook and insists she knows the cost and wants to talk terms anyway. Her fingers tighten around the small bag as she admits she has to leave soon for an important auction. Irene's cheeks redden as he calmly suggests they go to the auction together, almost apologizing about how expensive the entry is. She steps toward him at once, saying money is the least of her worries and that the ticket is no problem at all. Ju-hyun watches her with a lazy smile, thinking he never doubted she would come, since buying that ticket is like buying gum for someone with her fortune. As Irene hurries off, clutch in hand, Ju-hyun quietly studies her back and wonders what kind of force Irene Hilton will turn into once he is done shaping her. He stands beside Irene in the half-empty hall, eyeing the opening lot with little interest. To him, the first item on the list is just warm-up, nowhere close to what he came for. In just a few minutes, Ju-hyun watches the crowd thin as if someone pulled a plug. Thanks to Irene sitting beside him, half the bidders rush out to deal with sudden disasters, blowing up their phones. Even after hearing that one of his factories in China is burning, CEO Kwon stays rooted in his seat, jaw tight. His aide frets beside him, but Kwon's calm makes one thing clear to Ju-hyun. There is an item here here he refuses to miss. When a royal Russian wine, aged for over a century, comes up, Irene's eyes light up and she nudges him, asking if he is going to chase it. To her, it looks like the kind of treasure rich people fight over. Joo-hyun just grins and says the things he wants will only appear in the latter half of the auction. Irene accepts that at once, curious about what could matter more than a bottle worth a fortune. As the next item is announced, Joo-hyun studies Irene's calm smile, weighing the chaos she brings against the use he can make of it. In his mind, Joo-hyun names her for what she is, the god of failure, Irene Hilton. She looks nothing like the broken woman he remembers from before, yet nothing about her now feels fake either. Later, Irene fidgets and admits she is not sure he will believe her, then blurts out that strange disasters always hit anyone near her. She speaks like someone who has no idea relics even exist, only that her very presence seems to ruin lives. Joo-hyun studies her story and figures her relic must have latched onto her on its own, without her ever choosing it. He imagines the first god of failure as a gentle person whose life was wrecked when a misfortune relic clung to her, warping her whole nature over time. Irene nods, saying his guess actually makes sense, then starts to tell him how thankful she is for his help. Blushing, Irene admits she is just grateful that he heard her out and actually believed the crazy things she told him. She says just talking about her problems makes her feel so much better, and Joo-hyun answers lightly, not mentioning the strange power starting to stir beside him. The system reports that because the user's mood has shot up, the relic's aura is flaring and its power is spiking like crazy. Irene laughs, saying his help is a huge deal to her, completely unaware that every bit of that joy is pouring straight into her relic. A violent tremor rips through the auction hall, throwing people in their seats as Irene's overcharged relic makes the whole place shudder like an earthquake. The system freaks out, saying her relic's aura just blasted out over a whole kilometer and wrapped him in brutal bad luck, and even his own relics are starting to crack under the pressure. Inside his head, his relics howl that their bodies are coming apart and demand that their master fix this before they shatter. Joo-hyun realizes that the happier Irene gets, the more insane her relic's power grows, while Irene just blinks in confusion, asking what on earth that sudden chaos was, and what kind of crazy relic could act like this. The system reports that a god-tier relic is hammering him, forcing his tolerance skill to shoot up to rank E and boosting his resistance to harmful relic auras, and even sickness. But he knows that if this keeps going, every relic he owns will end up ruined. Joo-hyun tells Irene not to get too excited yet, saying he would hate it if they failed to settle a proper trade between them, and reminding her they still have to decide exactly what they will do for each other. Then the raider cuts in with a blunt question, asking how she can be so sure that just because her own luck improves, her relic will stop dumping misfortune on everyone around her. Irene's face falls as she admits he has a point, and that nothing actually proves her relic will stop hurting other people, even if her own life finally turns around. The system notes that because Irene's mood just sank, the relic's attack has dropped back to normal strength, and Joo-hyun lets out a quiet breath of relief. The auctioneer wipes his sweat and tells everyone the shake is over, then announces that the bidding has already climbed $770,000. One bidder suddenly shouts out a jump to a full million, making the few people left in the hall whip around and demand to know what he is trying to pull. Joo-hyun sits back in his seat, calmly telling them that if they do not like it, they can raise the price, but he plans to crush any bid they make. Down by the front row, a furious bidder jabs a finger at the auctioneer, shouting that everyone here is acting nuts because of the relic's aura. Watching the chaos spread, Joo-hyun coolly thinks about using Irene's relic aura on purpose to drive out the last stubborn attendees. He tells Irene there is no rule saying that raising her own luck cannot also fix the way she drags others down, and a small spark of hope returns to her eyes. With her mood steadier, Joo-hyun says it is time to talk business, and offers to explain exactly how she can turn her luck around, hinting that this will be the price of their deal. Irene's face lights up, cheeks flushing as she stares at him, hardly able to believe that someone might finally show her a way to live without ruining everyone around her. Joo-hyun watched her brighten up and hit a smug smile, already turning her hope into part of his scheme. He kept praising Irene and calmly promised that he could solve all her problems right away, guiding her into trusting him without question. With Irene in such a good mood, her relic's aura flooded the hall, and the bidders went wild, throwing cash at every shiny thing on stage until they wasted fortunes on useless trinkets, just as Ju Hyun had planned. Once the first half had emptied everyone's pockets, Ju Hyun raised his hand without worry and quietly picked up every relic he actually wanted in the second half. There were a few items Ju Hyun let slide, since CEO Kwon kept calmly raising his hand, barely touched by the relic's charm. Ju Hyun narrowed his eyes, annoyed that Kwon's sheer dominance over relics let the man shrug off the aura so easily. Still, Ju Hyun knew relics far better than Kwon, so the ones he allowed Kwon to win were harmless odds and ends that would never matter in the long run. Later, he calmly jotted down names like the Code of Hammurabi, Shakespeare's pen, and Marie Antoinette's necklace. But the god-tier relic from the prophecy still had not shown up, which meant the real prize was still hiding somewhere in this auction. Ju-han tapped his pen against the notepad, frowning as he noticed the auction was wrapping up, even though the relic from the prophecy still had not shown itself. Irene eyed him and pushed for a straight answer about their trade, while Ju-han gave a crooked smile, clearly stalling for time. Ju-hyun closed his notebook, saying he would stop joking around, and suggested they head somewhere quieter to settle the last details of their trade. Before he could leave, the announcer hyped up a surprise finale and revealed the last item of the night, a so-called mysterious almond sapling that had been all over the news. Ju-hyun's eye sharpened as he stared at the plant, suddenly realizing exactly what kind of relic it was. Across the hall, CEO Kwon narrowed his eyes at the sapling, his stiff expression showing that he, too, had realized this last item was no ordinary plant. The spindly sapling grumbled about the fake light bathing it, and Ju-hyun recognized it at once as Qin-shu Huang's elixir plant, a god-tier relic with rare healing power. Ju-hyun shot his hand into the air without hesitation, fully set on claiming the elixir plant for himself, no matter how high the bidding went. CEO Kwon shot his hand up, cursing inwardly, as he realized Ju-hyun also knew how valuable that relic was. The memory jumped back to Emperor Chen Shi Huang, the mighty ruler who once sent servants across the land after rumors of an elixir of life. After years of searching, that fabled elixir of life had turned out to be this plain almond sapling, the same relic that, in Ju-hyun's last life, ended up in CEO Kwon's hands. In that past life, Ju-hyun's body had been wrecked by deadly relic auras, forcing him to live off the fruit from this plant, taking it as payment instead of money, and obeying every order Kwon gave just to stay alive. Jo-hyun glared toward Kwon, swearing to rip that relic out of his grasp this time, knowing that if Kwon got it again, his new life would be dragged back into the same chains as before. The auctioneer, catching the hungry looks in the crowd, cheerfully announced that the fruit from this tree was famous for bringing back a man's vigor. Ju-hyun stiffened at the word, caught off guard by how the relic was being sold, while CEO Kwon narrowed his eyes, quietly reassessing the plant's value. Face burning, Ju-hyun kept his hand up and silently cursed the clueless auctioneer for turning his life-saving relic into some cheap virility joke, while Irene stared at him in shocked embarrassment as the starting price was called out. The numbers were climbing fast as rich bidders yelled over each other, but Ju-hyun calmly lifted his hand and tossed out an 800,000 bid, leaving the whole room stunned. Ju-hyun watched in annoyance as more hands shot up, cursing to himself as the crowd finally caught on and jumped into the fight for the sapling. The company president suddenly roared out a 2 million bid, and even his own aide flinched, stunned that he was willing to burn that much cash on a single relic. Kwon glared at Ju-hyun, calling him crazy for refusing to back down, while Ju-hyun ground his teeth, wondering if that old fox also knew the sapling was a god-tier healing relic. Jo-hyun tightened his fist, admitting to himself that no matter how badly he wanted that relic, he could never outspend Kwon in a simple bidding match. Just then, Irene leaned toward him with a calm look, saying it was time for them to start their trade. Ju-hyun answered with a sharp grin, promising to solve her relic problem once and for all, as long as she used her money to win that sapling for him. Irene smiled, liking the idea of trading favors, and agreed to swap what each of them needed, turning the bidding war into their own private deal. Irene straightened up with a sharp smile, saying she would handle the money and that no one here could outspend her. Joo-hyun watched her, pleased, as their quiet deal turned the whole auction into their playground. The whole hall erupted as people shouted over each other, driving the sapling's price past the mid-40s in millions. The tiny plant on the stage suddenly looked like the most wanted thing in the world. Nearby bidders traded nervous looks, whispering as the number kept climbing. A few of them were already sweating, knowing they were being priced out. The auctioneer forced a smile as he announced that the sapling had already hit 50 million. He asked if anyone still had the insides to keep going. Then the company president shot his hand up and blasted out a bid of 100 million, skipping past everyone else. That single shout crushed most of the room in one blow. Joo-hyun watched the number jump to 100 million and muttered to himself that the old man had lost it. Even for a god-tier relic, this was pure madness. The raider narrowed his eyes, knowing anything past that mark was way beyond what he could spend. In a straight money fight against that president, he had already lost from the start. The auctioneer beamed as he repeated that the sapling now sat at $100 million and asked if anyone wanted to top it. The room went quiet, everyone weighing just how crazy they were willing to be. Then a slim hand in a white sleeve lifted calmly into the air, cutting through the hesitation. Irene was finally joining the fight, ready to throw her fortune behind Joo-hyun's plan. Irene calmly raises the price to 150 million, like it is pocket change. Joo-hyun watches her with a sly grin, thinking this is exactly when his stand-in buyer should take over. A nearby bidder jerks around in shock as the auctioneer almost chokes on the number. Even the staff behind him stare wide-eyed, like they just heard something impossible. The company president grits his teeth while his aide stares, sweat running down his face. Neither of them can believe someone just tossed out that kind of money so casually. The president shoots to his feet and yells out another bid in the hundreds of millions, refusing to lose. His aide just slumps in his seat, amazed that the man is still pushing. Irene beams like this is all a fun game and raises the price again, landing cleanly on $200 million. To her, dropping that sum is nothing more than a cute victory pose. The president snarls across the room, demanding to know why this woman, who never even joined earlier rounds, is suddenly throwing money around now. His nervous aide stammers that they should probably back off before they get crushed. The president snaps back at his aide and spits out that the blonde woman is Irene Hilton, youngest daughter of the Hilton family. He knows going head-to-head with that kind of money is like trying to fight a tank with a stick. As the president mutters that the Hilton wealth is beyond anything normal people can grasp, Joo-hyun and Irene stand side by side, completely at ease. Everyone else is sweating over the numbers. For these two, the auction has already been decided. The president glares at the stage, cursing the bidders who keep driving the price out of his reach. The president jumps to his feet, shouting out another bid in the hundreds of millions, swearing he won't back down after coming this far. Joo-hyun watches the numbers leap by the millions, smiling to himself like this wild bidding frenzy is free entertainment. The aide clings to the president, begging him to stop as he thrashes and yells. In the end, all his fury means nothing, and the elixir plant is sold to Irene Hilton for a staggering $500 million. Ice clinks softly in a glass as someone lazily swirls their drink, the noise of the auction fading away. Across from Irene, Joo-hyun leans back with his drink and casually says, the 500 million was never something he needed to worry about. Irene smiles, like his answer fits what she expected, then reminds him that what really matters is how he plans to fix her problem. Sitting across the table, Irene leans in a little and asks if he plans to pass some of his luck to her, maybe with a special charm that can finally turn her fortune around. Irene stiffens, a drop of sweat sliding down as she wonders if he tricked her this whole time. Joo-hyun waves his hand quickly, telling her not to jump to conclusions and to let him finish explaining. The raider leans forward and calmly says, her bad luck will not fade by piling on charms. It can only be fixed by pulling something out of her life. Irene blinks, trying to picture what he means, until he adds that she just has to hand over one thing she owns. Inside, Joo-hyun admits the only real fix is ripping away the misfortune relic clinging to her, and that doing so neatly drops that powerful curse right into his own hands. He explains that she should have noticed a strange item that never leaves her side and tells her that giving that over is all it takes to end her misery. Irene frowns and thinks hard, insisting she cannot remember owning any item that follows her around like that. Joo-hyun cuts her off, tells her that is impossible, and orders her to throw out every item she is carrying so they can see which one crawls back. Irene admits she once tried tossing out her things, but nothing ever came back, and the fact that even that failed just makes her feel more uneasy. Joo-hyun leans in and asks if any strange tattoos ever just showed up on her body without warning, steering her toward the real clue. Irene's eyes widen as she clearly recalls a tattoo she had brushed off before, and Joo-hyun watches her, certain now that the cursed relic is really inside her. He explains that relics fall into two big groups, the kind anyone can use and burn through, and the kind that live inside a single master and show up as tattoos on their skin. He brings up another user who grew a strange red mark on her arm after using a relic called the Future Guide, saying that tattoo formed the moment she bonded with it as its rightful master. The raider points out that throwaway relics always burn out after a while, but possession relics like the ones etched across this warrior's body can be used without that limit, as long as their one true owner wields them. Irene remembers that the most feared relics in history were all the kind that marked their owners, and, a little shaky, she says she can show him proof from something she brought. She reaches out with a purple book, and Joo-hyun takes it calmly, ready to see if this holds the truth about the relic eating away at her life. Joo-hyun studies the photo and freezes when he sees the black marks crawling over Irene's skin, finally recognizing them as the sign of something far worse than a normal relic. He pulls his face back under control, brushing off her worry on the outside, while his mind races through what kind of relic could carve itself into a person like that. In his head, Joo-hyun pins it down. Irene is carrying a parasitic relic, the kind that digs into a host and never lets go, living inside their body instead of sitting in some box. While handing the phone back, the raider links those crawling marks to god-tier relics that spread disaster, like the golden apple of Eris, and he can't help wondering what kind of monster relic has sunk its claws into her. Looking at Irene, he has to admit that even with his power, there's no clean way to pull that cursed ability out of her body without breaking her along with it. He leans over the table, grumbling inwardly that this was supposed to be a simple job, then starts writing, already planning for a fight that will take time instead of a quick grab and go. Joo-hyun slides the paper across, telling her to call him when she has time so they can tackle this relic together, quietly hooking her future to his. Watching Irene walk away, Joo-hyun decides that if he can't rip that power out of her, he'll just keep her on his side instead, figuring that building a few ties like this might pay off in a big way later. The almond sapling now belonged to Joo-hyun, with the staff telling him he could grab the rest of his haul once he sent the money. Joo-hyun cheerfully says he will send his men with the rest of the cash, acting like this huge purchase is nothing. When his call goes unanswered, Joo-hyun's face hardens as he wonders why his useless crew is not picking up. His eyes narrow as his gut tells him something about this silence is seriously off. He tells the beaten men to rest and guard the money bag, then strides off, grumbling to himself that trusting this lot with cash feels like leaving a cat to watch the fish. As the staff member starts to leave, Joo-hyun calls out, asking him to do something for him. Joo-hyun smiles and says the job is nothing special, casually peeling out a fat stack of bills and promising a big reward. Far down a dark alley, 3 men run with stuffed bags, panting that if they got this far, then Joo-hyun will never catch them, even as they whine about how heavy the money is. The blonde thief hugged his bag like treasure, panting as he called for a short break and checked that the others still had their loot. The other 2 crooks laughed it off, bragging that with this much cash, they were set for a lazy, comfortable life. The blonde one strutted down the alley with a crooked grin, already acting like the hard part was over. Johan stepped out of the darkness, blocking the alley and calmly asking if they really thought they could run off with his money, while the thieves froze and shrieked, demanding to know how he had tracked them. Jo-hyun lifted a small golden axe and explained that with this relic, tracking greedy rats like them was child's play. While the thieves tried to stammer out weak excuses, he told them to drop the lies and raise the axe, warning that if they wanted to keep their heads, they had better stop talking. And the thieves finally understood just how badly they had crossed the wrong man. Clicking his tongue, Ju Hyun slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out a rough stone, deciding he might as well use this relic on them right away. The blonde thief blinked at the rough rock, wondering why Ju Hyun was holding something that looked like a foot-scrubbing stone. But Ju Hyun only told him to watch, certain the relic's real power would shut them up. The rough stone warmed in his grip as power began to stir inside it. The stone stretched into a heavy tablet, and behind Ju Hyun, a giant carved pillar rose up like some ancient judge waking from sleep. Jo Hyun walked toward them with the stone pillar of Hammurabi looming at his back, a relic born from the old law of an eye for an eye. The thieves could only stare and panic as they felt this was no simple rock anymore. The law stone worked like a mirror for harm, taking any attack aimed at its owner and sending the exact same damage straight back to the one who started it. The blonde thief and his partner stared up at the massive pillar, sweating as Ju Hyun calmly mentioned he had just picked this relic up early from an auction thanks to a small favor. Ju Hyun's grin turned sharp as the tablet shone brighter, and he promised to match their betrayal with one of his own, letting this eye for an eye relic judge them instead of him. Hyun laughed as he held up the tablet, saying he would pay their betrayal back in kind and let this eye for an eye law handle them from now on. The three thieves jerked back in panic as bright bands snapped around their wrists, their bodies locking up like the relic had just grabbed hold of their lives. Smoke curled off the tablet's edge, and Ju-han let out a calm breath, pleased that this strange law stone was working exactly the way he had planned. Standing under the shining stone pillar, the raider explained that this relic simply throws any attack right back at whoever starts it, just like the old law it came from. But Ju Hyun had gone further, testing if a law relic like this could also chain what they did from now on, turning simple payback into a rule that would stalk their every move. To Ju-han, real law meant shaping what a person could or could not do, and the blonde thief stared at his tingling hands, confused about the weird pressure now clinging to him. Jo Hyun smiled and called it a simple test of the relic's strength, adding that as long as they stayed loyal, this new law wrapped around them would never have a reason to hurt them. He calmly told them that if they tried this stunt again, the relic would tear them apart, and a purple system window popped up, stating that the Code of Hammurabi was now watching their every move, leaving the thieves frozen in terror. Ju Hyun grinned and told the blonde thug to treat this curse like a slave contract with him, making it clear who owned who now. The thieves huddled together, and one nervously admitted that Ju Hyun's warning was real, since that strange stone pillar had flashed in and out of sight in an instant. Shaken, the blonde leader demanded to know if Ju-han was some kind of mind reader, and Ju Hyun just brushed it off like it was no big deal. Jo Hyun calmly said the whole world was about to flip, but added that his new slaves would be fine, since sticking to him meant living through what was coming. He told the three that, slave contract or not, they were getting a fair trade, promising real rewards as long as they did their jobs properly. Ju Hyun went further, saying they could make more than the cash they had just tried to grab, even as much money as they could dream of, leaving them stunned. The blonde leader finally gave a tense nod, accepting the deal, but said he still had one question. When they asked what kind of work he wanted from them, Ju Hyun only smiled, saying they would learn soon enough. The next morning, at a high-rise hotel in the city, Ju Hyun had already planned the first job for his new lackeys. By 9, the three punks were in his room, staring at a bag of soil and a huge empty pot, like they had walked into the wrong place. They asked why on earth there was a planting set in a hotel room, and Ju-han, standing there in a robe like this, was normal, told them this was exactly the kind of work they had signed up for. Ju Hyun told them their job was tied to a certain whiny sapling, and the blonde leader squinted over, wondering what kind of plant could complain. The sapling started thrashing in the dirt, cursing the humans for handling it so roughly, and that was when they realized this was no normal tree. Ju Hyun, sipping from a mug like this was a lazy weekend, told them the tree was not going to eat them and ordered them to stick it in the pot already, making it clear he hated repeating himself. Then Ju Hyun casually dropped that the tree in his hands was worth $500 million, and the blonde guy almost dropped it on the spot as the weight of that number hit him. As the thug clutched it with both hands, the spoiled sapling started to like the treatment, and Ju-han just took another slow sip from his cup, already sure both tree and lackeys were falling into line. The blonde punk agreed without a fuss and grabbed the shovel Ju-han pushed at him, not realizing he had just been hired as the tree's full-time babysitter. Ju-hyun thought back to the night before when he had forced a contract out of that sapling while it shrieked in his hands so much he barely slept. Since the elixir plant hated bossy owners and liked friendly types, Ju-hyun told the two punks to quit fussing and just dig with a shovel, deciding they were exactly the kind of softies the plant wanted. Ju-hyun had only shoved the job onto them because he refused to babysit a whiny tree, but now he smirked, seeing that by luck they were actually perfect for it. His phone buzzed with an unknown number, and Ju-hyun paused, frowning as he realized he knew that string of digits all too well. He lifted the phone with a lazy smile and answered, thinking how he had never saved this number, yet could never forget it. On the other end, Kwon Tae-jun, the slick CEO of TKBM, calmly checked that he was speaking to Seo Ju-hyun and then introduced himself with practiced charm. Ju-hyun kept his voice light as he asked what business the great chairman had with him, all while thinking that this was the geezer's personal number, not some office line. Ju-hyun's eye narrowed as he understood that if the chairman had his number, then the hunt for him had already begun. Kwon Tae-jun spoke in a smooth voice, saying he had heard Ju-hyun was the one who took Irene Holton's almond sapling and that he wanted to discuss it. Ju-hyun clicked his tongue, annoyed at how fast the old man had moved, as Kwon politely asked for a little talk about that almond sapling. Before Kwon could push further, Ju-hyun coolly told him there was nothing to discuss about the almond sapling and that he was ending the call. Kwon Tae-jun burst out in anger at being brushed off, while his shaken aide carefully asked if the talk with Seo Ju-hyun had fallen apart. The chairman smashed his phone down on the table, shouting that Ju-hyun had not even listened and had just cut the call right there. The aide ranted that Ju-hyun was unbelievably rude, saying the man must not understand he had just hung up on the president of TKBM, even after Kwon had clearly stated his title. Kwon grumbled that even if Ju-hyun was a clueless brat, he was still holding that almond sapling relic, whose power felt stronger than any relic Kwon had ever come across. The anxious aide admitted he should have gone all out to grab the relic last night and cursed himself for backing off when things got messy. He bent almost in half in front of Kwon Tae-jun, begging for forgiveness and insisting he had only done what seemed right at the time. As he lifted his head, the aide's fear twisted into a sly grin, deciding this disaster could be his big chance to shine by fixing everything himself. The chairman watched as his aide vowed to take full responsibility and asked if he could use dirtier methods, as long as he brought that sapling back. The aide pushed up his glasses with a sharp grin, calling Ju-han just a commoner and asking for access to TKBM's relics so he could snatch the sapling without much trouble. Out in the hall, one teammate stammered that the caller had been Kwon Tae-jun himself and could not believe Ju-han had just ended the call on the most powerful man in the country. Inside, Ju-hyun calmly fixed his jacket while his blonde teammate exploded, yelling that Kwon Tae-jun was the nation's most powerful figure and that only an idiot would not know that. Ju-hyun shot him a cold look and casually lifted the golden axe, asking if the guy wanted to keep mouthing off to his boss or would rather avoid getting chopped, and the blonde man instantly backed down. The blonde teammate forced a wide grin and waved, agreeing to look after the elixir sapling and even keep daily photo records like Ju-hyun ordered. Hyun walked off with a lazy wave, reminding the blonde man what would happen if he tried anything stupid again, and the teammate yelled back that he got the message loud and clear. In the quiet hallway, Ju-hyun straightened his shirt and thought about how Kwon Tae-jun never lets go once he wants something, knowing the man would soon track him down and try to jump him for the elixir plant. He tightened his grip on the silver axe, deciding that if Kwon was going to chase him, then he would just have to twist that pursuit to his own advantage. As he walked, the silver axe reacted in his hand, telling him that Kwon's side had already started coming after him. Ju Hyun strolled around in plain sight on the street, moving like any normal passerby, even though he was using himself as bait to drag whoever was tailing him into the open. He kept walking under the clear sky, letting the minutes drag by until his little fishing trip finally paid off. Leaning back with a drink, Ju Hyun paused mid-sip as something caught his eye, signaling that the ones chasing him had finally taken the bait. The handler reported in over the phone that Yoon Si-woo was moving by himself, thinking this made the job simple. Hearing that the target was alone, the handler frowned, feeling like his bosses still thought of him as some useless errand boy. Then he picked up a faint relic aura around Yoon Si-woo, and his face tightened, realizing the man was carrying something dangerous after all. Ju Hyun heard that his tail had brought a relic along, and a slow grin spread across his face, already turning that little detail into part of his plan. Out on the street by a bar, the handler snapped, shouting into the phone about how many times his people had already lost this one man. He demanded to know how he was supposed to trust them now, raging that tracking a single target should not be this hard. Forcing his voice flat, the handler warned them that if they kept messing up like this, they could forget about getting paid at all. As the reply came through, his eyes shifted and a bead of sweat slid down, a quiet sign that this hunt for Ju Hyun was already starting to feel off. Inside the bar, Ju Hyun sat calmly with a drink while the handler watched from behind, thrilled that his troublesome target was finally in sight. The handler walked up with a friendly smile, asking if he was Seo Ju Hyun, certain that his little setup had hooked this man perfectly. As Ju Hyun calmly tasted his drink, the handler felt smug, certain this quiet man had no idea he was already tangled in a trap. When Ju Hyun kept acting like he had not heard a thing, the handler's eye twitched, and a drop of sweat slid down, and he tried again in a shaky, polite tone. The bar fell into an odd silence as Ju Hyun drank without even glancing over, leaving the handler standing there like an idiot, while the bartender quietly watched. Losing his cool, the handler slammed his hand on the counter hard enough to crack it, his fake calm shattering along with the surface. The handler leaned in and shouted, raging that anyone being spoken to should at least answer. But Ju Hyun just took another slow sip as if the yelling were background noise. Then Ju Hyun's eyes snapped toward the handler, the lazy look gone, replaced by a cold focus that promised this game was about to flip. The bartender flinched at the sudden noise, eyes snapping toward Ju Hyun as the air in the bar turned sharp. The handler hit the floor hard, clutching at the air, while Ju Hyun stood over him like he had just swatted a bug. Ju Hyun smirked and mocked the handler for screaming in his face, saying that if someone really had business with him, they should know how to ask nicely. The handler pushed himself up, cursing Ju Hyun for starting this mess, and shouting that with Ju Hyun nearby, the relic's aura was blazing even stronger around him. Ju Hyun walked forward with an easy smile, already deciding that the relic the handler was chasing would be leaving with him instead. Hyun listened to the report with a crooked smile, pleased that CEO Kwon had already sniffed out the elixir plant and sent a tracker after him, just like he wanted. Out on the street, the handler reported that Kwon had only sent Yoon Si-woo, a skilled relic user with a few toys, but nowhere near enough to match the monster he was chasing. Staggering back and gripping his shoulder, the handler shouted in outrage, raging that Ju Hyun had hit him and that even Kwon clearly looked down on him if he only sent Yoon Si-woo for this job. Ju Hyun just smiled, deciding he would take every relic Yoon Si-woo brought with him and tossing out a lazy remark that the handler should really fix his manners. With one hand in his pocket, Ju Hyun said he would listen since the guy clearly had important business, telling him to spit it out, while the handler just shook and cursed under his breath. The handler let out a tight sigh and said he would let the hit slide for the president's sake, reminding Ju Hyun they had met at the Midas last night and that he was here about that matter. Ju Hyun coolly claimed he did not remember seeing him there, which made the handler explode, shouting that Ju Hyun was clearly messing around and had definitely noticed him. Then Ju Hyun snapped his fingers like it had just come back to him and laughed, saying he did remember the guy now as the pitiful lackey who had been shamelessly flattering that old man all night. The handler's face twisted with rage, his glasses even starting to crack as he tried to hold himself back. As the handler roared in outrage, Ju Hyun just smiled at the bar, already watching a relic window pop up in front of him. The system calmly reported that the opponent's growing temper was already cutting down his control over the relics, which was exactly the weakness weakness Ju Hyun had been waiting on. Hyun thought back to Yoon Si-woo, a man who always puffed himself up, but was strangely easy to sway, and hiding a huge inferiority complex under that act. Yoon Si-woo had once been a rich heir, until he messed up so badly, his family threw him out, and only CEO Kwon gave him a second shot. So now he worked himself raw, chasing that old man's approval, and refused to bow to anyone else. Back at TKBM, Yoon Si-woo had always tried to start something with Juhan, and anytime Ju Hyun poked at that hidden complex, the guy instantly lost it and exploded. Snapping at Ju Hyun to shut up, the handler grabbed his relic's handle, swearing he would not let the insult slide this time. He leveled the relic at Ju Hyun with a shaky hand, only to falter when he saw Ju Hyun standing there with his eyes calmly closed, as if this whole threat barely even counted. Ju Hyun knew that once Yoon Si-woo lost his temper, he could not handle strong relics properly. Since relic control rose and fell with the user's condition, all Ju Hyun had to do was keep poking that sore spot while walking away like nothing was wrong. Ju Hyun decided he just had to twist this weakness to his advantage. Remembering that CEO Kwon had called him about that special virility plant, he started wondering how far he could push this guy while acting like he was unsure what to do. Back at the bar, Juhan calmly said the plant was not something he could just hand over, letting that one line hang in the air. The handler, already on edge, faltered in confusion, unsure if the deal was slipping away. Ju Hyun then softened his tone, saying that if the request was polite enough, he might part with the plant, since it was only a gift to him anyway. He made it sound like a small favor, but every word pushed the handler closer to bowing his head. The handler trembled with anger, barely holding back an insult, as he realized Ju Hyun had him cornered, but still could not drop the act of being in control. In the end, the handler bent at the waist and thanked Juhan for agreeing to help, carefully asking if he would please hand over the plant, since it meant so much to his side. Ju Hyun just watched him bow, looking pleased with how easily the man folded. As he stayed bent over, the handler's thoughts turned dark, promising himself that once the plant was in his hands, he would make Juhan pay for this humiliation. Ju Hyun suddenly broke into loud laughter, amazed that the man had actually fallen for his fake kindness. He joked that someone this easy to toy with would make a great lackey, enjoying every second of the handler's stunned silence. The handler yanked out the strange vial, popping it open like he had been waiting for an excuse to use it. Blinded by rage, the handler hurled the relic's yellow power at Juhan, swearing he would turn him into a slave and get rid of him for good. The yellow wave sliced through the air, but Ju Hyun had already stepped aside, calmly telling him that using that thing was a bad idea. The handler stared at the vial, baffled that the relic's power was barely responding at all. While he hesitated, Ju Hyun grabbed him by the head, cutting off any chance to try again. Ju Hyun whipped the golden rope across his face, smashing his nose as he reminded him that he had already warned him not to mess around. The system calmly reported that the handler's mood had crashed, dragging his relic control all the way down from rank A to rank D. Pressed against the floor and clutching his aching face, the handler stared up in shock, demanding to know how Ju Hyun could read his relics so well. Ju Hyun plucked the vial out of the handler's reach like it already belonged to him. Turning the vial in his hand, Ju Hyun coolly told the relic it now served him, and the curious spirit inside asked who this bold human was. As Ju Hyun poured out the powder, the relic admitted his control was impressive and agreed to be in his care. Without mercy, Ju Hyun scattered the powder across the handler's back, ignoring the man's desperate plea for anything but that. Watching the man writhe, Ju Hyun calmly introduced the item as the voodoo priest's zombie powder, a rank A possession relic with a nasty trick. He went on about how this power came from old beliefs among enslaved Africans, where people thought those who sinned would be turned into zombies. As that rumor spread and people treated it like fact, their fear and faith mixed together and gave birth to this very relic. Back in the bar, Ju Hyun explained that anyone who touched or inhaled the powder would black out and shuffle around like a mindless zombie. Then he coolly pointed out that getting controlled by his own relic was exactly what the handler deserved. Watching the handler get dragged off like a broken puppet, Ju Hyun looked pleased, knowing this mess would stall CEO Kwon's chase. With that handled, he decided to use the free time to pack up and disappear. Not long after, he returned to his apartment building, ready to grab his things and leave this place behind. The building stood quiet in the afternoon light, giving him the perfect cover to vanish without anyone noticing. Elsewhere, a high-ranking TKBM executive stared ahead with a tight jaw as a foreign officer asked if the man they had caught was one of his. Inside the cell, Yoon Si-woo staggered around in a daze, while the executive let out a weary breath as the officer repeated the question, forcing him to face this disaster. Two of Kwan's staff finally spoke up, stammering as they admitted that the half-exposed prisoner was indeed their department leader, Yoon Si-woo. On a tablet, news footage replayed Yoon Si-woo's wild strip show in downtown Las Vegas, with reporters calling it a drug-fueled or mental breakdown and promising a full investigation. Staring at the report on his phone, the executive trembled with anger, cursing Yoon as an idiot and rushing to call CEO Kwan about the mess now hanging over them. The two staff members panicked, saying the foreign side refused to drop the issue and that Yoon was still out of his mind. With no leverage left, they admitted they had no choice but to follow every order they were given. CEO Kwan exploded, raging that the scandal had spread from America all the way back to Korea. Hearing his own name dragged through the mud because of Yoon's meltdown was something his pride could not stand. Trying to claw back control, CEO Kwan ordered his man to track down and retrieve the relic Yoon had been using, no matter what it took. The subordinate stiffened, then began to answer in a careful tone, already dreading how Kwan would react to the bad news he was about to share. The staff explained that when Yoon was found, he did not have a single item on him. Every one of his belongings, including the relic, had already been taken or seized by someone else, leaving Kwan with nothing to recover. Trying to salvage the situation, the lead staffer suggested they start by checking every place Yoon had visited, hoping a simple trail might point them to the missing relic. CEO Kwan shut the idea down, saying there was no need for a wild search. To him, it was obvious. Whoever had wrecked Yoon's mind was the same person who had walked away with the relic. The juniors stared in shock, struggling to accept that Yoon's broken state was caused by someone else. They whispered that Yoon was a top relic user, and if even he had been taken apart like that, whoever did it was on a whole different level. CEO Kwan grudgingly admits that Seo-ju Hyun might not be acting alone, or that he could just be frighteningly good with relics. Either way, he realizes this is not someone he can treat like a normal raider. One of the staff members, sweating, repeats Kwan's order to call in Lee Jin-ah, the company's top lawyer, so they can try to bury this mess with legal pressure. Kwan's anger twists into a sly grin as he waves the problem away, deciding that Ju Hyun is just a noisy kid who will quiet down once they dangle the right reward in front of him. Far from Kwan's office, planes crowd the runway at Las Vegas McCarran International Airport, where Ju Hyun is already moving on to his next step. At the airport, Ju Hyun scrolls through his phone while his blonde contact complains about all the new demands. Ju Hyun coolly reminds him who is in charge now and how he expects to be addressed. The blonde fixer lifts a small vial of murky liquid and is warned to guard it with his life, since this odd relic is supposed to bankroll their plans from here on out, even if it does not look like much. Ju Hyun smiles to himself, pleased with how many relics he managed to snatch here, and starts planning how to move every last one of them safely back to Korea. Inside his case lies a growing arsenal: the Egyptian funeral knife, the gold and silver axe, the escape rope, muramesa, and more, each one a tool he plans to use to tear apart the future he remembers. Jo Hyun went over his winnings from the Midas auction, from the Code of Hammurabi to Shakespeare's pen and Marie Antoinette's necklace. The best part was Emperor Qin's elixir plant, quietly growing among them. He also counted the zombie powder he had taken off Yoon Si-woo, a nasty relic with scary potential. On top of that, Si-woo's things had hidden treasures, like the foxtail millet and Homeros's glasses. Looking over everything, Ju Hyun knew this stash could fund a whole wave of new digs. With money and relics feeding each other, he planned to strip the world bare. A woman in a sharp black suit walked up to him, briefcase in hand, calmly checking that he was Seo-ju Hyun. She introduced herself as Lee Jin-ah, the exclusive lawyer sent by TKBM. Ju Hyun eyed her coolly and pegged her right away as Kwan's second henchman. To him, she was just another piece the CEO had pushed onto the board. Lee Jin-ah watched him with a stiff face, trying to read the man in front of her. She could tell he was plotting something big and had no idea how far his plan already reached. The lawyer calmly laid it out, saying TKBM already knew Ju Han was holding Yoon Si-woo's relics and that denying it would be pointless. She set a black folder on the table, explaining that the TKBM president admired his skill in taking down Yoon Si-woo and wanted to hire him for their excavation team. Ju Han smirked, saying he had been curious what could drag TKBM's lawyer all the way out here. Then he cut through the sugarcoating, saying he had figured out it was nothing more than a slave contract. The lawyer said he was being harsh and tried to sweeten the deal, offering a huge upfront payment and a steady yearly salary while he sipped his drink like it was nothing. As she promised they would not meddle with his daily life, Ju Han set his glass down with a tap and calmly asked what would happen if he turned them down. Ju Hyun grinned wider, saying the offer meant nothing to him and that he already knew exactly what that old geezer at TKBM was plotting. The lawyer finally addressed him by his full name, her tone turning heavier now that she understood he was not someone they could easily buy. The lawyer leans back and starts giving him a life lesson, saying someone his age should watch his mouth and choose his words more carefully for everyone's sake. But she decides to overlook it, since, to her, he is still just a kid who has not seen how harsh the world can be. The lawyer's eyes harden as she asks if he has thought about what stealing from them could bring down on him, hinting that if Chairman Kwan chose to move against him, he would vanish like some tiny animal in a market that dies and is forgotten by everyone. She spells it out, saying the same thing would happen to anyone tied to him and that he should not think he is special. Ju Hyun just smiles wider, amused that she finally dropped the polite act, and asks if this is her way of trying to scare him. Jo Hyun calmly points out that what she really means is that if he wants to stay alive, he has to work for TKBM. Then he coolly says he has some advice of his own for her. The Tomb Raider steps in close and tells the lawyer that if she wants to start fights, she should choose her targets more carefully, especially if she cares about staying alive. While his hand slips toward his pocket, Jo Hyun lifts a round vial filled with pale powder and says the only one at risk of vanishing without a trace right now is her. And the lawyer stammers in shock as she realizes he is holding the zombie powder relic. The lawyer forces a shaky smile and reminds him that there are too many people around for him to use that relic, saying he would not want the whole world to learn that things like this even exist. Ju Hyun pops the cork as faint smoke curls out, saying that explains her confidence, and then calmly asking if she really believes he cannot go through with it. The lawyer's eye snapped wide, a cold bead of sweat sliding down as it hit her that he really meant to use the relic. Outside the building, a loud crash made a group of guys turn toward the cafe in confusion. One of the friends in a red shirt gulped and asked if they should go check, reminding the blonde that the noise came from the cafe where Ju Hyun was hanging out. Back in the cafe, the lawyer sprawled on the floor, slapping at her arm in terror as the strange yellow powder clung to her sleeve and skin. The lawyer glared up at Ju Han and said that he was out of his mind for actually using relics here, but he only stood there with a lazy grin, vial still in his hand. Seo Ju Han smirked and said he could not care less if everyone found out about relics, because he was not playing by the same rules as the rest of them. Jo Hyun spread his arms like a host on stage, telling the onlookers to film the glittering powder and post it everywhere, while the lawyer stared up at him, stunned that he was using her worst fear as free advertising. Studying her, Ju Hyun pointed out that staying fine after touching zombie powder meant her control over relics was no joke, and he coolly advised her to bring out whatever she had, because his next attack would not be so easy to handle. The lawyer's eyes hardened as she braced herself, knowing he was done playing around. The lawyer clicked her tongue and sprang forward, swinging the relic vial down as she poured all her power into a desperate strike. A roaring wall of water exploded from her relic, crashing down toward Ju Hyun like a tidal wave strong enough to sweep the whole cafe away. When the spray cleared, Ju Hyun stood dry and smiling, the carved stone pillar of an ancient law code rising behind him as the water curled harmlessly around it. Calling on the relic's power, Ju Hyun let the pillar judge her, and the entire water blast twisted midair and hammered straight back into the lawyer. Soaked and knocked to the floor, the lawyer stared at the pillar in horror as she realized he was using the code of Hammurabi, while Ju-hyun just looked down at her with a smug, mocking grin. Ju-hyun lifted a massive silver axe over his head, calmly calling on it to cut down the enemy who had dared to come after him, even as the lawyer off to the side hurriedly admitted defeat and begged him to stop. One of the blonde guys burst in, shouting at Ju-hyun in a panic, demanding to know if he had lost it, and was really about to take someone out in broad daylight. Ju-hyun just smirked over his shoulder, saying the silver axe would not end her life, only teach her a lesson she would never forget. As the relic's rule echoes in her mind, the lawyer realizes the silver axe will wipe out everything she treasures, and her face twists in raw panic. Airport security races toward the area, yelling into their radios that an explosion went off near the cafe, and it might be a terrorist strike, ordering the whole place locked down. A nervous staffer reports to his superior that, on top of the blast, there is now an exposed woman harassing people outside the cafe, leaving the official cursing in disbelief. Chairman Kwon grits his teeth as he hears the report, seething and cursing Seo Ju-hyun for daring to cause this kind of trouble on his watch. Back at the cafe, a calm hand reaches down and picks up the small relic the lawyer dropped during the chaos. Inside the cafe, Seo Ju-hyun turns the little black relic over in his fingers, musing about what kind of ability it holds, while his blonde partner watches, still stunned that these objects really do house spirits. As he grips it, a purple window pops up, naming it Paris Montmartre Painter's Ink, a rare rank B relic with half its uses left, and the relic coolly tells the human that he will find out what it can do soon enough. Ju-hyun paused mid-step, sensing something off, as a strange voice told him to follow it. His blonde partner just frowned, asking what was wrong, while the others looked around in confusion. Only Ju-hyun could tell that something unseen was calling him. The voice calmly told him that this whole place was about to break into chaos. Ju-hyun's eyes sharpened as he guessed it had to be the crow talking to him again. His partner stared at him, uneasy, asking why Ju-hyun was suddenly talking to empty air. That was when Ju-hyun understood that no one else could hear the relic's voice but him. The crow pushed him to move faster, treating its warning like an order. Ju-hyun bared his teeth and cursed at the relic, refusing to let it boss him around. He threw a wild punch at the air, raging that the crow had dumped him into the past without warning and turned his life into some twisted game. His partner could only stare, completely lost, as Ju-hyun vented years of built-up anger. The crow coolly told him he would regret not listening to it. Ju-hyun only glared harder, brushing off the threat and thinking that trusting any relic's words would be the real mistake. Not far away, a man in a sharp suit watched with a faint, knowing smile, remarking that Ju-hyun had certainly drawn attention to himself. The suited man stepped closer and calmly checked that he was speaking to Seo Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun turned toward him, his expression hardening as he recognized Kwon Tae-jun, the man who had once thrown him away. The blonde kid whispered that this really was Chairman Kwon, sounding half scared, half amazed. Ju-hyun just smirked and agreed, like meeting the man who ruined his life was no big deal. Kwon stepped closer through the broken room, calmly saying this was his first time meeting them and giving his name like a friendly boss. One of the boys stammered a greeting back, already shrinking under his gaze. The blonde trainee started to say it was nice to meet him, but his words broke off as pain slammed into him out of nowhere. His eyes went wide as he realized his whole body had gone stiff, not even a finger responding. Ju-hyun watched him shake, already guessing this was Kwon quietly showing who held the leash here. Ju-hyun's eyes turned cold, rage flashing as he watched Kwon toy with the kid. In his head, he spat insults at the chairman and decided he was done playing along. A heavy red aura rolled off Kwon's body, thick enough to make the air feel tight, and he smiled like this was all just fun for him. Ju-hyun's fingers closed around a golden relic blade at his side, his grip steady as he decided to answer Kwon's pressure with his own. Jaw clenched, Ju-hyun pushed off the ground in one sharp move, ready to crash straight through the chairman's little show of power. In one clean move, Ju Hyun was behind Kwon, a golden relic pressed to the chairman's throat. Kwon's body was still stiff with his own power, but now he was the one sweating as Ju Hyun calmly told him to stop trying to crush other people's subordinates. Jo Hyun smirked and told Kwon it was troublesome seeing him act like this, warning that someone in his position shouldn't try to dominate people, especially when they belong to someone else. Standing close enough for Kwon to feel his breath, the raider coolly suggested that the chairman should probably stop here while he still could. Kwon's eye narrowed as he gave a short reply, quietly accepting that this kid was not someone he could treat like a toy. Across the room, the trainees gasped and clutched their chests as feeling rushed back into their limbs, stammering that they were finally free and that Kwon's power had been the reason they were locked up like that. Kwon straightened his suit and faced Ju-han with a thin smile, admitting that the kid's skills were better than he had guessed and that his control over relics was unusually sharp. Ju Hyun gave a lazy grin and said that if things kept going this way, he wouldn't bother holding himself back, then tilted his head with a light, amused noise, as if daring Kwon to test him. Kwon's gaze turned distant as he mentioned an old prophecy he had heard, one that claimed a day would come when the entire world learned about the existence of relics. Kwon talked about using a future guide to collect prophecies, then calmly admitted he had no plans to let that future come true, not when he still had so many games he wanted to play with relics. With that thought, the chairman let dark relic power curl around his hand, deciding that wiping out anyone who knew the truth would be the fastest way to stall that prophecy. Kwon thrust his hand out, purple power ripping through the air as he claimed it was the perfect excuse to erase troublemakers like Ju-han. Across the room, the trainees flinched as the same eerie force wrapped around them again, panic hitting the moment they realized they were about to be dragged away. Ju Hyun just smiled at the swirling power, amused that Kwon had already dropped his nice guy mask and gone straight for open removal. Kwon's smug look cracked as he reached out in disbelief, stammering that the relic should have dumped them into some far-off dimension, yet nothing was happening. Ju Hyun lifted his hand with a lazy grin, flicking the stolen relic cards between his fingers as Kwon cursed and demanded to know when he had taken them. The memory snapped into place, showing how, while pressing a relic to Kwon's throat earlier, Ju-han had calmly lifted the dimensional relic from his suit, bragging that his hands were more than quick enough for a trick like that. Ju Hyun flashed a lazy grin, acting like the stolen relic was a gift and saying he would make good use of it. Kwon Tae-jun's face twisted with rage, and he spat out an insult at Ju Hyun, furious that the kid had turned his own relic and plan against him. The CEO explodes when he realizes Ju Hyun has lifted one of his prized relics. Ju Hyun just shrugs it off, saying that if the old man really cared about it, he should have guarded it better. Ju Hyun smirks, reminding the CEO that the one thing he used to praise most was Ju Hyun's light fingers, and asks how it feels now that those same hands robbed him blind. The system reports that his pickpocketing has jumped to rank D, slaps on a flashy title about amazing even the gods, and unlocks a new trick called Thief's Hand. Ju Hyun frowns at the floating window, grumbling about how the crow keeps turning his life into some kind of game, but he still tells it to pull up the details on the relic he just swiped. The inspection shows the item is the Lonely God's Invitation, a rank SS God tier train ticket relic with only a few uses left. Ju Hyun clicks his tongue, knowing his domination control still is not high enough to handle it properly. He slips the God tier ticket into his pocket, quietly cursing that he cannot yet ship the old geezer off to some far-off dimension with it. Dark energy bursts around the CEO as he draws on other relics, telling Ju Hyun that if he thought that ticket was the only trump card on him, he made a huge mistake. Ju Hyun watches the surge of power with a puzzled look, wondering if the old man is about to reveal a side of himself that should not exist yet. Purple waves burst out from CEO Kwon and crash into the nearby workers, making them double over in pain. Ju Hyun had always known the old man walked around loaded with relics, and this was proof of just how many tricks he kept hidden. The Conqueror's relic wrapped around CEO Kwon like a shadow, forcing the men in front of him to their knees. That relic could seize a person's mind and demand total obedience, just like Irene Hilton's parasitic relic that dug into its host and never let go. Kwon strode forward through the storm of energy, face twisted with smug pride. Ju Hyun had never been able to dig up real data on the Conqueror's relic, only that the geezer kept it hidden somewhere inside his own body. Ju Hyun clicked his tongue, thinking he could just tear the old man apart piece by piece to find it. But that idea died fast. Kwon was also wrapped in an armor-type relic that turned his whole body into a walking bunker. Kwon laughed as he walked toward Juhan, purple power snaking out from him like chains, bragging that he had not even fully woken the relic yet. To Juhan, the man now looked like an impregnable fortress, packed with a weapon strong enough to wipe out anyone who got close. Out in the lobby, workers stopped and stared as a strange pressure rolled through the air. The Conqueror's relic roared through people's minds when it woke up, and the first ripples were already turning the whole building uneasy. Jo Hyun wiped the sweat from his cheek and flashed a crooked grin, needling Kwon about the growing racket. If the old man kept pushing that relic, every bystander here would learn that relics were real, which was exactly what Kwon had wanted to avoid. CEO Kwon raised his hand, purple lightning crawling over his fingers as he smiled like this was all a minor hassle. He figured he could clean up any witnesses later. The real problem in his eyes was Ju Hyun, and he had just decided the raider would not be walking away from this. CEO Kwon's eye twitched, furious that something dared to order him and his toys around. Ju Hyun and Kwon both stiffened, eyes snapping toward the source of the voice that had just cut across Kwon's power. The crow relic hovered in the light, calmly warning that this place was full of savage jackal dogs that would wake if Kwon kept pushing his power. The massive crow spread its wings over the ruined lobby, and even Kwon had to admit its aura was strong, marking it as a top-tier relic. Ju Hyun calmly pieced it together, linking the jackal dogs to Anubis, and realizing they were standing inside a tomb built around the god of death's relic. Kwon's eyes gleamed with greedy joy at the thought. An Anubis relic was exactly the kind of prize he craved. Purple lightning burst from Kwon as he charged, planning to crush Juhan first, and then rip the crow relic away for himself. A cold voice echoed through the air, calling Kwon a fool for charging ahead after being warned. The blonde raider grabbed the wall as everything started to rumble, yelling to his senior that the whole place felt like an earthquake. His friend in the purple shirt could barely stay upright, sweat running down his face. CEO Kwon staggered as the floor buckled, shouting in anger and fear as he demanded to know what was happening to his airport. For the first time, the man who thought he owned every relic looked completely lost. Purple light wrapped around Seo Ju Hyun as the system flooded him with alerts about deadly Egyptian power trying to force its way into his body. It warned that even his relics were starting to break, and that monsters strong enough to end the world were waking up all at once. Ju Hyun's eyes hardened as he listened, the purple sparks drifting past his face. He already knew there was only one event that matched this kind of madness. Staring through the glass at the burning sky and collapsing runways, Ju Hyun finally named it in his head. This was the Great Catastrophe. Ancient Egyptian buildings were ripping out of the ground, turning the airport into the same nightmare he remembered from his past life, the one that had started the Relic Age. The runway split like paper, and a huge stone passage rose from the depths, swallowing planes and debris. Jo Hyun knew that shape too well. This was the entrance to the tomb, holding the Anubis relic. Pyramids and a stone sphinx pushed up beside the control tower, swallowing terminals and planes, until the whole airport looked like part of some ancient burial ground. It hit Ju Hyun that it was not just this building changing. The entire world was being reshaped into one giant tomb. Far away, even places like Las Vegas were cracking apart as strange relic tombs burst through casinos and towers. The Great Catastrophe was not just an airport incident. It was hitting every corner of the planet at once. In Tokyo, a blazing mountain had burst out between the towers, tilting whole buildings as fire and smoke poured into the sky. Over Seoul, the sky turned blood red as lightning crashed down near the hilltop tower. The streets below already cracked and broken. The system calmly reported that hostile Egyptian tombs were now popping up all over the world. Ju-hyun watched in silence, a bead of sweat on his cheek, already turning over what move would keep him and his people alive now. One of the junior raiders stammered that nothing special was going on, except for the tiny detail that all of them were now locked inside a dangerous tomb. Ju-hyun coolly pointed out that this mess started because the old CEO could not stop flashing his relics, while the blonde raider waved his hands and babbled that nothing like this had ever happened when the boss used them before. Ju-hyun told them that since this place had turned into a tomb, the only exit was to clear it so it would fade, then added that clearing a tomb born from the Great Catastrophe was nowhere near simple. He remembered needing 3 whole months to beat a catastrophe tomb in his past life, and his gaze sharpened as he decided that this time, with the power he had now, he would crush it far faster. Ju-hyun treated the whole mess like a shortcut, saying starting at the core just saved them time. He told the others to stick close as he headed off to meet whoever was running this tomb. The CEO's voice sliced through the air, ordering them to stop right there. Purple power burst from the CEO's hand as he reminded them that no one was going anywhere without his permission. Ju-hyun stared at him like he was an idiot, pointing out that maybe surviving the tomb should come before power games. The CEO bared his teeth in a wild grin, saying he would rather finish them off and keep the tomb's relic for himself. Ju-hyun cursed the old man's arrogance, but he could feel that the confidence came from real power. Even so, he made up his mind to do whatever it took to walk out of this tomb alive. The CEO's fist tightened and his relic power surged as he ordered everyone to bow to his will. A bright purple mark burst into the air as the CEO's relic took hold, rushing toward Ju-hyun and the others to lock their bodies under his command. Ju-hyun cursed under his breath as the purple force pushed him down, his knees almost hitting the floor. The CEO watched him struggle and smugly reminded Ju-hyun that he should be speaking with respect now that he was under a new master. One of the blonde raiders lay sprawled on the floor, barely able to lift his head as the weight pressed him down. He gasped that they were being crushed and begged Ju-hyun to tell him they were not about to die here. The CEO's brow tightened as he sensed something off. His control was slipping, and none of them were passing out like they should. He grudgingly admitted to himself that these rough humans really did have the power to push back against relics, and his stare met Ju-hyun's intense silence. A massive beast with long ears and golden streamers rose above them, its body filling the ruined hall as the raiders struggled on the ground below. The creature demanded to know who these intruders were, furious that they were making a mess in its own domain. The beast threw its head forward and roared, snapping that this was its territory and that they were the ones causing trouble. Its rage shook the air, and the raiders flinched as its power washed over them. Ju-hyun slowly pushed himself upright, feeling the crushing weight vanish from his body. He realized with a sharp grin that he was free now, guessing that this angry relic had messed up the CEO's conqueror's relic. His eyes sharpened as he studied the beast, the pieces clicking into place. Ju-hyun recognized it as Set, a god-tier relic, and his gaze turned hungry at the thought of claiming something that powerful. Set stepped out of the red glare, huge and twisted, and Ju-hyun could only think that out of every relic in the world, it just had to be this monster. In the old stories, Set was one of Egypt's 9 main gods, ruling over desert, darkness, and pure chaos, so his relic turned out just like him. Anyone who tried to own it had their life torn apart by its violent, nasty temper. The god wearing the jeweled collar seethed at the thought of a human giving orders, calling it an insult and vowing that these pests had to be erased. Set bared his teeth while the jackal-headed god beside him calmly agreed, and together they promised to tear these tiny humans apart without holding back. Another godly aura rolled over them, and the blonde raider yelped that something else had shown up, then froze as he sensed it was not just 2 monsters they were dealing with. Haeon pegged the black hound right away as Anubis, and he knew the jeweled collar on its neck was actually Osiris, the crook and flail god bound into a relic. Osiris was another of the 9 main gods, ruling over growth and the world after death, while Anubis watched the tombs and guided the dead on their last walk, making both of them perfect fits for god-tier relics. Thinking about Set, Anubis, and Osiris, all crowding into one place, Ju-hyun let out a crooked grin, muttering that with this kind of lineup, it made sense his last life had been nothing but endless tombs. High above their heads, Anubis and Set floated in red light, calmly chatting about what kind of trial would make it more fun to take these humans out. Ju-hyun and the others could only stare up at them, knowing the gods saw this as a game. Anubis snapped that there was no reason to bother with any trial at all, and told Set to keep his pride. Set just roared back, saying pride meant nothing when he was already furious about breathing the same air as these tiny humans. While Set raged about having to share a room with such weak creatures, purple windows popped up in front of Ju-hyun, calmly stating that his immunity kept rising under the vicious aura. He wiped a bit of sweat, thinking that those dog gods clearly had no plan to let any of them walk out, but at least their hate was making him tougher by the second. Set pushed past Anubis and claimed the first move for himself, his jaws splitting in a cruel grin. In his mind, the best way to handle these insects was simple: smash them flat with sheer strength until they stopped moving. Ju-hyun looked up with his jaw set, sweat running down his cheek as Set's power rushed toward them. The warm-up was over. The first god was finally making his move. All 3 god relics lashed out at once, their power mixing into a storm of red and purple light. In seconds, that twisted aura crashed down over Ju-hyun and the others, swallowing the whole area. One of the raiders grabbed at his face as blood started running from his nose and mouth. He stared at his hands in shock, realizing the aura alone was ripping him apart. Another teammate in a purple shirt doubled over and spat blood, his legs giving out under the pressure. The blonde man rushed to catch him, shouting in panic, while Ju-hyun just watched with a tight jaw. Ju-hyun studied the damage spreading through the others and calmly judged the gap. Just as he expected, without an immunity skill, this kind of aura would ruin a body in no time. The older man in the suit staggered on his hands and knees, cursing as his body started to fail in ways he didn't understand. Ju-hyun glanced back at him, noting that even this stubborn geezer could not endure the god's aura. Hyun told the blonde man to grab the others and fall back, saying they needed to find cover while they still could. Since the relics saw them as worthless bugs, he figured the gods would not bother chasing if they just left the center of the fight. The blonde man and the guy in red hooked their arms under the wounded kid and started dragging him away, even while their own blood dripped onto the floor. The geezer crawled after them and barked at the group, furious that they dared to move without him, while Ju-hyun stayed where the aura was thickest. Kneeling in the glowing haze, the geezer coughed up more blood and glared at Ju-hyun. Through gritted teeth, he demanded to know how that kid could stand there in the same aura and still look completely fine. Ju-hyun just smirked and said it all came down to skill, brushing off the geezer's outrage like it was nothing. The 2 god relics glared at Ju-hyun, stunned that a human stood there untouched, and snapped at each other to stop holding back and crush him properly. Ju-hyun closed his hand around a small dark relic, and the gods suddenly paused as a familiar scent reached them. A towering stone pillar burst up behind Ju-hyun, shards of rock spinning around him as he grinned and asked if this weak pressure was really all the gods could do. High above, the god relics laughed at the stone monument, scoffing that such a low-ranked relic could never touch beings of their level. The white jackal god narrowed its blazing eyes and promised to make this arrogant human pay for daring to look down on divine relics. The god hurled itself forward, vomiting out a storm of red power that tore through the air straight toward Ju-hyun. Ju-hyun's lips curled into a sharp smile as he thought about payback, ready to answer their torment with the exact same treatment. Hyun raised his hand, and the stone relic exploded with power, blue light ripping straight into the storm of red aura that had rushed at him. The clash shook the whole space, and for the first time, the god's power was the one being pushed back. The white jackal god was ripped open by the returning blast, its body carved by streaks of light as it screamed. It stared around in shock, unable to grasp how a human's relic had turned its own power against it. Ju Hyun let blue sparks dance along his arm and smiled like this was all a joke. He pointed out that this is what happens when you only care about rank and drop your guard against someone like him. The black jackal god's eyes narrowed as it watched the humans stand there unharmed. It growled that their auras were useless like this and urged its partner to bring out real skills and strike him properly. The white jackal god snapped back, refusing to burn its own life just to deal with one human. Its aura flared wildly as it shouted that using those skills would shorten its time in this world. Then the white jackal god froze, nostrils flaring as it caught that strange smell again. It said it was now sure the scent around Ju Hyun belonged to the crow, and that the human reeked of that traitorous relic. The black jackal god stiffened at the name, calling the crow a traitor that had tried to help humans. It snapped that such a relic was supposed to be sealed away, so there was no way that scent could be real. The black jackal god scoffed that the other's nose must finally be broken if it smelled the crow on a human. The white jackal god bristled, shouting that its nose was perfect and demanding to know if its partner really wanted to start a fight with it now. Ju Hyun finally understood why the two relic gods had held back from tearing each other apart. With Set and Osiris standing on the same side, a fight between them was only a matter of time. The old tale plays out in his mind, where Set, eaten up with jealousy, turns on his own brother Osiris and does something unforgivable. Their bond in myth was already broken long before these relics ever woke up. That brutal history is baked into their very bodies. Because of it, the Set and Osiris relics clash on instinct, their auras snapping at each other, just like the gods once did. To Ju Hyun, their grudge was perfect timing. He decided to move in while the jackals were busy hating each other instead of watching him. The black jackal finally caught on that the human was up to something. It barked at its partners to stop bickering and remember why they were here. The jackal clicked its tongue, fed up with the other's nonsense. It decided it would just deal with this human problem on its own. Ju Hyun eyed the black jackal and said it was the only one here still thinking, so he would knock it down first. The relic bared its teeth, finding his boldness almost funny. A flood of golden power crashed over Ju Hyun as the jackal made good on its threat. He grit his teeth, ready to prove he could live through it. The golden aura under Ju Hyun burst into a pillar of light and yanked him off his feet. Before he could brace himself, the ground vanished beneath him. Ju Hyun plummeted through a narrow tunnel of light, cursing as he fell. A cold, echoing voice told him this was a trial and sneered that someone like him would never clear it. As he dropped, Ju Hyun's eyes narrowed. So this was not just an attack, but some kind of trial, which meant there had to be rules he could twist. The fall ended with a brutal slam that knocked the breath out of him. Ju Hyun groaned and rubbed his aching back, then finally looked around. He realized he was standing on the dish of a giant hanging scale, and the shape felt oddly familiar. The jackal-headed god loomed over him, one claw gripping the beam of the balance. It calmly explained that this was the scale of judgment, and declared that his judgment would start now. Ju Hyun's pain faded into a crooked grin. If this scale was the relic's ultimate trump card, then passing the trial would put that arrogant judge right into his hands. From his spot on the tiny plate, Ju Hyun watched the jackal god weigh him like prey. Since its aura blast had done nothing, it had fallen back on this judgment. But to him, that only meant one thing. This trial was his ticket to make the relic his. Ju Hyun remembered sitting in a cafe with a young relic user who had survived Anubis. The kid had explained that Anubis would fire off a bunch of questions, and all he had to do was answer every single one with a firm no. The raider remembered how that survivor had admitted he forgot the exact questions, but swore they were child's play. With that in mind, Ju Hyun's eye cooled. If kids could clear this, he figured he had nothing to worry about. Above the glowing scale, 5 hooded juries drifted into place, forming a ring over Juhyun's head. Anubis declared that the court was ready and that Juhyun would now face 42 questions. The jackal god's eyes burned as it laid down the rule. Answer no to every question, and the trial would be cleared. But if even one answer was a lie, a monster lurking in the dark would sense his guilt and tear him apart. Balanced on the metal plate, Juhyun glanced up at the giant judge and smirked to himself. Everything was playing out exactly the way that kid had described. Then the first question dropped, asking if he had ever stolen before. Juhyun stiffened, a bead of sweat sliding down as he processed how badly that one hit his record. He could not even pretend otherwise. His whole life had been one long string of thefts, and not small ones either. The more he thought about it, the more sweat gathered, because a clean no here was flat out impossible. Anubis let out a low, pleased laugh, clearly sensing his hesitation, while Juhyun hurriedly tried to buy time. The judge ignored his flustered protest and rolled right into the next one, asking if he had ever lied in his life. Juhyun gritted his teeth, sweat running down his face, as he admitted to himself that he had done plenty of that too, including roughing people up more times than he could count. As the juries asked if he had smashed other people's stuff or ever wanted their money, the raider stood on the metal plate and finally understood the pattern, cursing under his breath at how rigged this test was. Juhyun realized the questions were never simple at all. That kid had passed only because he had not lived long enough to stack up this many sins. The jackal god leaned in, its huge hand stretching toward him, as it coolly pointed out that he was already thinking he could not honestly answer no to even one of these questions. Anubis wrapped its massive fingers around the raider's body, calling him a typical human stuffed with sins as Juhyun fought against the crushing grip. The dark god declared that Juhyun's heart weighed more than iron and ordered him thrown down to the snapping monster below, telling him to stay in the depths where he belonged. As the fire-wreathed beast lunged up with its jaws wide, Juhyun flinched back and cursed, scrambling for time and yelling that he just needed a second to think. Then the god's grip vanished and Juhyun plunged through the glowing air, tumbling helplessly between Anubis' retreating hand and the waiting jaws that snapped open beneath him. Juhyun kept dropping through the blinding light, limbs flailing as he swore, feeling that sick, weightless pull in his stomach all over again. The beam punched into the sandy ground of the pit, sending dust and old bones flying as his body smashed into the bottom. He lay sprawled on the hot sand, groaning as pain throbbed through his ribs and arms, forcing himself to push up with a shaky hand. His eyes narrowed, the ache in his body shoved aside as a cold, crawling feeling told him he was not alone down here. The raider twisted around and found a ring of thin, floating corpse with burning red eyes drifting toward him, grumbling that this trial would not even give him a breath to recover. Juhyun reached down without hesitating and wrapped his fingers around a thick bone, yanking it up like a club. He planted his feet, raised the crude bone weapon, and barked at the ghost to come for him, daring the whole pack at once. The twisted bodies lunged from every side, claws reaching, and Juhyun stepped into the rush with a full swing of the bone, meeting the swarm head on. Juhyun roared that he would take them all down and whipped the heavy bone through the air, smashing straight into the nearest skull spirit. The crude club hit like a hammer, driving the shrieking skull into the dirt and tearing a groove through the ground. He spun and drove his fist into another corpse, cursing under his breath as more of them pushed in from every side. A lunging skull clamped its broken jaws around the bone, forcing Juhyun to brace hard as a rough groan slipped out. The weight of the horde crashed over him, and he toppled onto his back, straining to keep the bone between his chest and the snapping mouths. Fear crept into his eyes as he wondered if he was really about to fail a second time, only for a cold, mocking voice to remark that this foolish human clearly needed help. A blinding golden flash exploded out from the ground, shaking the pit and hurling the ghostly bodies back like scraps of paper. The golden column kept roaring upward, its light carving a safe space around Juhyun as the skull spirits shrank back from the sudden, crushing crushing presence, and stayed on his knees, staring up as the golden light tore through the dark pit, holding the skull spirits at bay. For the first time since the fight started, he could actually breathe. Out of that light, the crow took shape, its many blue eyes burning as it spread its wings. It muttered that it had been a long time since it bothered to handle things on its own. Ju-hyun glared up at it, demanding to know what it meant by saying it had been a while when this was supposed to be the past. None of this time talk made sense to him. The crow just laughed, saying that timelines did not matter to it at all. It claimed that no matter when or where, it was always the same single being. Ju-hyun turned his head slightly, the raw panic fading as he tried to wrap his head around that claim. If the crow really stood outside time, then this help came from something far bigger than a normal relic. More burning figures crawled out of the dark, their eyes glowing as they circled the pit again. The crow grumbled that these pests were after it once more, and that nothing inside this judgment space ever really changed. The crow floated at Ju-hyun's side, saying it would help him get out of this place. It added that since Egyptian gods were behind this mess, it would be much more fun to crush them using Egyptian powers and relics of their own. Ju-hyun narrowed his eyes at the floating bird, demanding to know what it actually was and why something that strong would bother helping him at all. Blue lightning ripped through the pit as the crow spread its wings, blasting the skull spirits away. Ju-hyun stayed hunched under the glowing shield, feeling that this was no longer just a relic helping him, but something god level, forcing the dead to back off. Far above, an Egyptian god watched the huge purple sphere churn and grumble. The trial inside was dragging on longer than expected, which meant something was getting in the way. Cracks of blue light shot across the dark shell, spraying bright shards into the air. The watching god first assumed the judgment was finally wrapping up. Anubis bared his teeth as the cracks spread, the flames around him twisting wild. He could feel that this was wrong. The space of judgment he had made was not ending on its own. It was being ripped open from the outside. On the floor of the crumbling realm, a battered man in a suit clawed at the ground, barely able to lift himself. The gods watching scoffed at the idea that a mere human like him could be the one tearing Anubis' domain apart. The purple world suddenly burst apart, chunks of it blown away in a blinding flash. The gods stared in shock, unable to believe their carefully sealed judgment space had just been smashed open. Anubis jerked forward, eyes wide as the force washed over him. He suddenly understood that this pressure was not human at all, but the blazing power of the sun god Ra. The crow hovered over Ju-hyun, wings spread wide as beams of blue light pour through the broken realm. One of the Egyptian gods cursed it by name, raging that the nerve of this thief, stealing even the power of Ra, had finally ruined their judgment. Anubis hung in the air, body limp as red smoke wrapped around him. Another god shouted at him to wake up, but all he could manage was a rough cough. The white jackal god, Set, glared at Anubis' broken form and raged that the crow had done this. He could not understand how that relic, which should have been sealed away, was back in play. Set shouted down that he still remembered the crow once helping a human wipe out their own kind and stealing their powers. His voice shook with hate as he spat out the insult, treating the crow like the worst kind of traitor. Ju-hyun stared ahead, asking if what the gods said about it helping humans and stealing powers was true. The crow only hovered over his shoulder in silence, giving him no answer at all. One of the gods pushed past the shock and told Set they had to join forces. They needed to use their full power here and warn the other gods before the crow twisted things any further. Set bared his fangs, eyes burning as he agreed there was no other way. He poured power into his body, swearing to wipe everything out now that things had gone this far. Both jackal gods rose into a blinding red sphere as their powers fused. Lightning tore out from the center, their joint attack ready to crush everything caught below. The blast slammed into the room, ripping up the floor and walls as red lightning spread everywhere. Ju-hyun stood at the center, with the crow circling above, bracing himself while the whole place came apart around them. All around the broken room, twisted corpses dragged themselves up, empty eyes burning red as they clawed over the rubble toward the living. Far above the streets, the same hollow bodies rose into the sky between the towers, proving this was no longer just a problem inside the tomb, but something waking up everywhere. The crow warned that its help ended here, but Ju Hyun only smiled, as if he had never planned on leaning on it in the first place. The relic's bright eyes narrowed, almost confused that this human could stare at a world full of rising dead and still look so relaxed. Ju Hyun drew his blade and calmly laid out the truth. With everyone else already gone, this place was sealed, and only an idiot would have walked in without a backup plan. He spread his arms with the sword shining, pointing out what really mattered now. Unlike before, this tomb allowed him to unleash every relic he owned. With a sharp grin, he added that the so-called gods were nothing but relics tied to lifeless objects, and if their cores were here, he would hunt them down. Jo Haeon kicked off the ground and shot into the air above the swarming bodies, ready to carve a path through them and straight to the relics pulling the strings. The crow's bright eyes gleamed as it watched Ju Hyun charge in, amused and eager to see how far this crazy human would push things. One of the dead things at the front exploded under his attack, its skull shattering as power ripped straight through it. Ju Hyun shot past them like a streak of light, his blade carving through bodies and clearing space around him. With his eyes glowing, the raider crossed twin blades of light, cutting down the dead on all sides as if he were dancing through them. Farther back, the stronger death spirits floated above the crowd, staring at the lone human tearing through their army, and almost sounding impressed by how much he seemed to enjoy it. Set's pile and Osiris' hourglass showed their true forms, scoffing that Ju Hyun would hit his limit sooner or later, while their army of the dead could keep coming forever. Anubis's Ankh cross flared awake on another corpse's chest, its owner groaning in confusion, while the other relics urged Anubis to steady himself and leave the troublesome human to them. Set and the other relics laughed and drove the dead forward in a thick wave, swearing to wipe Ju Hyun out for good, even as the front ranks suddenly began twisting and getting bound by unseen power. The bound corpses warped into bandaged mummies, their skulls glowing as dark power wrapped tight around them. Ju Hyun stopped as giant mummies loomed over him, their eyes burning like hot coals, while the air shook with their power. He frowned, sweat running down his cheek as he tried to figure out what these new things were supposed to be. He rushed in with a sharp swing, but the towering mummy met him head on, its strike sashing the floor and proving this wave would not go down easy. He moved faster, his blade drawing a bright line through the air as he aimed to cut the mummy down before it could swing again. Ju Hyun slid under the counterblow, coming up with his sword buried in the mummy's side, yet the huge body only staggered instead of falling. Feeling the thing still standing behind him, Ju Hyun let a cold aura rise off his body, grudgingly admitting this fight was tougher than he thought. He reached into his jacket and drew a second knife, feeling a strange warmth from it, like the relic was finally back in the place it belonged. Ju Hyun studied the possessed mortician's knife, feeling the power buzzing through it as it reacted. The relic raved that Lord Anubis was close and that it felt stronger than ever. Ju Hyun just smiled, told it to track its master, and decided they were going to pay Anubis a visit. With the knife as his compass, Ju Hyun told it to guide him straight to Anubis. He walked ahead without fear, his giant mummies closing in around him like a moving wall. The giant mummies flexed their new bodies, red power swirling around their bandages. They were oddly pleased, mumbling about how much more room they had to move now. When asked if they had used their strength, the two mummies owned up to it. They explained that they had been pushed into it, and there really had been no other option. One of the wrapped giants stiffened as understanding hit. It muttered that the relic predator crow had shown up again, and that this was the real reason it had been taken down. The Egyptian beings inside those bodies traded worried looks, saying the timing of Crow's return could not be worse. One of them decided they had to warn the others before things spun out of control. Its eyes burned brighter, power gathering as it focused on the threat closing in. Jo Hyun burst in with a blazing swing, carving through the mummy's body and straight into the jackal-shaped relic hiding inside it. The exposed Anubis relic shrieked in shock, demanding to know how he had seen through its cover. Ju Hyun smiled like this was already over, and ordered the jackal relic to disappear. The giant mummies lurched forward, shouting for Set as they tried to shield Anubis. A blazing arc tore straight through the nearest mummy, its body splitting before it could even raise a hand. The judgment relic cracked apart, green power leaking out as it stammered that this result should be impossible. One of the possessed mummies whipped around, yelling for Osiris, as if only he could fix this disaster. Its burning eyes widened as a far stronger light rushed toward it from the side. A golden strike ripped through the mummy, shredding its bandaged body and scattering pieces across the room. The Ankh of Osiris flared into view, wrapped in burning bandages, and it spat out a furious cry at the human who had just wiped out its servant. Juhyun faced the blazing Ankh like this was no big deal, brushing off what he had just done. The relic burned hotter in front of him, clearly not sharing his relaxed mood. His smile sharpened as he told the Ankh to open the trial again, saying the last result had clearly been a mistake. He looked like a man already sure of the outcome. The Ankh flared and complained that it had never given two sets of problems to a single human. It warned that even if it reopened the trials, Juhyun would never be able to clear them. Juhyun just smirked at the warning and told the relic there was no chance of him failing. His eyes said he already knew how to break its little test. Standing on the ruins of the mummies he had just taken down, Juhyun leveled his sword at the Ankh. He warned it to change its list of questions unless it wanted to end up shredded just like them. The Anubis relic had to restart everything, and the giant balance rose up once more. The same 42 juries formed around Juhyun, ready to weigh him all over again. The dog-headed judge shuffled forward, clearly shaken, and tried to announce the first question. Juhyun noticed the juries were cracked and smaller than before, proof of how badly he had wrecked them. Before the relic could finish its excuse, Juhyun's hand closed around its neck. He yanked the so-called judge closer, cutting off its words in one rough move. Holding the relic off the ground, Juhyun told it that from now on, it would only ask what he told it to. He then calmly fed it the first line, turning the trial into a question about whether he had ever stolen from others. The Anubis relic roared, furious that he was twisting its holy test. It yelled that if the questions were slanted like that, any real judgment after death would be pointless. Juhyun just glared back and said he did not care about its grand rules. This was not the afterlife. He was not dead, and it needed to stop pretending otherwise and do what he said. He added one more warning, telling the relic to repeat after him if it wanted to live. At that, the once lofty judge dropped to its knees, shaking. With its forehead nearly touching the floor, the Anubis relic asked in a small voice why this human did not care about owning it, only about breaking it. Juhyun just watched it kneel, making it clear that for him, relics were tools, not treasures. Juhyun smiled like this was all a game, telling the relic he would claim it as his, and if it could not handle that and broke, then they were never meant to stay together in the first place. The Anubis relic hunched over, eyes shaking and lips clamped shut, too scared to answer this human who treated it like a toy he might snap in half. The shaky juries forced the first question out, stumbling over the words and even cursing as they asked if he had ever stolen, while Juhyun coolly told them to speak up, like he could not quite hear their fear. Juhyun drove his foot into the relic's side and sent it skidding, warning it to drop the dirty words and address humans with respect if it wanted this trial to keep going. Shaking, the Anubis relic finally managed to ask if he had ever stolen, adding a forced title at the end, and Juhyun answered with an easy grin that of course he had. With his arms folded, Juhyun quietly thought about how to word the next question in his favor, and the Anubis relic, close to losing it, shouted up at him, demanding to know if he planned to twist every part of the trial like this. Juhyun's eyes narrowed with cold focus as he confirmed in a flat tone that he would twist every single question, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. In the end, Juhyun answered yes to every single question after twisting each one to suit him, and by the time the light faded, the Anubis relic was so worn down it looked ready to cry. The system finally stopped the questions, and announced that Ju Hyun had cleared the Anubis tomb, even forcing one of its 3 relics to fully submit to him. A vortex of light ripped open in the room, and Ju Hyun's glowing body dropped out of the collapsing tomb like it was spitting him back into reality. When the light faded, his hand was wrapped around a heavy, ankh-shaped relic, the physical proof that Anubis had bowed its head to him. Purple windows flooded his view, listing how beating this god-level Egyptian relic had raised his control over similar relics, toughened him against death types up to level C, and even handed him new titles like Tomb Raider and Dishonest Tomb Raider that boosted his theft skills at the cost of relic affection. While the crow buzzed with delight, and he wondered where he was supposed to use all of that, Ju Hyun leveled the Ankh at the space around him, blue power crackling out as he calmly ordered the relic to cut the nonsense and close the tomb. Energy roared out from the Ankh, and the huge tomb around him started ripping apart, stone and fire twisting as if the whole place was being erased. Red light bled through widening cracks as the ceiling crashed down in chunks, turning the once stable tomb into a storm of falling debris. Outside, a suited man staggered as the building shook, yelling in shock that the large tomb was breaking and that Ju Hyun must have really gotten his hands on the relics. The man in the suit stared at Ju Hyun's back, stunned that the so-called newbie had just walked out of a collapsing god tomb like it was nothing. In his head, the handler admitted that Ju Hyun was far from some green rookie and realized that if he could not take this monster out, he needed to drag him over to his side. The system calmly reported that one of the huge tombs wrapped around the earth had fallen, and with its power source gone, the entire structure faded out of existence. Ju Hyun smirked at the fading rubble, happy to finally breathe real air again, and lazily called out to the man who had been watching him. The handler hurried over with a stiff smile, admitting he had failed to see Ju Hyun's skill and awkwardly apologizing for treating him like trash before. Trying to sound sincere, the handler held out his hand and suggested they join forces, asking Ju Hyun to work with him from now on. Ju Hyun coolly reminded him that this same man had just tried to get him taken out. The handler waved his hands, stammering that it was all before they truly understood each other. The handler spoke eagerly about how relics were about to reshape everything and insisted that in that new world, monsters like Ju Hyun would hold the highest value. The handler flashed a sharp smile and called himself the chairman of TKBM, swearing he would back Ju Hyun with everything the company had. He talked about bigger oceans and claimed he only wanted to grow Ju Hyun's talent. Ju Hyun stared back with a cold face and told him to drop the act, saying the real deal was that the chairman should be the one working under him. The air between them tightened, as if his bold answer had just slammed into the room like a physical blow. With his sword leveled at the man's chest, Ju Hyun mocked the way the handler had slipped from talking about working together to ordering him to work under him, saying that alone showed how twisted the man's thoughts were. Ju Hyun explained that any so-called investment would just be a leash, that the chairman would drain every result he could get and then toss him away the moment it suited him. He said the chairman only wanted to use him and that dressing it up as teamwork was such a joke that even a dog would find it funny. The handler let out a shaky laugh and started to speak, trying to brush off Ju Hyun's words like they were just jokes. Acting like Ju Hyun was being touchy, the handler said he was only talking and pointed out that since he currently owned more power and resources, it might actually look like Ju Hyun was the one under him. The chairman dressed it up like a fair trade, saying that was just how the world worked. But Ju Hyun only heard the hiss of an old snake trying to coil around him. The chairman spread his arms and told Ju Hyun to think long-term, saying relic hunting meant endless deadly jobs, and hinting that facing all of that alone would be too much, even for him. The chairman kept smiling as he promised to even pull strings at company hospitals if Ju Hyun ever got hurt, and that was exactly when a red streak of power flashed across his neck and shut him up. The red line carved through the air between them, leaving Ju Hyun steady on his feet, while the chairman jerked back in shock, finally feeling the bite behind all of Ju Hyun's words. Hearing that smug offer of healthcare, Ju Hyun's temper snapped. There was no way he was going to listen quietly, while the same man who once toyed with his life pretended to care about his well-being. Ju Hyun reminded him of the day the Boshniakia Rosika fell into his hands, when the chairman dangled that relic over his head and forced him to work like a slave just for a chance to fix his own body. Instead of looking sorry, the chairman's lips curled into a pleased grin, red power licking around his face like he was enjoying being called out for what he had done. Red streams of blood lifted off the floor and flowed back into the chairman's body, and he stood there in the glow, calmly admitting Ju Hyun's strike had surprised him, and even praising how fast it had been. Ju Hyun watched the sliced flesh knit back together on its own, and found the sight gross. He knew this had to be the work of a defense relic, wrapped around the chairman's body. The chairman grinned, admitting he agreed, then bragged that his protection came from a relic like Achilles' body from the Styx, something that had to be at least god level. The tale jumps to Achilles, the famed soldier from Greek myths, born from Thetis, a goddess of the sea, and Peleus, a mortal man. Wanting her child to share her immortality, Thetis dipped Achilles into the Styx while holding him by his tendon, giving him an almost unbreakable body, but leaving that small spot as his one weak point. Achilles later fell when that exposed tendon was hit, and Ju Hyun figured any relic born from him had to hide a similar weak spot somewhere. Ju Hyun had to admit he still had no clue where that weak point was hiding. The chairman, glowing red with power and a fully healed neck, mocked him and claimed this was proof Ju Hyun was still beneath him. The chairman admitted Ju Hyun was impressive, yet still insisted he couldn't be taken down, then said he was not looking for a fight at all, but for a chance to stand beside Ju Hyun as an ally. Ju Hyun lowered his eyes with a crooked grin, finding the offer so funny that his reply felt obvious, even before he spoke. Ju Hyun told Muramasa to draw in every bit of strength it had, and blue light roared along the blade, while the chairman choked out a shocked protest at what this crazy human was doing. With the sword humming in his hands, Ju Hyun asked the chairman if he knew what mutiny was, then calmly said that was exactly what he was about to pull on him. Ju Hyun admitted to himself that siding with the chairman would be the obvious smart move, but he still turned it down without a hint of regret. He brushed off all logic and told the chairman to treat it as simple disgust for his face, leaving the older man frozen and stammering in disbelief. Jo Hyun tightened his grip and explained that Muramasa was made for mutiny, a blade that grew stronger the higher its opponent's rank was. A savage grin spread across Ju Hyun's face as he said they should test whether the chairman would finally shut up once Muramasa, at full power, ran him through. The chairman screamed that Ju Hyun was insane and demanded to know why he was pushing things this far instead of taking the easy alliance. Ju Hyun answered by driving forward and cutting in a blazing arc, Muramasa's light tearing through the red aura around the chairman as the true mutiny began. The chairman let out a raw scream as Muramasa's power ripped into him, shredding through his fancy suit and that smug red aura like they were nothing. Ju Hyun watched him with cold, burning eyes, blue sparks crawling over his skin as he held Muramasa steady, completely sure that turning on his old boss was the only move worth making. Muramasa's power exploded outward in a blazing wave, swallowing the chairman and the whole area in fire and smoke as shadows were tossed around like toys. Had pushed Muramasa with maximum domination and taken the chairman down in one insane strike. He knew this trick forced out power way above the relic's normal rank, but it also meant the blade would not survive. The old man had warned him he was overdoing it, and Ju Hyun had to admit this move was pure recklessness. As cracks spread along Muramasa's glowing blade, Ju Hyun tightened his grip instead of backing off. Letting his greatest enemy walk away after everything was the one thing he refused to accept. To him, wasting a relic was better than wasting this chance. The chairman's face twisted as the blast swallowed him, his mouth stretched wide in a raw, soundless scream. Red energy boiled off his body, fighting against the power tearing into him. For a moment, it looked like Ju Hyun had finally crushed him. Feeling cornered, the chairman's domination relic flared on its own, wrapping him in a storm of red light. Power rained down hard enough to crack the floor around Ju Hyun. He knew that if he stepped into that range now, he would be torn apart right along with his target. Ju Hyun balled his fist, calling on the code of Hammurabi relic as sparks crawled over his skin. He planned to twist the rules of that storm, bouncing a share of the impact right back at its owner. It was the only way to hit the chairman again without stepping into that killing field. The reflected force roared out from Ju Hyun like a second wave, ripping chunks of stone into the air. That backlash rushed straight toward the chairman, pounding him all over again. The whole area shook as if the building itself was paying for their fight. The stone body of the Hammurabi relic groaned under the strain, bright lines of blue power seeping from fresh cracks. Even that ancient lawgiver had not come out of this trade clean. Ju Hyun could see it had taken a real hit just to twist the blast once. Dust and shattered stone whirled around Ju Hyun, while the cracked Hammurabi pillar loomed at his side, still glowing faint blue. The last of the reflected power streaked off toward the far end of the hall, where the chairman had been. Ju Hyun stayed planted in place, watching the chaos and judging if that gamble had finally been enough. The reflected power and Muramasa's last swing blew apart the hall, blue light ripping through stone as chunks of floor and wall flew in every direction. The chairman sagged against the cracked wall, blue fire licking off his body, and red stains splattered around him. Ju Hyun could tell Achilles and the domination relic had taken a huge hit, leaving the old man too damaged to move freely for a while. Ju Hyun walked toward the half-conscious chairman, dust swirling around his feet. He knew Muramasa had paid the price for that strike and was now completely ruined. The broken sword hung in his grip, shards flaking off the edge as a faint light flickered along it. Even the Hammurabi relic had been strained, its power clearly damaged from twisting that blast. Ju Hyun let out a tight breath, annoyed that even after wrecking his own relics, the old man was still breathing. For him, putting in this much effort and not ending the threat was beyond frustrating. Two raiders hurried over, staring wide-eyed at the wrecked hall and the battered chairman. Ju Hyun glanced at them and dryly noted that at least his teammates had managed to stay alive through this mess. The blonde raider muttered in shock, asking why there was a body lying there. Ju Hyun stared at the chairman pinned in the cracked wall and said he wished that were true, but the stubborn old man was not gone yet. The blonde raider swallowed hard and asked if Ju Hyun was really planning to finish the chairman off, almost sounding like he hoped someone else would do it. Ju Hyun stayed quiet, his eyes fixed on the broken relic user as he weighed his next move. Ju Hyun decided to walk away, saying the old man would be stuck in a hospital for a long time, and that, for now, he had no way to completely take him out. The Raider King just announced he was hungry and headed off to find a place to eat, even wondering if any restaurants had survived the blast, while the blonde teammate scrambled after him in a panic. Ju Hyun shot him a sharp look and told him to watch his mouth, making it clear his patience was almost gone. Oh-sung straightened up at once, stammering a respectful reply and calling Ju Hyun sir. On the news, a calm anchor reported on the damage from the strange event, saying they were already getting calls from people who claimed they had seen monsters. One shaken witness yelled that bodies had crawled out of the ground like mummies, and that some people were throwing around strange powers with weird objects, wishing it was all just a movie shoot. Later, Oh-sung hunched over a bowl of noodles, slurping happily as he watched the broadcast. Oh-sung pointed out how every channel was looping the same story, and Ju-han calmly noted that thanks to this mess, the whole world was about to learn what relics were, while Oh-sung repeated the word like he was only starting to understand it. Ju-hyun points at the weapons and strange items on the bed, telling Oh-sung that these are what he meant. Oh-sung stares at them, shocked that this random pile of stuff is what his senior was talking about. The bed is covered with rare relics, each one holding strange power. Ju-hyun calmly says the world is changing and that anyone with relics like these will rise, while one annoyed relic gripes that its owner never lets it speak and whines about its body aching. Oh-sung points out that every relic on the bed looks ready to fall apart. Ju-hyun keeps eating, admitting that their worn-out state is exactly what bothers him. He says the damage is fixable, hinting that he has some very useful friends, and he reaches for his phone to put that plan in motion. Oh-sung dials Irene and, trying to sound smooth, tells her they have found a way to deal with the curse eating at her, even though the timing is awful. Irene lights up, thrilled at the thought that her curse might finally be lifted, not realizing Ju-han only has a half-truth and is already twisting it for his own plan. Ju Hyun takes over the call, saying he needs to stay active if he ever wants to fix her curse, and that she can help by tracking down a certain person for him. Standing in her room with the phone pressed close, Irene quickly agrees to help and, curious but trusting, asks who this person is that Ju Hyun is so eager to find. Ju Hyun smirked into the phone, already picturing the one person who could fix every broken relic on that bed. Relics might look mighty, but if you push them too hard or use them carelessly, they crack and fall apart like any other tool. And once they reach that point, everyone believes they are gone for good. But a few strange relics can heal other relics, and the rare users who handle those repair tools are known as restorers, the only hope when something priceless shatters. Among those restorers, Yoo Jae-ha stood at the top, a smiling shark who owned the whole market so completely that people started calling him the Fraud King. His talent drew the eye of Chairman Kwan, and before long, Yoo Jae-ha was walking the same halls as Ju Hyun, part of the very tomb raiding team that would later be thrown away. Back in the present, Ju Hyun watched the city below and decided he had to drag Yoo Jae-ha to his side, because with a restorer like that, busted relics would never slow him down again, while Oh-sung grumbled that Irene clearly had no idea what being on time meant. As they headed down the hill, Oh-sung asked who was important enough to make them jump through all these hoops, and Ju Hyun casually named Yoo Jae-ha as his target. Oh-sung frowned and said that sure, Ju Hyun was the best when it came to using relics, but fixing ones that were already ruined was a whole different game, which made this Yoo Jae-ha sound even more important. Ju Hyun thought about it and admitted that most repair tools were fussy art relics that needed crazy high affinity, something that would just wreck his head if he forced it. Since he could not handle that job himself, he decided he would simply drag in someone who could. Oh-sung watched Ju Hyun's eyes light up with that greedy grin and felt a chill, because the raider looked less like a partner and more like a man hunting for new property. A bright yellow helicopter roared in above them, and a flustered woman inside shouted an apology for being late, leaving Ju Hyun and Oh-sung staring up in disbelief at the over-the-top ride. Irene stepped out all smiles, saying the roads were a mess and that she had rushed over as fast as she could, clearly hoping her bright grin would make up for the delay. Seeing that Irene even owned a private helicopter, Ju Hyun quietly confirmed her level in his head, then brushed off the lateness and told her they should head inside to talk properly. Once they settled in the cafe, Irene asked who he was so eager to find, and Ju Hyun explained that he was looking for a Korean restorer named Yoo Jae-ha. Irene frowned slightly and said the name meant nothing to her, mulling it over as if she might have missed something. Jo Hyun guessed that Yoo Jae-ha was probably hiding behind a fake name anyway, so he asked if Irene knew any serious art collectors who might have crossed paths with a restorer like that. Irene lit up and said her brother was deep into art too, even meeting collectors and restorers with the same taste. Ju Hyun said that was perfect, then slid his phone over, asking her to show this blonde restorer to her brother and see if he knew anyone who looked like that. Irene stared at the screen, startled, because she actually recognized the guy in the picture. The blonde customer eyed the photo and asked if Ju Hyun was really set on finding that man, and Ju Hyun, a bit tense, said he was and pressed them to say if they knew him. Ju Hyun nearly spat out his drink when he heard Irene calmly say that this same restorer had tricked her brother just a month ago. Irene added that she had seen him not long ago when she went back to her parents' big house. In her memory, Irene and her brother greeted the charming restorer, and she admits she remembered him because he seemed so nice, which made the news about her brother getting tricked by him even harder to believe. Back in the cafe, Irene explained that her brother had bought an art piece from that restorer, only to find out it was a fake when dozens of people turned up owning the exact same work. Ju Hyun thought to himself that the title Fraud King fit almost too well, since Jae-ha had already been cheating people even at this point in time, and no one had managed to rein him in. When Irene said she doubted he could ever find that restorer now, Ju Hyun stared at her, confused, and pushed her to explain what she meant. Irene finally said what she had been holding back, telling him she had heard that the slick restorer was already gone. In her memory, her brother and his friends were in a car, furious, after catching the blonde restorer trying to scam them, and they watched everything that followed from up close. She said that either the brakes failed or he drove too fast, and his car smashed through the guardrail and plunged off the cliff. According to Irene, even the police paperwork and photos marked the case as closed, stating that the driver had not survived. Joo-hyun stared at the floor, thinking how none of this added up, because in his memory, that scammer should still be alive and causing trouble years from now. In his mind, he went back to when he first met the blonde restorer, remembering that the guy should only reach that age about 5 years from now, which made the story about him already being gone feel completely wrong. Joo-hyun stared ahead, mind racing, and wondered if his jump back had twisted the future into something new. He remembered the giant relic that once called out a huge tomb and realized the item behind it used to be Indian, but in this life, it had turned Egyptian instead. He knew the paths he had stepped on were already bending away from his past life, but he rejected the idea of that scammer being gone because he needed that man's rare gift. Irene blinked in shock when Joo-hyun calmly said they should hunt for the restorer, stunned that he was acting as if the man might still be out there. Joo-hyun pictured the sly restorer at his back and, with a crooked grin, decided that someone that stubborn would not go down so easily, so they had to believe he was still alive and track him down. Night settled over the city hospital, its glowing cross cutting through the dark as the fallout from the relic fight was rushed inside. On live TV, a stiff-faced news anchor explained that what happened at Ocean Square matched the strange tombs appearing worldwide, asking if this might finally crack the mystery behind them. In a quiet hospital room, Chairman Kwon lay wrapped in bandages, snarling to his nervous aide that the government and media never shut up about relics, and he was sick of hearing it. Chairman Kwon seethed, thinking about how much effort he had spent keeping relics hidden from the public, and spat that everything had fallen apart because of Seo Joo-hyun. He tried to fling his injured arm up, raging that he needed to go deal with Joo-hyun, only to panic as he realized his body still was not healing, while his aide begged him to calm down before he tore himself apart. Then Chairman Kwon let out a rough laugh, forcing a grin as he demanded to know what kind of mess this had turned into. An older man with gray hair, Edward, stepped into the room, coolly noting that Chairman Kwon looked terrible as he closed the door behind him. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly as he told the others to stay outside, making it clear this talk with the broken chairman would be just between them. Edward leaned forward in the chair, reminding the chairman that he had been getting reckless, even daring to summon a tomb that huge. He brushed off Kwon's excuses and said it did not matter whether it was on purpose, only that the chaos started right after Kwon used his relic. Edward told the chairman to disappear for a while because his clients were furious, and Kwon exploded, shocked that everyone already knew about the airport mess. Edward calmly admitted that he was the one who had told the clients what happened, as if it were nothing. As he poured himself a drink, Edward reminded Kwon that he sold both weapons and information, saying he had to give his clients the truth, even if it meant throwing Kwon under the bus. Edward told the chairman that if he messed up, it was on him to clean it up, then eyed him and wondered aloud why someone like him was still lying there instead of healing. Edward said he knew Kwon owned a relic that should keep him alive forever, but since it was doing nothing now, he guessed the relic itself had been damaged. Kwon ground his teeth, seething that every bit of this, even his ruined relic, was Seo Joo-hyun's fault. Edward swirled his drink, suddenly amused, saying that Seo Joo-hyun sounded very interesting for managing to damage an immortality relic. Edward told the chairman that a damaged relic was his problem to solve, and that he simply needed to get it fixed. Kwon stared up from the bed, startled that such a thing was even possible. Edward said he would link the chairman to a relic restorer, acting like it was just another deal. He added that Kwon had to keep hunting relics so Edward could keep thriving as the middleman. Edward ended the talk and walked out, as if the matter were settled. Left behind, Chairman Kwon glared after him, jaw tight, hating how powerless he felt. Out in the hallway, Edward told his aide to find out everything about Seo Joo-hyun. The man behind him answered at once, already treating it like a top job. Night settled over the city, lights flickering on across the towers as the world kept moving. At his his cluttered desk, Yoo Jae-ha flinched as his phone buzzed, grumbling that the call had broken his concentration. He glanced at the screen, and his eyes widened when he saw Edward's name, wondering why someone like that was calling him. Edward stepped out into the cool night, phone to his ear, a little amused that Jae-ha had answered on the first ring and was already asking why he picked up so quickly. Edward smirked and said that Jae-ha only picked up this quickly when his wallet was empty, and the relic restorer just laughed and admitted Edward knew him too well. Yoo Jae-ha grabbed a drink from the fridge and, half laughing, told Edward he had been caught running a fraud, was now pretending to be dead. His car was wrecked, hush money had drained him, and being stuck inside was driving him crazy. The relic restorer listened to Edward joke that he had forged so many things he was now forging his own death, and Jae-ha just grinned, taking it as a compliment. Edward shifted on the steps as Jae-ha asked if this was about work, and he calmly confirmed he was calling to line up a job. Yoo Jae-ha froze when he heard it was a relic restoration request, whining that those jobs were a pain, even though he knew it was the only way to earn cash. Edward added that this time, the client was huge, none other than Kwon Tae-jun, the chairman of TKBM, and Jae-ha's eyes went wide at the name. Yoo Jae-ha shouted in disbelief, then burst into a grin, already bouncing around his cramped room as he realized that with a client like that, getting paid was pretty much guaranteed. Jae-ha lit up at the offer, yelling that he would take the job for a fat cut, and even thanking Edward like he was some rich uncle. Joo Hyun and his group stopped in front of an art gallery, saying this was the address Irene had passed along, and wondering if the so-called dead restorer was actually still alive. The raider brushed off the doubt, saying Jae-ha was not someone who went down that easily, and told the others to head inside. They stepped into the bright lobby, and the receptionist at the front desk greeted them politely, as if they were normal guests. The receptionist blinked at their question about meeting the CEO today, caught off guard as she began to answer. She apologized and said their CEO was not in the office, and Joo Hyun answered calmly, sounding more curious than convinced. Joo Hyun smirked, saying he could feel that man here, and even pick up the energy of a relic nearby. Edward slammed his hand on the counter, loudly asking if their CEO was really not inside, and blurting out that the guy was supposed to be faking his death, making the receptionist jump in shock. Joo Hyun grabbed Edward by the ear and dragged him back, hissing that they needed her to talk, not run away. Edward winced in pain, while the receptionist just stared, totally lost. Joo Hyun shot him a sharp look and reminded him they were here to lure Jae-ha out, not shout about fake deaths at the front desk. Edward swallowed hard, finally getting that he needed to use his head. Joo Hyun stepped up to the counter with a polite smile, acting like Edward was just a noisy friend. The receptionist, still nervous, said she did not know what they wanted, but told them they could not act like that here. Trying to sound firm, the receptionist explained that their CEO had passed away in a car accident some time ago. Without another word, Joo Hyun reached over the counter and yanked a heavy black bag toward himself. Joo Hyun sighed loudly and said that if Mr. Yoo Jae-ha was really gone, then someone had to figure out what to do with all the stuff he left behind. The receptionist stiffened, eyeing the bag like it might bite her. Her guard slipped as curiosity took over, and she slowly asked what was inside the bag. Joo-han pulled the zipper back to show a pile of relics crammed inside, blades and tools shining with power. The receptionist stared at the haul, stammering that there were more than 10 of them, and some looked like top-grade pieces. Joo Hyun watched her cover her mouth, eyes glued to the bag, and he could already see the greed written all over her face. He slid the heavy bag closer and calmly asked if she knew what kind of treasures were sitting right in front of her. Joo Hyun put on a worried act, saying every item in that bag was worth a fortune but damaged, and he badly needed someone who could bring them back to life. He praised her for working under Yoo Jae-ha, saying that meant she had to be talented, then smoothly asked if she could handle repairing his relics. The assistant's eyes darted away as she stammered, sweat forming on her cheek, clearly tempted but scared to give him a straight answer. Forcing a smile, the assistant suddenly claimed she needed a quick restroom break, and Joo-han just nodded, saying he would wait right there. Joo-hyun watched her leave with a faint smile, thinking he had guessed she would try to run off the moment real money got involved. He knew that girl was Yoon Min-hee, Yoo Jae-ha's own assistant, and that she was every bit as greedy as her boss. Yoon Min-hee hurriedly calls her boss, saying there is no way he would pass up a chance to grab these relics, and hinting that his fake death is blown. Downstairs, Yoo Jae-ha answers in shock as she blurts out that a relic problem just walked in and someone is here begging for restoration. The restorer leans back in his chair and tells her to send the visitor away, saying his trouble with TKBM will keep him tied up for a while. She pushes back hard, making it clear this is not a normal client. When Yoon Min-hee explains that the guest brought over 10 relics, and some look like Egyptian god-level items, Yoo Jae-ha freezes mid-call. The word alone snaps his attention, and he can only mutter in disbelief. Yoon Min-hee eyes the waiting customer and thinks they look simple enough to trick, wondering how far she can push this. The more she talks, the more the idea of all that relic money starts to sound perfect. A crooked grin spreads over the restorer's face as greed wins out. He decides to treat this as a chance to make some quick extra money. Jae-ha tells his assistant to take the relics to the restoration room and says he will join her soon. In his head, he is already planning to craft perfect fakes and walk away with the real treasures. Yoon Min-hee hurries back to the front desk and apologizes for making him wait so long. Joo Hyun just laughs it off, acting like he has all the time in the world. Joo Hyun says he is in a rush and asks if the relics can be restored quickly, and the red-haired clerk eagerly agrees, saying she will handle them for him. He thanks her warmly, acting grateful, while she smiles over the bag, sure she just landed a life-saving payday. The red-haired clerk calmly asks to take all of his relics to the restoration room, saying she needs to check if they are in good enough shape. Joo Hyun just smiles and lets her take them, as she adds that special machines are needed to inspect relics, while his blonde teammate stiffens in surprise. His friend leans in and nervously reminds him that every relic he owns is in that bag, and wonders what they will do if she just runs off. But Joo Hyun only keeps that calm, knowing smile. The clerk slides a thick sheet full of tiny writing across the desk, telling him to look over the estimated price and contract while he waits, and he can only blurt out in shock as he realizes she is taking everything inside. Joo Hyun folds his arms and says that good bait is needed to hook a good fish, then calmly points out that, for now, they really have no way to act since he handed every relic over. In a flat, tired tone, his friend admits Joo Hyun is right and that they really are stuck for now. Joo Hyun grins and thinks of the whole thing as a simple bet. The red-haired assistant smirks, eager to see whether their scheme pays off, while Yoo Jae-ha, waiting in the back, smiles as he wonders if their plan will crash or succeed. Across the table, Joo Hyun's relics gleamed like prize money, and the scammers could already taste their payday. The blonde forger praised the clerk for calling him in, eyeing the relics and saying some looked high rank, while she nervously asked if this was really safe, since one of the owners felt like a gang member. The forger brushed off her worries, telling her to just keep watch, while he whipped up a fake, and the clerk agreed as she left him alone with the bag and the relics. Studying the slip in his hand, the forger grinned, certain this job would be a breeze with his own relic on his side. As he pulled out his tools, the truth came out. He used a Class B rare relic called Secret Signature, once tied to a counterfeit painter who shocked the world. For a scammer like him, Secret Signature was the perfect prize, a relic made for turning other people's treasures into his own. With Secret Signature ready, he planned to copy every one of Joo Hyun's relics, hand back flawless fakes, and quietly walk off with the real things. Light flared as he pressed his hand to the relics, and with Secret Signature in his grip, each touch birthed a perfect copy that matched not just their shape, but even a slice of their power. The fake relic even came with its own aura, strong enough to fool anyone for hours. But Joo Hyun had already lived through this once, so this little trick was nothing to him. The forger checked the bill and almost choked, stunned that relic restoration could cost that much. Waving the paper, the forger grumbled that they were charging per tiny scratch and called the whole thing a ripoff, already deciding he had no plans to pay a single won. Joo Hyun stepped up to the counter, saying the wait was fine and asking how the relics turned out, while the clerk fidgeted and began to apologize. The clerk admitted in a small voice that the relics were in such bad shape she did not think she could restore them at all, as she insisted the relic was on the brink of destruction. Joo Hyun calmly unzipped the bag, letting out a short, knowing sound. Joo Hyun's eyes narrowed, and he asked if that was really so, his voice flat and dangerous. In a blur, Joo Hyun swung the heavy relic took toward the counter, making the clerk stumble back with a scream as his patience snapped. Ju-hyun snapped, shouting in fury at the blatant scam, and the whole room froze. His blonde follower flailed behind him, begging him to calm down, and wondering why his boss had suddenly gone off like this. Grinding his teeth, Ju-hyun laid it out clearly, saying this woman had dared to swap his real relics for fakes. The men behind him stiffened at the charge, already glaring toward the counter. The clerk hugged herself, shaking as Ju-hyun coldly wondered aloud what he should do with her now. Her mind went blank, except for pure fear. Crumbling, the clerk blurted out that the real relics were still safe and jabbed a finger toward a back room. Ju-hyun and his man followed her gesture with hard, unreadable faces. Behind the door, the scammer pressed his hand to the wood, teeth clenched as he heard her confession. He cursed to himself, stunned that Ju-hyun had seen through their setup and scared he might not walk away from this. He spun to run, but the door burst open and smashed straight into his face, stopping him cold. The blow sent the scammer tumbling across the floor, limbs flailing as he crashed onto his back in the middle of the room. Clutching his throbbing head, the scammer grimaced on the floor, finally grasping that there was no escape from Ju-hyun now. Ju-hyun stepped through the doorway with his men, staring down at the scammer and calmly saying he had him now. With a lazy grin, Ju-hyun flicked his hand and told his rope relic to tie the scammer up. The scammer thrashed in panic as living ropes wrapped around his arms and chest, stunned that Ju-hyun still had more relics to use. The rope bundled the scammer into a tight ball, wriggling happily and begging to keep playing, while Ju-hyun coolly asked where his stolen relics were. Pinned and sweating, the scammer yelled that everything was in the vault and begged Ju-hyun to get him out of this cursed rope. Inside the vault room, Ju-hyun barely glanced at the bound man screaming to be let down, and instead turned his attention to the safes. Ju-hyun calmly spun the safe's dial, saying he would reclaim his own relics before anything else, then paused in mild surprise at what he saw inside. Ju-hyun studied the relic he had just pulled from the safe, while above him the scammer swung in his ropes, shouting in disbelief that Ju-hyun even knew his password and accusing him of setting this up from the start. Haeon tightened his grip on the rope and coldly tossed back that none of this mattered, since the fraud was the one who had done wrong. He stayed annoyingly calm, saying this guy had always been messed up and that he had seen him as a fraud from the start, no matter how much the man cursed back. Yoo Jae-ha thrashed in the ropes, yelling at Ju-hyun to hurry up and let him go. But underneath that anger, he had not always been this kind of person. Back then, Yoo Jae-ha lived like a normal, talented artist, even studying at a famous art school in America that most students only dreamed of getting into. But all the style he had built with years of work was stolen away from him, not by some stranger, but by the very tutor who was supposed to guide him. The tutor, Richard Chang, took that stolen style for himself and rode it to global fame as if those ideas had always been his. When Yoo Jae-ha tried to call it out, nothing changed. Since he was just a nobody next to his famous tutor, people brushed him off as a jealous kid and his career fell apart. From that point on, Yoo Jae-ha changed, sitting over his work with a harder gaze and deciding to use his talent not for art shows, but to trick people and live as a fraud. That was when a strange counterfeit relic drifted into Jae-ha's life, almost like it had been waiting for him. With it, the small-time con artist suddenly had real power behind his tricks. Back in the office, Ju-hyun watched the bundled fraud swing and scream, ropes creaking with every kick. He admitted to himself that if Jae-ha were not this twisted up, they might have had a real talk, but in this state, there was no way he could reason with him. Jae-ha only got louder, insisting he had done nothing wrong and that Ju-hyun was the idiot for falling for it. He spat out wild curses, wishing the worst things on the man who had caught him. A vein twitched on Ju-hyun's temple as the rope relic snapped in irritation beside him. He finally gave up on the idea of talking sense into Jae-ha, knowing persuasion was pointless here. So the raider pulled out a plain-looking black pen, turning it between his fingers, and calmly asked Jae-ha if he even knew what kind of relic he was dealing with. Ju-hyun explained that this was Shakespeare's childhood pen, a relic that turns whatever is written with it into reality, and then he started calmly scribbling in his notebook. Jae-ha broke into a cold sweat, squirming squirming in the ropes and demanding to know what was being done to him. An instant later, Jaeha's eyes bulged as agony ripped through his body, like a 16-year-old pushed to the edge while dangling from the rope. Every small sway made the pain spike higher. That crushing pain had a clear source, one that tied straight back to the words Ju Hyun was calmly writing. The guys at the door went pale as they figured out the pain was focused in the worst possible place. None of them dared to step in or say a word. Ju Hyun calmly showed off the cheesy novel he had written, the one turning every word into real pain. Jaeha swung in the ropes, howling and cursing him for being insane. Ju Hyun watched him with a lazy grin, pleased that a few written lines were enough to make the fraudster beg for his life. The raider told Jaeha that dropping his fees was a given and that he would only be spared if he agreed to a deal. The blonde restorer stared back, stunned that his life now hinged on fine print. On the contract, Ju Hyun had written himself in as master and tagged the blonde restorer as the slave, leaving neat spaces for both signatures. Once he read it, Jaeha freaked out, yelling that the deal turned him into a slave. Ju Hyun just smiled and acted like the word was a bit too dramatic. The raider smoothly called it an exclusive contract instead, saying it sounded nicer. Jaeha trembled, knowing the new label did nothing to change how trapped he really was. Ju Hyun calmly read out the terms. No pay, instant response whenever he called, no other clients, and 0 say in anything. Jaeha dropped to his knees, shouting that this was nothing but a slavery contract, while the others watched in uneasy silence. The workers at the door gulped as they heard Ju Hyun talk about a relic that would punish anyone who broke the deal, and they understood he meant they were stuck in this mess with Jaeha. Jo Hyun told Jaeha to calm down and read the whole thing, saying the contract had a fee and was not all bad if he actually checked the end. Jaeha stared up, stunned, as Ju Hyun added that he would get a bonus for every relic he fixed and that all his living costs and safety would be covered while the deal lasted. The raider said that from now on, he would be the one taking care of Jaeha, asking where else in the world the restorer would ever find a deal this good. Jaeha jabbed a finger at him and yelled that promises were easy, demanding to know if Ju Hyun even had the power and skills to keep such a deal, or if this was just another lie. Then the restorer spun around and dashed for the exit, yelling that this whole thing did not count as a real agreement at all. The blonde worker asked if he should go after the runaway, and Ju Hyun agreed with a sigh, muttering that he had not even noticed there was another door to escape through. Jo Haeon turned to the other workers and told them to bring Jaeha back without going overboard, and they nodded quickly, answering him with a stiff yes, sir. Ju Hyun watched Jaeha run and admitted to himself that a contract alone would never be enough. He needed Jaeha to follow him by choice, because just pushing him with power had limits. In Ju Hyun's mind, this cowardly restorer was someone who would one day hold a god-level relic. Jaeha burst out of the room, clutching his phone as a familiar name came from the other end. He almost tripped over himself as he greeted Chairman Kwon, nerves written all over his face. Still half running, Jaeha introduced himself as the restorer Edward had mentioned and tried to steady his voice. He admitted he hadn't expected the mighty chairman to be the one calling him first. In a hospital bed, Chairman Kwon let his aide hold the phone to his ear and said he had every reason to call first. He laughed warmly and thanked Jaeha, acting like this was the start of a very useful partnership. Hearing the chairman's interest, Jaeha's eyes lit up and he almost hugged his phone. He rushed to say he would handle the relic restoration himself, already dreaming about what this job could mean for him. Chairman Kwon's smile faded into a cooler look as he listened, already weighing how far he could push this eager restorer. The chairman told his men to turn off the TV, and one of them hurried to obey. With the room going quiet, Kwon could give all his attention to this new chance. A slow grin tugged at Kwon's lips as he relaxed against the pillow. He muttered that it had been a long time since something seemed to be going this well for him. Jaeha pressed the phone tighter to his ear, a shaky grin stretching across his face as he suggested they nail down the details of the deal, already treating it like his big break. Rushes into the hall and calls the number, begging to be the one who fixes the relics, like this job is his last chance. Hearing the answer on the other end, the fake restorer grinned. spins, thinking everything is finally going exactly how he planned. In his hospital bed, Chairman Kwon eyes the phone being handed to him, ready to settle what he thinks is a simple repair deal. The chairman suddenly freaks out, yelling for them to stop and trying to push the phone away, as he realizes the call is not going the way he expected. Jae-ha thrashes and swears as a guard locks his arms, while Joo-hyun just steps forward, orders them to hand over the phone, and takes charge of the whole mess. Back in the hospital room, Kwon stares at the phone in horror as he recognizes Joo-hyun's voice, realizing the man he betrayed is the one holding his precious repairman. Seo Joo-hyun smiles into the call and coolly explains that Yoo Jae-ha now works only for him, cutting off Kwon's last hope for easy relic repairs. Jo-hyun sets the phone down after tossing one last mocking line, leaving the chairman on the other end to stew with no repairman and no way to fight back. Back in the hospital, Chairman Kwon shakes with rage, spitting out Joo-hyun's name like a curse. He jerks up from the bed, yelling that it is Joo-hyun again, while the shaken aide almost drops the phone. On the floor, Yoo Jae-ha glares up at Seo Joo-hyun and fires back that Joo-hyun is the one acting crazy here. The fake restorer snaps that siding with TKBM and Kwon Tae-jun would be insane, demanding to know what Joo-hyun is thinking. Seo Joo-hyun just looks down at him and tells him to choose carefully, because chasing after Kwon only ends in a deep hole he will never climb out of. With his guard standing behind him, Joo-hyun coolly says he is the one Jae-ha should stick with, while Jae-ha kneels there, shouting that this sounds insane. Yoo Jae-ha explodes, yelling that there is no way he will work under some random guy who stormed into his office and turned it upside down. Seo Joo-hyun studies him with a bored look and admits to himself that this guy is too stubborn, so he will have to win him over with a different trick. Seo Joo-hyun eases himself into a chair and suggests they just talk, calmly giving his name and saying he is from Seoul as if this were a normal meeting. The raider leans back with a cocky smile, saying he leads a new excavation team and plans to make Jae-ha its repairman. When Joo-hyun tells him it is his turn, Yoo Jae-ha stiffens, stammering in shock at how casual this all sounds. Jae-ha fires back that swapping names will not fix being held here, while Joo-hyun calmly notes how he is still braced to run, saying he only wanted to lighten the mood. When Jae-ha refuses to play along, Joo-hyun casually scoops up the sketchbook, saying he will handle the introduction himself. Flipping through the pages, Joo-hyun calmly announces Yoo Jae-ha's full name and explains that he was once a driven art student overseas with real skill and passion. Joo-hyun goes on, saying that same artist now hangs around A's back streets, tricking people with fake pieces, while Jae-ha shouts that it is all lies, and Joo-hyun coolly adds that the whole neighborhood knows the truth. Studying the pages, Joo-hyun smirks and admits that even Jae-ha's copied study work is on another level, proof that this scammer is still a real artist. Hearing his work compared to Richard's, Jae-ha's eyes flare with rage, like someone just spat on everything he lived for. He slams his foot down and launches himself forward, too angry to stay still. The furious artist hurls himself at Joo-hyun with a wild swing, screaming that this raider has no right to judge real art. Joo-hyun snags his fist in midair without even flinching, while Jae-ha spits out that Richard was the one who stole from him. The raider tilts his head, asking if that famous Richard really stole from him, and Jae-ha yells back that every one of those works was his first. Joo-hyun says that true art is not some file you can copy and paste, and Jae-ha, still breathing hard, agrees without thinking. Holding his head, the scammer admits he knew he could not fake paintings forever, but Richard even released pieces he had only planned in his mind, as if someone was digging through his thoughts. Joo-hyun tells him there is a way, and that anyone who has dealt with relics should know it, explaining that with the right relic, even a person's thoughts can be stolen. Jo-hyun lays it out, saying Richard is a relic user whose power lets him turn into anyone he wants, copying their skills and knowledge perfectly. Jae-ha snaps back, asking how Joo-hyun can be so sure, but the raider just leans in his chair and says relics are his field, and he knows what he is talking about. Then Joo-hyun changes tack and offers something bigger, saying he can take back the art style and reputation Richard stole from Jae-ha. Jae-ha stares wide-eyed, stunned, as Joo-hyun adds that in return, Jae-ha will have to work under him. The raider steps closer and spreads his hand, calling it a great deal, and pointing out that getting his name and style back is what Jae-ha wants more than anything. Jae-ha lowers his voice, mulling over how getting his true style back would flip everything, and he starts to think that if Joo-hyun can really do that, he has no way to refuse. Right when it seems like he is about to give in, Jae-ha throws up a hand and hurriedly tells Joo-hyun to wait. Facing him properly now, Jae-ha asks for more time, saying he wants to think it over before choosing, while Joo-hyun just tilts his head and wonders out loud what else there even is to think about. Joo-hyun points out that Jae-ha just wants time to see if Kwon will give him the same deal, and Jae-ha panics and denies it on the spot. Flustered and cornered, Jae-ha throws up his hands and tells Joo-hyun to just do whatever he wants. Joo-hyun shrugs that he will respect whatever Jae-ha decides, but makes it clear he hates being lumped in with that old man, while Jae-ha eyes him warily, saying he is not dumb enough to fall for a kind front. Before Jae-ha can leave, Joo-hyun casually flings a beaded bracelet at him, catching him on the head and making him yelp. Jo-hyun explains that the bracelet is a relic for protection, adding with a grin that he cannot have his future underling getting hurt, and Jae-ha clutches it with a shaky, confused look. In his mind, Jae-ha still crosses Joo-hyun off the list, deciding that if the deals are the same, Chairman Kwon is the safer bet, and the very next day, he walks into Kwon Tae-jun's building for their meeting. Inside the sleek office, Kwon Tae-jun greets Jae-ha with smooth politeness and asks what special condition he wants before they sign anything. Jae-ha gathers his nerve and says his one condition is about John Richard, making it clear this deal will revolve around the man who stole his work. Chairman Kwon leans back with a smooth smile, talking up John Richard as a world-famous genius, then calmly asks what Jae-ha wants done about someone that powerful. Jae-ha bursts out that Richard stole everything from him, raging that the man used a relic to copy his art exactly and rode that theft to his current fame. Kwon's smile fades as he hears Jae-ha's condition. If TKBM tears down Richard's fake reputation and proves the fraud, then Jae-ha will put his name on the contract. Loud, rough laughter fills the office, and Jae-ha just stands there, frozen, sweat forming as he realizes Kwon finds his request laughable. Still grinning, Kwon calls Jae-ha's story very interesting, yet coolly points out that Jae-ha chose the wrong man if he expected help bringing Richard down. As Jae-ha breaks into a nervous sweat, Kwon casually dials Richard and starts sharing the juicy claim that Jae-ha accused him of stealing his work. Jae-ha's pupils shake as he realizes what is happening, while Joo-hyun calmly explains that he sent him here, knowing this deal would never go through. In Joo-hyun's memory, Kwon and Richard shared drinks like old partners, and he explains that Richard was not just Kwon's buddy, but a crucial pillar of the Pandora group that would later rule the relic world. Richard's voice blasts out of the phone, warning Jae-ha that if he doesn't stay quiet, he might not stay alive. Jae-ha's legs feel weak as he finally understands these men are willing to erase him over this. Chairman Kwon smiles into the phone and tells Richard to relax, promising he will handle this little problem himself. His easy tone makes it clear Jae-ha's fate is already in his hands. Kwon hangs up and casually mentions that Richard is a close friend, joking that Jae-ha is probably ready to cry by now. Hearing that, Jae-ha bites down hard, feeling any hope of winning this vanish. Jae-ha stammers that he didn't know any of this and begs them to just forget what he said, turning to bolt for the door. He only wants to get out of that office before things get worse. Chairman Kwon's eye hardens, a red glare burning through the calm mask, as he reminds Jae-ha that he never gave him permission to leave. In that look alone, Jae-ha can tell this place is now a cage. Before Jae-ha can take another step, a guard in black hooks an arm around his neck and drags him back. His hands claw at the grip, but the man's strength makes struggling useless. Jae-ha thrashes and swears, yelling for them to let him go as the guard hauls him away. Chairman Kwon just leans back with a pleased smile and tells his men to be careful, since this kid still has work to do for them. Dumped onto the hallway floor, Jae-ha glares up at the suited guards and shouts that this is straight up gang stuff, that they're basically kidnapping him. His voice cracks, but no one around him looks even slightly bothered. Jae-ha's hand clamps around the relic Joo-hyun handed him, anger burning hot enough to drown out his fear. On his knees, the art student swings the rope relic up at the two guards, hurling every bit of rage and panic he has left at them. The rope just dangles in his hand as the two guards stare stare down at him, not even flinching. Jae-ha howls that the relic is useless right before both guards slam their feet down toward him, turning his helplessness into raw pain. Seo-ju Hyun crashes into the hallway with a brutal kick, sending one guard flying as he thinks how he waited for Jae-ha to hit rock bottom, so his offer to join him would be impossible to refuse. Yoo Jae-ha stares up at him, wide-eyed and bleeding, unable to hide how shaken and relieved he is. Watching that look, So Ju-han grins to himself, certain he has pulled Jae-ha fully onto his side. Stares at the guard, groaning at Seo Ju-han's feet, unable to believe how fast the tables turned. Ju-han just stands there, calm and solid, like this mess is nothing more than a small chore. Seo Ju-han calls this whole stunt his personal rescue job and tells Yoo Jae-ha to get on his feet. Jae-ha snaps back at him, cursing his name even as he scrambles to obey. Seo Ju-haeon turns toward the chairman and greets him like some annoying elder, not a boss who could ruin his life. The lazy grin on his lips makes it clear he is enjoying this. The raider explains that he is not here to cause a big mess, just to walk out with Yoo Jae-ha. Then he twists the knife, asking if the chairman really plans to stop him with that busted relic of his. The chairman explodes, yelling for Seo Ju-han to get lost and driving his battered guards to rush the intruder again. The two men push themselves up, faces tight with anger and shame. Seo Ju-hyun sighs that they left him no choice and raises a pen over a small notebook. Yoo Jae-ha watches, startled, as he realizes Ju-hyun is about to use another relic instead of throwing a punch. Standing in the hallway, Seo Ju-han calmly scribbles in the notebook while the two guards square up again. The relic's power tuts his words into reality, promising those men a wave of crushing pain that will drop them before they ever touch him. Later that night, the two of them make it back to Seo Ju-han's condo, far from the chairman's reach for now. Yoo Jae-ha finally catches his breath and asks what Ju-hyun wants him to do now that they are here. Seo Ju-hyun just tells him to fix relics, saying he is now the repairman on his tomb raid team. Jae-ha flails on the floor, freaking out because he thought he had joined a normal excavation crew. Ju-hyun admits he lied just to hook him, and the relics around them make it clear this is real tomb raiding work, not some safe dig site. Yoo Jae-ha explodes, calling him a con artist, but Ju-hyun only lifts the bag and insists he should be treated like the team's leader. Jae-ha jumps up and shouts that he is older and will not talk to this kid like some boss. Seo Ju-hyun lets his killing aura leak out and coldly tells him to shut it and start working, and Jae-ha folds at once with a shaky answer. Lying on the floor with his face sore, Jae-ha listens in horror as Ju-hyun orders him to fix every relic in the room within 3 days. Jae-ha scrambles up on his hands and knees, staring at the pile of damaged relics, and yells that there is no way he can fix all of them in only 3 days. Yoo Jae-ha snaps and yells that he needs at least a full month to fix each relic, trying to make the job sound completely impossible. Seo Ju-hyun just smirks to himself, thinking that this kid is already trying to slack off. Jo Haeon turns to the others and asks if relic repairs really take that long, and the man behind him explains that the work is insanely complex, so long timelines are normal. The restorer points at the scattered relics and gripes that every single one is in terrible shape, claiming that with junk like this, even a whole year per relic would barely be enough. As he grabs a small relic, it suddenly reacts and basically calls his claim nonsense, leaving Jae-ha frozen with the figurine in his hand. Looking down at him, Ju-han asks if he feels even a bit guilty and mocks him for acting like he will only work once a week, and Jae-ha hurriedly insists that is not what he meant. Ju-haeon wraps his hand around the golden axe and says he will prove that relics can be repaired fast, asking if Jae-ha will keep up if he shows it. Jae-ha scoffs, asking how he could even prove something like that, but the Tomb Raider just smiles and tells him he will handle it himself as long as they hand over the repair relic. Ju-hyun flicks the repair relic toward Jae-ha, telling him to go ahead and use it if he thinks it will not fix anything by itself. The raider calmly checks the relic's rank and how many uses it has left, then says it has more than enough power and tells tells Jae-ha to stop dragging things out so they can start. The restorer yells that if Ju-hyun messes this up, he wants a whole month to handle each relic. Ju-hyun keeps walking with the axe in hand and coolly asks what reward he gets when he pulls it off. Thinking the odds are on his side, Jae-ha laughs and promises to put his whole salary on the line if Ju-hyun actually succeeds. Ju-hyun's eyes gleam as he smirks, warning that Jae-ha should not throw out promises like that so lightly. Blue energy fills the room, and Jae-ha stares wide-eyed at the work, stammering in disbelief as he senses how fast the relic is being fixed. As Ju-hyun calmly moves the glowing brush over the broken relic, its pieces knit together in moments, and Jae-ha grabs his hair, shouting that no one should be able to work that fast or be that good at restoring relics. Ju-hyun lifts the shining, fully restored golden axe and calmly declares the win, while Jae-ha screams that it makes no sense and demands to know why someone who can do everything alone even needs a restorer like him. Ju-hyun casually holds out another relic tool, telling Jae-ha to take a look at it for a moment. As Jae-ha grips the tool, the relic inside starts panicking, cursing the filthy pressure it feels from Ju-hyun's dominance and begging to be kept away from him, saying it only works well with gentle, sociable users. Jae-ha studies the tool and notes that its durability has dropped a lot already, even though Ju-hyun only used it once. The restorer looks up at Ju-hyun and says he just cannot move that fast, insisting he is not the kind of repairman Ju-hyun seems to want. Ju-hyun grabs Jae-ha by the shoulders and shoves him toward the desk, telling him to quit whining and just work, saying he will only get better by doing it, and mocking him for being such an easy pushover. With a sly grin, Ju-hyun explains that the one he meant to bring in was not this shaky beginner, but the future Jae-ha he knows will exist later. Jae-ha stares ahead, tense, as Ju-hyun tells him to keep working hard and assures him that with effort, his repair skills are guaranteed to improve. Left sitting at the desk with the relic, Jae-ha slams his hands down and curses under his breath, asking if Ju-hyun is some kind of fortune teller to speak so confidently about his future. Ju-hyun feels his phone buzzing in his pocket and pauses, wondering who is calling him now. He pulls out the phone, sees Edward's name on the screen, and wonders what the old man wants this time. In the office, Ju-hyun listens as his workers report that the elixir plant has settled down, then tells them to keep managing it carefully. As the others step back, a purple window pops up beside Ju-hyun, and he turns toward it with a curious look. The system reports that his handicraft has jumped to rank C, boosting how well he can use and preserve relic tools, even making it easier to steal them, and it grants him the title of Inspired Restoration Expert, along with a strange new skill called Restore Tomb. Ju-hyun frowns at the description, wondering why he would ever bother fixing a tomb that turns useless the moment he grabs its relic, while a teammate nervously calls out to him. Jae-ha holds out the phone, explaining that someone he knows kept pushing for this call, and that Edward is already waiting on the line. Hyun lifts the phone to his ear, listens for a moment, and his eyes narrow as he realizes exactly whose voice he is hearing. Jae-ha stiffens, eyes bulging, as he realizes Ju-hyun and Edward already know each other, leaving even the workers behind him confused. Edward is described as a rich English investor who pours money into the relic market, working as a key middleman between powerful relic users. Edward leans back in his seat with a cigar, amused that this Korean raider already knows his name and finding the whole thing suddenly entertaining. Seo Ju-hyun listens as Edward promises to feed him important information, adding that whenever he moves like this, chaos and blood usually follow, while Ju-hyun quietly notes he needs to get his act in order. The old investor says he heard about the man daring enough to mess with Chairman Kwon, and, hooked by that story, offers to line up a new job for Ju-hyun. When Ju-hyun tells him to just talk, Edward smirks and points out that information of this level carries a heavy price tag. Hearing Ju-hyun say he is not paying for something he knows nothing about, Edward goes quiet for a moment, realizing this raider is not someone he can sway with vague promises. Standing before the city lights, Ju-hyun waits as Edward finally agrees to spell everything out, and their talk shifts from testing each other to discussing real business. Edward explains that China has put a price on a certain tomb and is inviting Ju-hyun's team in, promising a cut of the reward as long as every relic they dig up is handed straight to the Chinese government. government. Then Edward drops the real job, asking Ju Hyun to slip in under that cover and quietly take the relics for someone else. Ju Hyun treats the theft like it is nothing, so Edward offers to make him a VIP guest if he pulls it off, dangling status on top of the bounty share. Jo Haeon tells him not to just think about it, but to promise it, then presses to know who is really behind the request, leaving the old broker flustered for the first time. Ju Hyun laughs and tells him not to underestimate him, pointing out that no one risks angering the Chinese government over a random relic, so someone powerful must have asked for this chaos. Ju Hyun spells it out, saying this has to be a request from someone who wants a massive international mess, and Edward goes quiet, clearly debating whether to name the person. Edward finally admits that Ju Hyun is not a normal raider and agrees to share the name behind the job. Edward names the client as Kira Clark, the U.S. Army general who runs all relic missions, and Ju Hyun stiffens as he realizes this theft would drag him into a game between superpowers. He pictured Kira Clark, the so-called king of war, a woman strong enough to shake countries just by moving her relics. Jo Hyun grumbled that he wanted nothing to do with that woman yet, and told Edward that she had been quietly collecting every map-type relic she could find. He listened as Edward added that the relic inside this tomb was also a map type, another piece in her growing collection. He remembered that the King of War had locked down nearly every map relic on the market, and he had to admit, a good map relic would make his own raids a lot easier. Edward finished his explanation and, sounding almost casual, asked Ju Hyun what choice he was going to make. A slow grin tugged at Ju Hyun's lips as the thought of stealing a map relic from under a general's nose started to sound fun. Ju Hyun finally answered with a cocky smile, saying he would take the job and make that precious map relic his. Their answer had barely left Ju Hyun's mouth before a private jet was cutting through the night sky, and Jae-ha was already grumbling that this was way too fast. Inside the cabin, Jae-ha waved his arms and whined that they had only just agreed to the job. Ju Hyun did not even look up from the file, saying that since they accepted it, they were going. Jae-ha yelled that they were already on a plane the second Ju Hyun hung up. Ju Hyun just told the restorer to stop whining and use that energy to repair relics. A blonde woman in a sharp blue coat stepped into the cabin, asking if the seats were comfortable. Ju Hyun greeted her with a relaxed smile and thanked her, saying her help made this trip a lot easier. Jae-ha stared at her, stunned by how pretty she was, and muttered that every airport and hangar around here had been wiped out, so her private jet was a lifesaver. As he watched her, a nagging feeling hit that he had seen this woman somewhere before. Jo Hyun nudged Jae-ha to at least greet the woman who had lent them her personal jet. The flustered restorer bowed and introduced himself, and Irina answered in careful, slightly awkward English that it was nice to meet him. When he heard Irene's stiff reply, Jae-ha's eyes went flat, and he spat out that Ju Hyun was a total scammer. Ju Hyun grinned and casually dropped that the blonde woman was Irene Horton, asking if Jae-ha had heard of her. He added that if Jae-ha felt guilty about anything, he should come clean now, because they would be working with her a lot. And Jae-ha froze as he realized she was from the legendary Horton family. Jae-ha slammed his head on the table, begging Irene not to tell James Horton about his scams. Ju Hyun watched over the file, amused, while Irene agreed in a careful, unsure tone. Their eyes met over the table, and without saying anything, Ju Hyun and Irene both seemed to agree to play along with Jae-ha's fear. Irene urged Ju Hyun to at least scold him, but Ju Hyun just laughed and told her this guy even demanded a whole month to fix one relic and still spent it slacking off. Jae-ha shot up in outrage, begging his leader to stop selling him out. Then Irene straightened up and said that Ju Hyun was her key business partner now, so Jae-ha had better work himself to the bone if he wanted her to keep quiet about him in front of her brother. Faced with the weight of the Horton name, Jae-ha shrank back and stammered that he understood, calling her ma'am without even thinking. Ju Hyun snapped the file shut, ending the joking mood as he mentioned that Jae-ha would actually be part of fixing Irene's relic problem. He told her that from now on, she should learn how to handle relics from the two of them, and Irene blinked in surprise at being pulled in as a student. Irene's face turned serious as she explained that the relic causing all her bad luck was a parasite living inside her body, which meant they could never fully pull it out of her. Joo-hyun said that since the relic could not be removed yet, Irene should start learning how to control and use it while they kept hunting for a real way to fix it. The raider explained that he forces relics down with pure dominance, while Jae-ha wins them over with sociability, and that Irene would have to slowly learn both ways. Joo-hyun added that the parasite was too strong to fully crush right now, but they were already working to dull its bad luck, and Irene sat there tense, trying to take that in. High above the clouds, Irene finally agreed, choosing to trust them and face the relic head on. By the next day, they were over Macau, the city looking calm from a distance as trouble quietly brewed beneath it. One of the investors on the team checked their phone and froze as every stock they owned started dropping like a rock. Most of Macau had already twisted into a giant tomb, a purple barrier swallowing the city, while the main bridge to Taipa hung broken, leaving boats as the only way to reach the entrance. Joo-hyun raised his binoculars toward the ruined coast, cursing under his breath as he guessed the relic had some twisted link to ships and was forcing everyone onto the water. Jae-ha bent over in shock, yelling that his relic had vanished and demanding to know what was going on. Joo-hyun checked his gear and swore as he realized one of his own relics had been lifted too. All around them, raiders shouted that their relics were missing as a purple system window warned that a clever thief was picking them clean. Joo-hyun looked up at the message, already tracking where the culprit might be. He did a quick count of the stolen relics and muttered a curse, admitting this thief was better than he expected. Then he smiled, pointing out that the thief had left his most useful relic and told the eager rope to go hunt the bastard down. Jae-ha groaned that even their leader had been robbed, calling the whole mess a headache. But Joo-hyun just crossed his arms and said that unless the thief could teleport, there was no way to outrun that rope. When the rope still didn't come back, Joo-hyun smirked and told Jae-ha they should go see what their little hunter had dragged in. The trail led straight toward the restroom, where their sneaky relic thief was likely holed up. Jae-ha freaked out when he saw they were heading into the women's bathroom, but Joo-hyun just kept walking, following the noise from his rope without a hint of shame. Inside, the rope swung a tiny green-haired girl around like a toy, wrapped from head to toe, while it happily called its owner over, and she let out muffled screams. Joo-hyun eyed the bundle of rope and kid with an amused grin, acting like he had just found something interesting and asking Jae-ha if this troublemaker was someone he knew. Looking down at her, Joo-hyun calmly said the kid was using a Medusa relic and was actually working for the U.S. government, which made Jae-ha blurt out in disbelief that this tiny thief was backed by a whole country. Jae-ha slapped his hands over his eyes, yelling that one look could turn him into stone, while Joo-hyun just shrugged and told him to relax, acting like this was no big deal at all. The kid glared back with wild eyes as her green hair twisted and writhed on its own like a nest of snakes, making Jae-ha shout in horror about what was going on with her head. Joo-hyun just clicked his fingers with a lazy nah, signaling the rope to tighten its hold and making it clear her little outburst meant nothing to him. Grinning in her face, the raider told the kid it was pointless to fight, and as she squirmed and groaned into the ropes, she finally seemed to realize she was stuck in the hands of someone far scarier than she was. Joo-hyun looked down at the squirming kid and thought about how Medusa was supposed to be this stunning woman with amazing hair, then wondered how anyone was meant to take that legend seriously when the relic had picked a tiny troublemaker like her. The raider explained that to really draw out Medusa's power, the user had to be a grown adult, which made Jae-ha stammer in surprise as he realized this kid was dangerous now, but nowhere near her full potential. The kid glared over the coils of rope, only to freeze when his blade slid into view, and he calmly made it clear that even if she was a child, he never went easy on relic users. Joo-hyun told her that age did not matter. A relic user was still a relic user, and he warned the kid that if she tried anything clever now, she would really regret it. Joo-hyun finally told the rope to loosen up, even as the relic sulked and begged to keep playing, and Jae-ha stood there sweating, suddenly very aware that the two of them kind of looked like the villains in this mess. The girl dropped to the floor with the rope loose around her waist, knees scraped and cheeks puffed out, just glaring in tight-lipped anger instead of thanking them. Kneeling to her level, Joo-hyun pointed out that she clearly had not come here alone, and the kid snapped back that she had plenty of people with her and would report everything he had done. She bragged that there were way more of them than kids at her school, at least 20 in total, and Joo-hyun just watched this grade schooler puff herself up while quietly counting what that meant for the fight outside. The rope twitched restlessly as Joo-hyun guessed there was a whole excavation team gathered outside and wondered why they were all here for one relic. Jae-ha went over the setup, saying the US had dumped this Medusa mess on some guy named Edward, who then pushed it down to their crew. Joo-hyun said the Americans were just here to lock the relic down for themselves, fully aware of how huge China's excavation team was getting. He thought about how badly Kira wanted this thing and figured any relic that had her hooked had to be insanely useful. That just made Joo-hyun grin wider, already thinking how sweet it would be to steal it, while Jae-ha freaked out and reminded him they still had a client request to fill. Joo-hyun calmly said they would just pass along a fake that Jae-ha made, and the restorer exploded, yelling that tricking some US big shot was insane, and he wanted no part of it. Joo-hyun coolly reminded him of Clause 5 on the very first page, the one saying small fries had to follow every order from the boss, and Jae-ha crumpled to the floor, cursing his past self for ever stamping that contract. Jo-hyun thanked the kid for spilling everything, and told her they needed to move now, before that packed excavation team outside had any chance to get in their way. Joo-hyun tightened his grip on the broken relic, already planning to use it to shut the kid up before she could run her mouth. Jae-ha stammered that he still hadn't fixed that relic, sweat running down his face. Joo-hyun bared his teeth, reminding him he had cracked the code of Hammurabi, fighting that stubborn old raider, and now could only draw a fraction of its strength. The green-haired girl flinched as purple energy sparked near her, finally grasping that if she talked or played with her relic again, the pain he promised would be very real. Joo-hyun just turned his back and told Jae-ha to take every relic the girl owned. Jae-ha obeyed with a guilty mumble about how they were clearly the bad guys here, while the kid on the floor shouted in shock, demanding to know what he had done to her. Out in the city, Joo-hyun pushed the pace, saying they were done wasting time and needed to head straight for the tomb. As they walked, Jae-ha fretted that most of their relics were still in pieces and that charging into the tomb now was never part of the plan. Joo-hyun shot him a flat look and snapped that he had already ordered those repairs done fast, so this mess was on Jae-ha. Jae-ha swallowed hard, knowing Joo-hyun was right. With the US excavation team already on site, they had to move first, ready or not. Joo-hyun just grinned, saying he would rather charge in with nothing than stand there and watch someone else walk off with the relic. Jae-ha clutched his head, freaking out that they were heading to a tomb with half-broken gear. Joo-hyun kept walking through the crowd, calmly saying they would find a way once they got there. Near the island entrance, an American agent exploded, raging that the kid on their team had somehow lost every relic they brought. Linda Walker saw a CIA agent cut in with a hard voice, telling Thomas to calm down because yelling at the girl was only making this mess worse. Thomas, the CIA agent, ignored her and shouted that they never should have brought a kid along, snarling that all she ever did was mess everything up. Vivian Lucy glared up at him, cheeks flushed, and snapped that she had not ruined anything. Thomas leaned over her, barking that losing all their treasured relics still counted as a screw-up, but Vivian yelled back that she had not lost them at all. Someone had taken them from her. Both agents froze at that, staring at her in shock, while Vivian clapped a hand over her mouth, realizing she had just blurted out something she was not supposed to share. Earlier, Joo-hyun had stood over her, with purple power crackling around his hand, warning that if she told anyone about them or tried to use her relic again, he would make sure she felt pain she could not endure. Now, with Thomas demanding to know who had taken their gear, Vivian's mind flashed back to that promise of pain, and she stammered that she could not remember anything. Linda slammed her hand down and snapped that she was done with excuses, ordering Vivian to stop playing dumb. The agent leaned in close and told Vivian they needed the real story now, so they could be ready for whatever whatever those relic thieves were planning next. Vivian swallowed hard, reminding herself she had said she would help them, and slowly nodded, even though fear twisted in her stomach. With her fists clenched, Vivian admitted there had been 2 men involved, while Linda and Thomas closed in, waiting for every detail. As she tried to force the memory out, strange blue sparks raced across Vivian's eyes and hair, the hidden curse waking up inside her. Blue energy wrapped around Vivian, and she burst into helpless laughter, squirming on her feet, while Thomas and Linda stared, stunned that this was happening instead of the torture they expected. She dropped to the floor, hugging herself and kicking as she laughed, while one of the agents snapped at her to quit messing around and just tell them what those men looked like. Vivian laughed until tears streamed down her face, and the agents finally understood that the terrible pain she had been warned about was really this non-stop tickling, which was a relief, but also meant she still could not force the truth out. While the city went about its day, a furious shout tore through the air, someone raging that they still could not fight back against that stupid, evil curse. Out on the water near Taipa Island, a whole line of ships pushed through the waves, heading straight toward the place where the tomb was about to open. On one of the ships, a nervous worker clutched his head, whining that they had charged in without any decent relics at all, while the dark-haired raider snapped at him to quit whining and dig out the relics they had taken from the kid in case something inside could save them. He tore through the bag, shoving aside shiny trinkets and odd tools, then groaned that none of it would help them, and they were completely screwed. Out between the towering ship hulls, a strange voice rolled over the water, calmly noting how many ships the humans had brought, as if it were checking pieces on a game board. The voice coolly decided their numbers were just enough, and granted them passage, and as the crews stared up in shock, the bright sky peeled away into a starless night, the ship sliding over the threshold into the tomb itself. Back on deck, a frantic sailor ran up and demanded to know why the two were hanging around when the whole ship was in crisis. As the crew shouted in Chinese, the worker whispered in panic, wondering if they had been caught, while the raider just watched quietly, already weighing his next move inside the enemy's ship. The worker's face went pale as he heard that monsters were already tearing into the other ships, and his shout cut through the rain. Out in the dark water, the lead ship pushed ahead, not noticing the long shadows sliding through the sea toward its hull. A swarm of twisted sea beasts burst out from under the bow, purple light pouring off their bodies as they rushed the ship, leaving the crew stunned by what they were facing. Glowing trails shot up from the water and slammed into the deckhands, and both men went down clutching their arms as the strange energy burned their skin. A writhing snake clamped onto a sailor's arm, and as panic spread, another worker yelled for them to hold their fire, certain that hitting the thing would set off something far worse. From their own deck, the workers watched another ship dissolve into screaming and flying snakes, and someone muttered that this had gone way beyond anything they could handle, while everyone else stared in horror. Ju Hyun just counted heads, noting there were fewer creatures than he had expected, and that their size was hardly impressive, which only made the worker beside him swallow nervously. Ju Hyun wrapped his fingers around a plain metal bar and smirked to himself, thinking that with this much, he could walk out of this mess without even bothering to use a single relic. The ships lurched in the churning water, smashing against the waves so hard that someone on deck yelled in pure shock at how bad it had gotten. One worker grabbed the rail as the ship shook and shouted that the other crews were starting to lose control, while his junior tugged at him, begging their leader to look. On the next ship over, a mass of sailors hauled themselves over the rail with glowing eyes and warped smiles, and someone on Ju Hyun's deck blurted that they looked completely possessed. Watching their crazed charge, Ju Hyun pieced it together, realizing that a single bite let the snakes take over a person, and the crow quietly reminded him that tiny twists like this were enough to wipe out whole expeditions. To Ju Hyun, this was just what a long trip at sea looked like, but the blonde worker beside him was almost in tears, babbling about what they were supposed to do, while Ju Hyun only found the whole mess annoying. They bolted down the slick deck anyway, one yelling that they just had to run, while the other shouted back that in the middle of the ocean there was nowhere to run to. As the rest of the fleet scrambled to hold off the monsters, Ju Hyun relaxed into a grin, deciding to let those fools handle the fighting while he quietly started waking up his relics. Noting that the real troublemakers were still just humans, Ju Hyun pulled out a slim relic with a calm smile, deciding this one alone was enough to handle them. As the relic's power spread, Ju Hyun understood that everyone under its control would snap out of it and drop in shame, forced to admit how stupid they had been. Across the wet deck, every crazed sailor now lay flat, faces pressed to the floor as if begging for forgiveness, leaving the workers staring around, stunned and asking what on earth just happened. Jo Hyun brushed it off, saying that now they just had to handle the monsters, and the relic inside him quietly praised the human who had cleaned up the mess so neatly. The blonde worker shifted uneasily, feeling like that praise was aimed straight at him, while the relic laughed to itself, saying this level of control was exactly what it expected from the man chosen by the crow. The relic went on, saying that tales about Seo Ju Hyun were already spreading everywhere among their kind. Ju Hyun just smirked and asked if relics spent their time chatting, then said they were such show-offs they might even beat humans at craving attention. His words made the relics explode in anger, calling him an insolent human and swearing that every relic would soon come after him to punish that arrogant mouth. Ju Hyun only grinned wider, saying it would be perfect if they really showed up, because to him, their fury just meant more relics lining up to fall into his pockets. With the ships rocking between black rocks and wild waves, So Ju Han scoffed that these relics talked too much and should have tried a real ambush if they were serious about coming for him. Ju Hyun grinned up at the empty air and called the chatty relic cheap, saying he wanted it to answer one more question for him. His eyes narrowed with real interest as he asked what the crow they kept mentioning actually was. He remembered how the relics back in Egypt had also slipped up and talked about the crow, making it clear this name was weirdly famous among their kind. The relic snapped back that it had no reason to explain anything and told him to work it out on his own, which only made Ju Hyun chuckle at how touchy it suddenly sounded. Ju Hyun tugged at his cap with a sly grin, saying he had thought relics were smarter than humans, and guessing it must have forgotten the truth about the crow, a jab that hit its pride hard. The relic raged that its memory was perfect, and that he was insulting its brains, so Ju Hyun calmly told it to prove it, calling it a simple-minded fool under his breath, while the blonde worker watched, uneasy. Stung by his taunts, the relic roared that a mere human had no right to doubt it, and the ocean answered as towering waves and crackling light slammed into the ship, sending the workers shouting in panic as the deck lurched. The relic finally admitted that the crow was once a famous divine relic, one that could swallow enemies and steal every bit of their power. Ju Hyun listened, rain running down his arm, realizing this was no normal artifact they were talking about. The relic went on about how the crow Si had once fought beside them, strong enough to stand with the worst of the monsters. Then it snapped that everything changed the day the crow chose a human contractor and turned on his own kind. According to the relic, countless others were either swallowed by the crow or chained under that human's control. In the end, they could not bear it anymore and forced the crow into a cage, locking him away like a monster. Ju Hyun's eyes narrowed at the word bars, and he suddenly linked it to the last tomb he had entered in his past life. He wondered if that strange place had actually been the crow's prison all along. He remembered that long hallway of cells, how the patterns on the walls had felt wrong for any normal tomb. Thinking of it as a prison explained why every single one of his underlings had been wiped out there. Snapping back to the storm, Ju Hyun tore off his cap and demanded to know how they had trapped a creature that could even devour other divine relics. To him, the idea of that thing being locked up sounded almost like a joke. The relic admitted that fighting the crow straight on had been nearly impossible, so they went after his human instead. It bragged that humans were easy to sway, and once they dangled a relic that seemed better than the crow, the contractor dropped his partner, letting them seal the crow away and get rid of that human for good. The relic howled with laughter, ordering the lowly human to praise its grand plan. Ju Han just gripped the rail in silence, his face calm as he filed away every detail about how they had betrayed the crow and its contractor. Ju Hyun just smiled through the rain, saying he did not care about the strategy talk, only that he had squeezed some good information out of the relic. Leaning on the rail, the raider admitted he had wondered who this nosy crow was and if backing him was worth it, but after After hearing the relic's version, he decided the crow sounded like exactly the kind of ally he wanted. The relic exploded in outrage, demanding to know if he had even listened, warning that if he backed the crow, then every relic would end up serving that side instead. Joe. Hyun said he did not care if the relics all ran to the crow, and that he had no plans to play nice with any of them anyway, then groaned that he was completely done with this nonsense. In answer, the relic unleashed another attack, and a swarm of massive sea beasts burst from the water, far more of them than the first time. The Tomb Raider watched the monsters gather and smirked, calling it the second wave, like it was nothing more than the next round of a game. The second wave of sea beasts rushed in, only to be torn apart by blinding streaks of power cutting through the water. On the deck, Joo Hyun slashed with his relic knife, while the blonde crewman swung a broom, yelling that the monsters just kept coming with no end in sight. More warped shapes surged out of the dark water, jaws wide, ignoring every other target and throwing themselves straight at Joo-han's group. Joo-han met the charge head-on, his blade flashing once and dropping another beast in a single clean strike, like it was nothing. The blonde crewman flinched at a sharp cracking sound cutting through the rain, whipping his head around with a bad feeling crawling up his spine. Joo-han lifted the Egyptian funeral knife and saw the blade snapped clean off, cursing that it was completely ruined and grumbling that this was exactly why he had warned them to be careful with it. With the relic dead weight in his hand, Joo Hyun bolted for the cabin, while the blonde crewman yelled that they were out of combat relics and should shut up and just run. They dashed toward the cabin stairs, using the ship's interior as their only shield, and Joo Hyun clicked his tongue, hating that with no combat relics left, he might have to give up the plan he wanted. The blonde crewman slammed the door and snapped that they were barely staying alive, while Joo-han just stared ahead, already thinking past the fear. As they hurried down the passage, the crewman admitted this tomb was a nightmare, huge and made from the sea itself, which meant finding a safe path out would be almost impossible. Out in the water, the tomb's master had thrown a fit, whipping up huge waves and flooding them with smaller beasts that reeked of his power, and Joo Hyun calmly decided to use those smells to trace the idiot back to his hiding spot. Their footsteps echoed through the dim hall as the crewman muttered that without any relics left, even reaching that boss or escaping this place would be a nightmare. Joo-han noticed the rear deck was clear and decided they would escape from there, telling the crewmen to find any boat that still looked usable so they could throw a rope across, board it, and take control. Before they could move, a shout rose from a nearby vessel as someone pointed across the churning water and yelled about the thieves, turning Joo Hyun's quiet escape route into a flashing target. On the other ship, the armored leader jabbed a finger toward Joo Hyun's direction, demanding to know if those were the ones who had taken their relics, while Linda covered her mouth, realizing her mistake had just sold them out. Joo Hyun watched them with a crooked smile, noting that since they were guarding Linda, they had to be the U.S. excavation team, and he even picked out a few faces he recognized among them. The crew panicked as the other ship drifted closer through the dark waves, but Joo Hyun just watched and told them to let it come, treating the approach like an opening instead of a threat. Joo Hyun eyed the guards and their gear, already guessing they were carrying good relics. He told the blonde crewman he would handle the enemies alone and ordered him to use the rope to find a boat they could steal. The white-haired raider stormed across the deck and got in Joo Hyun's face, cursing as he demanded to know if this was the thief who had taken their relics. The raider lifted his metal weapon and growled that he was taking everything back, while Joo Hyun stood with his hands in his pockets and calmly pushed back, acting like the relics were his by right now. Joo Hyun's grin widened as he pointed out that the man seemed to be carrying some handy relics himself, and coolly told him to hand them over, which only made the raider explode in anger and swear he would make Joo Hyun pay. The white-haired raider's eyes lit up as his relic powered his body, and he hurled himself at Joo-han with a wild sweeping strike that cut through the rain-soaked air. Joo Hyun tracked the man's rush and admitted the brute was quick for his size, but his eyes were already fixed on the relic's glow, weighing just how strong it really was. Deciding the power felt like an A rank at best, Joo Hyun slipped past the swing and slammed a blue streak of energy into the raider's side, reminding him that he had already told him to hand those relics over. Joo Hyun's fist smashed across the raider's jaw, hard enough that his whole body body twisted with the blow. The raider snapped his head back around, teeth bared, shocked that a hit like that hadn't even knocked him off his feet. The white-haired brute whipped his metal pipe around in wild, deadly arcs, and Ju-hyun bolted across the slick deck, cursing as each swing missed him by inches. One swipe grazed his shoulder, ripping his sleeve open as blue sparks crawled over the torn fabric, a sharp reminder of what a real hit would do. Studying the glowing pipe, Ju-hyun realized it was hiding a sword relic inside, and with that kind of power and speed, a straight hit from it would end him. Haeon tightened his grip on his glowing axe, deciding there was no point trading blows head-on with that thing. The raider rushed in with his pipe raised, sneering that even if Ju-hyun had finally grasped how bad this was, it would not change the outcome. Ju-hyun dipped under the sweeping blow, but the raider only grinned and swung again with his pipe blazing brighter, fully intent on smashing straight through him. Ju-hyun grinned as purple light wrapped around him, calling on his axe to wipe out anything that dared threaten his future riches. The white-haired raider swung in, only for silver light to burst out against his weapon, leaving him staring in shock as everything went wrong in an instant. A heartbeat later, the brute's clothes were just gone, leaving him exposed on the deck, while Ju-hyun burst out laughing at how completely the relic had robbed him. Still chuckling, Ju-hyun scooped the dropped pipe off the slick deck and mocked the brute for blocking instead of dodging, like he had walked into this on purpose. Purple light crawled up the pipe and peeled it away, revealing the Sword of the Flower Knight, an A-rank consumable relic with its own durability bar, and Ju-hyun's grin widened as he admired how sharp and clean it looked in his hand. Sword still glowing in his hand, Ju-hyun turned toward the railing as one of his teammates called up to him, telling their leader to hop on. With perfect timing, the speedboat pulled alongside, and Ju-hyun jogged for the edge, casually thanking the hulking raider for the shiny new sword, while the man howled at him from the deck. Left shivering and empty-handed, the white-haired raider roared after the boat, demanding his relic back, even though he knew it was already gone for good. The brute spun in the water and froze as a pack of twisted sea beasts rushed the ship, purple light leaking off their bodies like poison. Ju-hyun lounged at the front of the boat, laughing hard as his teammate gunned the engine, and they tore away from the chaos behind them. Their little boat weaved between sharp rocks as his partner asked where they were headed, and Ju-hyun calmly told him to keep going straight, promising he would guide them through. The driver frowned over the controls, hoping the tank was not close to empty, and Ju-hyun guessed it would be enough, while asking how much farther they had to go. He answered by swinging the relic blade down, slicing through the glowing rope that still linked them to the others. Another patrol boat crashed over the waves behind them, its soaked crew yelling for Ju-hyun to stop as they closed the gap. On the chasing boat, the brute ranted that Ju-hyun's friends had bailed him out, screaming for his relic back, while the green-haired girl fumed about how lucky he was. Ju-hyun grinned and called on his rope instead, letting the relic whip across the water and coil around the other boat's driver. In one smooth pull, the living rope yanked the woman off her feet and dragged her under the hull, leaving the brute and Linda screaming her name as she vanished into the dark water. Water burst where the woman vanished, and Ju-hyun calmly told the brute he had better hurry, since the relic had filled the sea with monsters all hunting him. Linda fought to keep her head above the waves, as the brute yelled for her to hang on and screamed at his crew to swing the boat around. One of the men protested that turning now would let Ju-hyun get away, but the brute cut him off and roared that they were turning the boat anyway. Jaw tight and eyes blazing, the brute cursed Ju-hyun and promised he would make him pay for this. Far ahead, the water opened into a glowing cove, and Ju-hyun noted that the relic was hiding under a lone tree up ahead, saying they were almost there. Once ashore, the raider walked forward with a relic knife in his hand, the blade glowing with sharp purple light. He stopped before a massive, shining tree as a proud voice rolled out from it, admitting he had found it and ordering him to offer some holy prayer and come please it if he wanted its power. Ju-hyun just smiled, brushing off its demand and making it clear he had no intention of begging for anything. The tree relic jolted in panic as purple power crackled through its branches, finally sensing that this human was not here to worship it. Ju-hyun strolled right up to the trunk, relic knife blazing, and told the relic it was feeding time, acting like he was about to toss meat to a pet. The raider's eyes gleamed as he urged the relic knife to show just how sharp it could be, clearly planning to carve up the arrogant tree. The relic sword flashed with runes as Ju Hyun swung in a wide arc, cutting straight for the trunk, while the once proud relic cried out in fear. The purple blade tore straight through the trunk, and the once arrogant tree relic howled in disbelief as its body split apart. Smoke and purple sparks wrapped around the stump where the massive tree had stood, its whole upper half gone, while Ju Hyun stood calmly beneath it. Purple energy crackled around Ju Hyun's body as he stood there without a scratch, looking like cutting down a god-level relic was nothing special. A golden map floated out of the broken relic as the system named it Jung He's Treasure Map of the West, an A-rank consumable relic hanging on with only a sliver of durability left. Ju Hyun unrolled the scroll with a grin, pointing out that it was Jung He's own relic, while his stunned teammate repeated the famous name under his breath. In the past, Jung He knelt before his emperor, given the treasure map of the West, in order to sail out and gather riches across the northern seas. With more than 60 ships, his fleet pushed through Southeast Asia, past India, all the way toward Africa, and the records say he came back with every kind of treasure he could find. Ju Hyun could already sense how huge this catch was, and told the restorer to fix it right away. But his partner nearly cried, blaming Ju Hyun for chopping the whole tree in half, and begging him to treat relics a little less roughly. Ju Hyun sat back on the small boat, and told the relic to shut the tomb behind them, like closing a door after a clean robbery. Water still dripping from his hair, Ju Hyun grinned, and decided this was the perfect time to run a scam with Jung He's map. Night fell over the bright towers of Macau, the city lights turning the river into a sheet of gold where Ju Hyun planned to move his game. In a quiet Macau workshop, Jo Hyun sipped his drink and asked Jae-ha how fast he could copy the treasure map, while the restorer stared at the half-finished golden world spread across the table and muttered that he had barely begun. The restorer's hands shook as he asked if they were really going to pass off a fake, saying this felt way too risky even for him. He spread his arms over the map and blurted that with the kind of money they were getting, it would be safer to hand over the real relic than gamble on a forgery. Irene folded her arms, admitting she also thought the plan went too far, and reminding them that stacking up powerful enemies was the last thing they needed. Ju Hyun walked past the table and brushed off their fears, saying he was running this con because he had to, and that tricking their buyer was the fastest way to clean up Irene's mess. Jo Haeon calmly tells Irene to place her hand on the treasure map relic, turning their risky scam piece into a way to fix her curse. Irene hesitates only a moment before pressing her hand into the glowing map, letting the relic feel the owner of all that bad luck. With her hand on the surface, Ju Hyun calls out to the relic and orders it to mark its place tied to Irene's misfortune, and the whole map erupts in blinding light. Purple sparks swirl around them as the map keeps glowing, and Ju Hyun notes with a smug look that the relic is doing exactly what he asked. Among all the glowing spots, one country on the map flares brighter than the rest, and Ju Hyun realizes they need to head to Turkey if they want to fix Irene's problem at the root. Ju Hyun tells Irene this is why he went after Jung He's map in the first place, then casually adds that once her curse is handled, he fully plans to use this relic for his own future raids. Jae-ha snaps that even if the map is useful, the copy he made will fade sooner or later, and when that happens, their buyer will know they were scammed. Jae-ha's voice drops as he reminds them this buyer is Kira Clark, and he imagines her chasing them to the ends of the earth once she learns they sold her a fake. Ju Hyun brushes off Jae-ha's panic, saying Kira will come after them no matter what they do, and Jae-ha can only stare at him, stunned that this is supposed to be comforting. The raider turns to the glowing map and calmly explains that Kira is gathering every map relic she can, building a team that can mark far-off tombs and clear them without breaking a sweat. He points out that Columbus's map is the real problem, since every mark on it spills full details about a tomb and the treasures inside. With a dark grin, Ju Hyun says that most major tombs are already within Kira's reach, Turkey among them, and if they head there now, she'll quietly strip every bit of information about the relics they carry. He makes it plain that once Kira locks onto them, Irene will be her main goal, along with the cursed relic bound to her. Around the map table, Ju Hyun admits he can afford to lose even his own relics if it comes to that, but says flatly that Irene's situation is another matter entirely. He says Kira will be desperate to claim such a strong relic, yet because it clings to its host, she can't just snatch it, which only makes her more dangerous. As fire seems to rise behind her, he warns that Kira will not hesitate to snatch or threaten people to get at Irene's relic, because for someone like her, there are no lines she won't cross. Jo Hyun quietly pieces it together, guessing that Kira must have broken Irene long before his own death, because that is the only way someone like her could twist into a walking disaster. He gently promises Irene that no one will touch her, making her light up, but behind that warm smile, he is already claiming the title of King of Failure and the Holton fortune for himself, swearing she will not fall this time because both her power and her money are part of his plan. With a drink in hand, the raider lays out the next move. They will run a scam in Macau, sell Kira a fake relic, and use her rage when she learns the truth to drag her out of hiding. He says that once Kira realizes her prize is fake, he will step up as the one who can explain everything, fully expecting her to demand a face-to-face, just so she can try to put him down herself. When Jae-ha nervously asks what happens after the meeting, Ju Hyun answers with a sharp grin that he plans to smash every single one of Kira's precious map relics. Jae-ha screams that the plan is insane, clutching his head in horror, but Ju-han just keeps sipping his drink and tells him to stop whining and start preparing. Jo Hyun thinks that if he lets Kira roam free, they will crash into each other sooner or later anyway, so he might as well use this chance to erase her from his path for good. Outside, Macau glows over the water, the bright casinos and towers, hiding the fact that a hunt for one of its most dangerous guests is about to begin. At CIA headquarters, the field team stands in a tight circle, while their blonde superior demands to know how the tomb closed before they even got the relic. When they admit they came back empty-handed, the blonde officer snaps that some other raider must have snatched the relic, and the two agents can only bow their heads and apologize. The officer then growls that Agent Thomas and Linda have even been grabbed by China, spitting out a bitter line about what an amazing job they all did. The shaken agents rush to explain that no one warned them, that they never expected an attack or a skilled relic user to show up there at all. The blonde commander roars back, asking if they are really trying to pin this on headquarters for bad intel, and the terrified agent stammers that they would never dare. Another agent rushes in with word that General Kira is already calling, and the commander curses, warning the whole unit to brace themselves, because tonight they are all as good as done. On the other end, General Kira smiles with cold amusement, asking why everyone looks so tense and insisting they should relax, because she is not angry at all. The CIA commander swallows hard and reminds her that, at the very least, they did secure the relic, hoping that single success will save their necks. Kira calmly admits the mission failed, then adds that she handled things another way. She says it is almost sad, since she had hoped the famous CIA would finish the job properly, instead of forcing her to use backup plans. The general explains that she passed the job to Edward instead, and he pulled it off. She tells them the trade for the relic is already lined up, making it clear their part in this is now just an afterthought. Kira gives them one last task, telling the whole unit to track down the skilled relic user who ruined the mission. She warns them that, at the very least, they should be able to handle that much, and the agents can only agree. Once the call ends, the general's annoyance twists into a sharp grin. Her interest in this unknown powerhouse only grows, because strength like that is exactly what draws her in. Meanwhile, Yoo Jae-ha finishes cloning the relic and hands the fake to Edward at a luxury hotel. From there, Edward likely delivers it straight into Kira's hands, just as Ju Hyun planned. Ju Hyun waits in a quiet hall and checks the news, finding no uproar about the deal. With everything still calm, he figures even Kira has not noticed that the prized relic she bought is nothing but a fake. Because the fake went unnoticed, Yoo Jae-ha finally has time to throw himself into fixing their broken relics, even if he groans that the work feels endless. Ju Hyun stands nearby and tells him to hurry, pleased that several of his favorite tools and the map relic are already coming back into shape. Ju Hyun also has Irene practice drawing out her relic's power, guiding her as bright energy crackles around them. Her control is clumsy and hard to watch, but he lets it slide for now, knowing every beginner has to start somewhere. Ju Hyun and his crew dug into a rich, over-the-top meal, all paid for with Edward's money. One of them winced at how pricey it had to be, while another just enjoyed every bite, already guessing the old man would lose it if he ever learned the truth. Seo Ju Hyun grinned at the steak on his fork, thinking it was about time he got a proper reward for his work. For him, this was just the start of what he planned to squeeze out of Edward. Inside a high-rise, Edward's roar shook the quiet halls as he cursed Ju Hyun's name. The calm after the deal was over was gone in an instant. Edward burst in, hand shaking as he pointed a gun, raging about the relic he had bought. He demanded to know what Ju Hyun had sold him and what kind of mess he had been dragged into. Edward cornered them with the gun, shouting that Ju Hyun had ruined everything. Ju Hyun greeted him like an old friend, acting pleased he had finally shown up, which only made Edward angrier as he yelled that Ju Hyun had no idea what he had done. Edward snapped that the so-called map relic was a joke and called Ju Hyun a scammer. Ju Hyun calmly replied that he had only given Edward exactly what he asked for and teased that he would never cheat someone he planned to work with, acting almost amused that Edward had finally caught on. Edward pressed a hand to his forehead, cursing and trying to figure out where things had gone wrong. Jo Haeon stayed close with a friendly smile, urging him to calm down and spell out exactly what had happened. Edward finally blurts out that the relic Ju Hyun sold him has vanished, and now General Kira wants his head for it. Jae-ha stiffens at the name, while Ju Haeon casually wonders if they just broke it, only for Edward to insist that Kira's people said it worked perfectly before it disappeared. Seo Ju Hyun watched Edward panic and calmly pointed out that the clone relic could copy powers, but said that was nothing compared to the real problem. Edward, still clutching the gun, explained that when the relic vanished, some important people vanished with it, and one of them was the Prime Minister of England. Jae-ha yelled that dragging the Prime Minister into this made everything huge, while Edward groaned that he did not know the details, only that those people had likely come for a meeting with General Kira. Edward pressed the gun to his forehead in frustration and muttered that after losing both the relic and those people, Kira would treat them as good as gone to her. Shaken by how bad it sounded, Jae-ha looked to his leader and asked what they were supposed to do now. Seo Ju Hyun just grinned, clearly amused by the disaster that had everyone else shaking, as if this mess was the perfect chance he had been waiting for. Jae-ha freaked out, yelling that the Prime Minister of England had just vanished and this was insane. Ju Hyun only laughed, arms crossed, while Edward hid his face, crushed by the mess. To Ju-han, the missing Prime Minister was not a problem at all. He called it a huge chance waiting to be used. He pointed out that Kira herself would be in deep trouble over this, which meant she was desperate. Ju-han calmly said that made it the perfect time to trick her. Ju Hyun told his restorer to just watch and learn. Jae-ha stared up at him, nervous and trying to guess what kind of crazy move was coming next. Ju Hyun walked over to Edward and told him to snap out of it, asking how long he planned to stand there, useless. Edward slowly lifted his head, still dazed. The raider asked if Edward could reach Kira right now and told him to connect them. Edward gulped at the idea of dragging General Kira into this call. Edward stammered that calling her right now could make everything even worse. Jo Hyun just smiled to himself, thinking how scared this so-called middleman was of talking to his own boss. Ju Hyun told him he was not doing this just to feed Kira some lame excuse. He said that if Edward set up the call, he might actually be able to save him from this mess. Edward hunched over and said he would make the call, hands shaking. Ju Hyun just stood there with his arms crossed, waiting like this was all going exactly how he wanted. The old handler thought about how this could blow up in his face, but staying still felt worse. He swallowed hard and agreed that calling Kira beat sitting around waiting for doom. Jae-ha stared wide-eyed, barely able to finish his words, as he realized Edward was really doing it. Beside him, the raider just watched with a small, pleased look, like the game had finally started. Edward ended up calling Kira and could only clutch his head as her fury poured through the line. Jo Hyun stayed close, listening in while Edward took the heat for all of them. Soon, the call timer on Edward's phone was ticking, proof that General Kira was on the other end and listening. Ju Hyun greeted her with smooth respect, acting like it was a great honor to speak with the famous General Kira. Far away, General Kira sat under harsh lights and coolly listed what she knew, saying he had toyed with her men, stolen a relic, and even handed over a faulty one. Her eyes burned as she finished, saying it was only natural to think he was the one behind this whole disaster. Kira answered that of course she suspected him, but his calm tone and easy reply made her tense up, like he was the one leading this talk, not her. Jo Hyun smiled into the phone and calmly said he had only recovered the relic and passed it to Edward, acting hurt about being blamed, while Kira snapped back that if he lied, she would come for him and ordered him to say exactly what he had done to it. The general bit out that she had not touched the relic at all, then muttered an insult under her breath, clearly hating that this stranger dared to talk circles around her. Ju Hyun eased his voice and said he actually wanted to help, adding that he had heard about the trouble with the Prime Minister of England and acting like that news had personally reached him. While Kira stared down at the reports on her desk, Ju Hyun pointed out that even he could not overlook something this big, and that, since it happened right after their trade, she and Edward would probably never want to hire him again. The raider even complained that using relics was his only talent, and that losing all his clients at once would leave him unable to live, striking a bright, shameless pose, while Jae-ha watched in disbelief at how hard he was selling it. Back at the base, Kira said she would lend a hand as a kind of follow-up service, hoping it would lead to more deals later, and a few nearby staff members traded looks, whispering that she was probably on the line with that Edward guy. Kira fell silent, eyes sharp and fixed ahead, weighing his smooth offer and trying to decide if trusting this relic user would save her or drag her even deeper into the mess. Seo Ju Hyun stared at his phone with a sly grin and calmly told Kira that he could handle the missing prime minister. He agreed without missing a beat and said that, according to Edward, Kira held plenty of map-type relics they could use. The raider added that if he were just using those relics in the usual way, he would never step up like this, but he planned to push them in a far stranger way to track the prime minister. Jo Hyun said most people were stuck using only the obvious powers their relics showed, but that this belief was wrong, and he alone could drag out the hidden abilities buried inside them. Yoo Jae-ha and Edward just stared at him, blurting out their disbelief that something like hidden relic powers was even possible. Inside, Ju Hyun looked bored and wondered how they could be fooled so fast, even cursing himself as a crazy scammer. On Kira's side, the soldier slammed his hand on the table and demanded to confirm if this raider was really claiming he could tap secret functions inside their relics, shocked that such a thing might exist. Seo Ju Hyun calmly said it was real, bragging that he had already shaken off the CIA and secured a relic before by using those same hidden powers, pushing them even closer to trusting him. Seo Ju Hyun leaned in with that sly grin, asking if the deal sounded good. The soldier just stared back, chewing on the offer without giving anything away. On the line, Kira finally agreed to let him use her relics, but warned that it would only happen under strict conditions. The general ordered him to come to a place of her choosing with no relics at all. She added that every move he made there would be under her men's eyes. Seo Ju Hyun agreed like it was nothing, saying the rules worked for him. On the other end, the general accepted his answer. Edward looked stunned, saying he never thought anyone could sway that general. Ju Hyun just smiled, acting like the whole thing had been simple. The old man gaped when Ju Hyun said he would handle the trip alone. Yoo Jae-ha lit up, thanking him, sure he had just been told to stay behind and relax. Yoo Jae-ha nervously asked what he was supposed to do, hoping he was off the hook. Ju Hyun told him he could come along instead, while making it clear that Edward was staying put. As if that was not enough, Ju Hyun told him to finish all the relic repairs too. Jae-ha threw his head back in misery, while Ju Hyun just shone with smug satisfaction. Right after he wrapped up the deal, the system chimed in and slapped a new title on Seo Ju Hyun, marking him as an unbeatable scammer with fresh stats to match. Seo Ju Hyun stared up at the glowing window, calling him a tomb raider who scams instead of digs, looking more annoyed than proud at how on point it was. He realized the crow had been watching everything as the system spelled out the title's perks, lowering his sociability, but making it way easier to trick relics, and even giving him some kind of bad boy charm toward them, which he found completely ridiculous. Done with the system nonsense, Seo Ju Hyun waved Yoo Jae-ha back to his mountain of relic repairs and told Edward he could return. turn, while the old man simply wished him luck on whatever came next. Soon after, Kira sent him the details for a meetup at Hotel Nevada, a fancy place not far from the other hotels he had already used as basis. She had ordered him to come without relics, but Seo Ju-hyun had no plan to walk in bare, so he shrank his best tools and disguised them, treating them like a soldier, slipping a hidden gun under his coat. As he walked out with Yoo Jae-ha, Seo Ju-hyun could feel his dominance leaking away just to keep the relics disguised, so he decided this job needed to be wrapped up fast. Inside the lobby, Yoo Jae-ha stared around in awe at the high-class hotel, while Seo Ju-hyun just muttered that a place this fancy suited someone of Kira's rank. A hotel worker walked over and kindly asked if they needed help, and Yoo Jae-ha stiffened, clearly looking like a guest who had no idea where to go. Seo Ju-hyun cut in before Jae-ha could panic more, telling the worker they were just here to meet someone, so she did not need to worry. Satisfied with that, the hotel worker wished them a good day and headed off, leaving the two men free to wait. Not long after, two men in black suits strode toward them with serious faces, and Ju-hyun figured these were the ones Kira had actually sent. One of the escorts asked if he was Seo Ju-hyun, and when he confirmed it and mentioned the general, both sides knew they had found the right people. Seo Ju-hyun gave a relaxed smile and told them to take him to their boss, acting like he owned the place. The escort turned on his heel and told them to follow, and Ju-hyun fell in step behind him without a hint of worry. Their footsteps echoed down the quiet hall until they reached a private room where a lone figure sat in a tall chair under a spotlight, already waiting for Seo Ju-hyun to arrive. The general greeted Seo Ju-hyun calmly, saying she could not feel any relics on him and that he seemed to have followed her orders. She acted like that was only natural, as if he would never dare to do otherwise. Yoo Jae-ha stared at the young-looking officer and muttered that he did not get how someone that age could already be a general. Seo Ju-hyun brushed it off, saying she could just be hiding her age with makeup, and told him to keep his mouth shut. When relics were mentioned, Seo Ju-hyun just smiled, which made the general quietly curse his cocky attitude. Still, she told him to come along and started leading them deeper inside. The general guided them across the empty floor toward a metal table where several old, yellowed maps were spread out under the lights. On the table lay Barossa's pirate map, a B-rank relic, the manuscript of Anakimander's world map, a C-rank, and Columbus's map, which was even rated A-rank. Seo Ju-hyun looked over the maps with a smug grin and calmly said he would take care of every single one of them right here. The general folded her arms and ordered him to start, warning that if his method did not work, they were ready to put a bullet in his head. Seo Ju-hyun told them not to worry and stepped up to the relic maps, then casually asked to borrow a pen, leaving the general puzzled by such a simple request. The general warned Seo Ju-hyun not to try anything stupid, reminding him that a simple pen could not harm those relics anyway. He just smiled back, acting like he already knew that better than anyone. Seo Ju-hyun calmly pressed the relic map flat and began to draw across it with the pen, moving as if he owned the thing. One of the soldiers shouted in panic, demanding to know what he thought he was doing. One of the guards yanked out his gun and aimed it right at Seo Ju-hyun, furious that this outsider was scribbling on the general's prized relic. Seo Ju-hyun did not even look up, his hand still moving over the map. Seo Ju-hyun finally spoke, saying that marking the map like this was needed to draw out its hidden power. His eyes stayed steady, as if a gun to his head was just background noise. The general told her men to back off and let Seo Ju-hyun work, even as the guard with the gun tried to argue. Bent over the 3 relic maps, the raider kept drawing, like the whole room already belonged to him. The general watched him with a hard look and said his little trick had better be worth the risk. Seo Ju-hyun only smirked wider, telling her to leave everything to him, as if success. Seo Ju-hyun dragged the pen across the relic map, filling it with sharp red symbols that looked nothing like any human writing, leaving the soldiers whispering in confusion about what he was doing. The general folded her arms and said he was writing in tomb glyph, the relic's own language, adding that these things loved to chatter so much they even made their own own script. The general's lips curled into a curious grin as she pressed him, wanting to know how a random raider could possibly read the relic's language. Seo Ju-han just smirked and brushed it off, saying things had happened in the past and that he used to own an archaeologist's relic that let him read this stuff. As his pen kept moving, the raider thought about how that relic was gone now, guessing the crow had messed with it somehow, and quietly wondering what that sneaky bird was really planning. Soon the entire relic map was ringed with glowing red glyphs, and Seo Ju-hyun straightened up, calmly saying it was done, and that the so-called spell would now wake up the map's hidden power. The general told him to prove it, and Seo Ju-hyun casually agreed, even as he raised his hand and thought to himself that all this talk about spells and hidden power was nonsense, and that the red writing had nothing to do with finding the prime minister. In truth, before even walking into this room, Seo Ju-hyun had used Jung-he's map to pin down the prime minister's location on a glowing world map. So while everyone stared at his fake spell, he already knew exactly where the man was. The soldier's jaw tightened in shock as he heard that Ju-hyun had already tracked down the prime minister's location. Seo Ju-hyun calmly said the prime minister was in the Sahara Desert and asked for a notepad so he could mark the exact spot. He quickly scribbled down the coordinates, telling them to widen the search in case the target was moving and to hurry before the desert swallowed their trail. The general snatched the memo, passed it to her man, and ordered the nearest post to move out with exploration relics and find the prime minister as fast as humanly possible. With the orders sent out, Ju-hyun and the general stood in stiff silence, each waiting to see how the other would move now that his part of the bargain was done. Seo Ju-hyun tilted his head into the gun with a crooked grin, reminding her that he had kept his promise and it was time for her to keep hers. The general leveled her pistol at his face and coldly said the deal was on hold until the prime minister was confirmed safe. She announced that Ju-hyun and his blonde teammate would be held there under guard until the rescue was done, while his nervous ally complained that they had no idea how long they would be stuck like this. The general smirked over the barrel of her gun, saying her own troops would track the prime minister down fast, and that while they waited, she had other plans for Ju-han. Seo Ju-hyun listened to her ask for details about the relic language and brushed it off with an easy smile, saying that kind of thing was his trade secret. The general's eye narrowed as she shot back that he could not expect to keep trading with them without offering some real help in return. Seo Ju-hyun finally gave in a little, saying he would walk them through the first step of the relic language now and explain the rest later. And when the general agreed to that much, he nodded, already planning how far he would actually go. Yoo Jae-ha swallowed hard, suddenly aware that Ju-han was about to hand the army a piece of knowledge most people would never be allowed to see. Seo Ju-hyun calmly dragged his pen across the page, filling the notebook with tight lines of red tomb glyph as he showed them how the first symbols worked. A soldier burst into the room and shouted that they had located Prime Minister Albert, making both Seo Ju-hyun and the general snap their attention toward him. The general quickly asked about Albert's condition, and the soldier reported that the prime minister was exhausted, but in no real danger, while Ju-hyun kept calmly working over the relic notes in front of him. Seo Ju-hyun gave the general a lazy grin, acting like the news about Albert was great for everyone, but his eyes said he knew she was just using it as an excuse to keep him working. He smirked and pointed out that she was going overboard, saying he doubted she planned to let someone like him leave anytime soon. Without pausing his pen, Ju-hyun kept filling the notebook with red glyphs and calmly asked if his guess about being trapped here was right. The general's face sank into shadow as she snapped that he would shut up and follow orders, saying there was no way she would let someone with his talent walk out and that he would keep helping them until they understood every hidden power of the relics. Ju-hyun pressed the pen into the paper a little harder, acting like he was thinking it over and quietly asking if that was really how she wanted to play it. A purple glow rose around Seo Ju-han as he smiled and flatly rejected her demand, and the general's eyes widened as she felt something strange start to wrap around her. The words he had written flared to life, and a blinding blast tore through the room, forcing Ju-han and the general to throw up their arms as fire and debris exploded around around them. Staggering in the smoke, the general yelled in shock as dust and sparks rained down, while the nearby soldier doubled over coughing and tried to see through the burning air. The blast turned the relic table into a bonfire, flames racing across the map and artifacts. Soldiers screamed over the roar, scrambling to save what they could as their precious relics went up in smoke. The general barked orders, shoving her people toward the blaze and telling them to put it out now. Her men rushed in with bare hands and jackets, slapping at the fire even as sparks burned their sleeves. As he leaned over the flames, the blonde officer's eye lit up with a strange pink glow, and he jerked back in pain. Whatever power was hiding in that map had just latched onto him. The officer snapped, eyes glowing as he grabbed the smoking map and tore into it, raging about the cursed thing. The general stared at him, stunned that he was attacking the very relic they were supposed to protect. The officer's panic spread like the fire itself, and soon every aide around the table was clawing at the map, ripping off burning chunks and shouting that they had to get rid of it. Someone tried to stop them, but nobody was listening anymore. In the middle of the struggle, a burning shard shot out and slammed into a man's leg, dropping him with a sharp cry. The relic was not just burning their map now, it was striking back at their bodies. The general steadied her gun, eyes hard as the blast winds whipped around her. She finally said what everyone already feared in their gut. This madness was the work of a relic. She snapped that only one man here could pull off a stunt like this, and demanded Seo Ju-hyun's location, calling him the real culprit. The shaken soldier began to answer, already dreading having to admit that Ju-han was no longer in sight. As the flames died down, the chair stood empty, and the relic map still burned on the table. The soldiers finally noticed that Ju-han and his partner were gone, leaving only smoke and scattered scraps behind. The general's eyes narrowed, rage burning hotter than the fire around her as she realized he had slipped through her fingers. She spat out a curse, furious that the man she had blamed for everything had just walked right out of her trap. Outside, people strolled past the yellow building, chatting without a clue that a relic-fueled disaster had just gone off somewhere else. Jae-ha burst out laughing in the shallow water, thrilled they had actually escaped. Ju-hyun sat there soaked and unamused, pointing out that landing in the middle of a fountain was far from ideal. As Ju-hyun pulled himself out of the water, he told Jae-ha he had done well to pull that off so fast. Jae-ha scratched his cheek and bragged that when it came to drawing, he knew he could deliver. Back in the blast, Ju-hyun had shoved the escape relic into Jae-ha's hands the moment the explosion started. Even with smoke and fire closing in, the restorer used it to sketch the fountain as their exit. Now standing at the edge of the real fountain, Ju-hyun noted that the gamble had paid off perfectly. Before heading to the meeting, he had made Jae-ha study this place until every curve of it was burned into his mind. Ju-hyun thought back to the relic they had stolen from Chairman Kwan's lawyer, a rare ink bottle called the Ink of Paris. It was a fussy tool for running away, but in the hands of an artist like Jae-ha, it turned into pure magic. Jae-ha asked what kind of stunt he had pulled this time, still half laughing. Ju-hyun just straightened his wet jacket and acted like it was nothing worth talking about. He explained how, when they borrowed a pen earlier, he had Jae-ha dress it up to look like some famous relic pen, and then quietly swapped it with the real thing. Back in the command room, Ju-hyun had soothed the angry general and politely asked to borrow a pen over the spread of relic maps. While she agreed without thinking, he used the swapped relic pen to write hidden commands across the parchment that would fill everyone with terror. He had even memorized a handful of their names in advance, so the hypnosis would hit harder when the relic reacted to his writing. Now, standing in the clean lobby instead of a burning base, Ju-hyun waved off the staff member's concern and said they were fine, just here to meet someone. Two men in sharp black suits crossed the lobby and asked if he was Seo Ju-hyun. He confirmed it without hesitation, adding that the general must have been the one who called them in. When Jae-ha tried to start a friendly chat, the lead agent cut him off and curtly told them to keep quiet and come along. Ju-hyun only smiled, already curious about what waited at the end of this walk. The chattier agent tried to ease the mood, saying he was on their side and could help, since his own group was in a mess, too. The agent joked that they should tell the general to go easy on him, and suggested they all be friends. Ju-hyun just watched his back, filing away the name John with a slow, knowing smile. Back in the war room, Ju-hyun had written commands into the relic maps, weaving each person's name into strange tomb glyph letters letters that no one else could even read. For the hotel worker Jamie, he planted a fear that twisted her stress into pure horror, making her feel trapped in a room ready to blow. For John Smith and Jim Evans of TSOF, the command made them see a vicious spirit inside the map relics, so they tore the charts apart in a frenzy. Sure, they were saving the general's life. Hearing how deep the trick went, Jae-ha could only stare in shock, while Joo-hyun grinned and told him to just admit how brilliant he was. He explained that thanks to all that chaos, the woman in charge had lost their trail, so all they had to do now was head for Turkey. Far above the city, the command center still smoldered, dark smoke curling into the orange sky as the last scraps of ruined relic maps drifted away on the wind. The young officer folded his arms and reported that the secure link to the general was live. On the giant screen, General Clark greeted Richard like an old partner, asking if something serious had happened. The general got straight to the point, saying he had relics in rough shape and wanted Richard to restore them once he was back in the States. Richard forced a laugh and promised to handle it, explaining that he was already swamped with repair work and was in the middle of fixing relics TKBM had sent him. Richard's face stiffened as he admitted he thought the same person had wrecked both his client's relics and TKBM's, and he nervously guessed it had to be that unknown man always seen beside Yoo Jae-ha. The officer frowned, saying that if they let this man roam free, he would block their plans sooner or later, and the general quietly agreed. The officer tried to calm the general, but Richard only smiled, saying their group would soon roll out something called Pandora that would keep ordinary people from ever owning or using relics at all. Fresh meat turned slowly on the spit as the cook sliced off hot, juicy strips for the next order. The cook passed 2 warm kebabs over the counter, and Irene accepted them with an easy smile, acting like she was just any tourist grabbing lunch. The vendor studied her, uneasy about the strange breeze and drifting leaves, and asked if anything was wrong as Irene stood there, holding the kebabs a little too calmly. Irene waved off his worry, then hurried away from the stall before anyone could question why the air itself seemed to follow her. Out in the bright streets of central Turkey, Irene strode away from the kebab shop, the air around her light and sparkling, as if even the wind now listened to her. She reached their car and leaned in with the kebab, telling her leader she had grabbed something for him, and he accepted it with a simple thanks. In the back seat, Irene happily explained that all her practice had paid off, and she was finally getting used to handling the relic, pointing out that nothing bad had happened on the way here as Joo-hyun munched on his kebab. Blushing, Irene admitted it was all thanks to Joo-hyun and thanked him from the bottom of her heart. A sudden crash outside made her jump as a shop sign dropped and a nearby boat started rocking wildly, and Jae-ha yelled at the driver to act like a normal person while the car lurched around them. Joo-hyun just smirked and told Irene it was way too early to be thanking him, while Jae-ha sat stiff beside them, still shaken from the mess outside. Irene relaxed a little and said that even so, things were much better than before. The raider said her people skills with the relic were good enough for now, and that from here on, she needed to train how to force it to obey, leaving Jae-ha blinking in surprise with his food halfway to his mouth. From the parked car came Jae-ha's protest that Irene still had a long way to go, but Joo-hyun brushed it off, saying she only needed the basics of getting along with the relic. Joo-hyun's eyes hardened as he explained that the relic was eating away at Irene's body, and that all that charm training was only to stop it from hurting her more, something he never would have forced on her otherwise. Jae-ha flinched when Joo-hyun flat out called sociability trash, muttering that the jab stung, but in the end, he nodded and said he got it. With the plan settled, Joo-hyun told them to hurry up and finish eating so they could move out, and someone inside shouted back for him to give them a second. By the time they hit the road, the strange stone town of Cappadocia spread out under the clear Turkish sky, hiding the tomb they were here to claim. Joo-hyun lowered the binoculars with a frown, saying the whole setup felt wrong. Irene covered her mouth, uneasy, while Jae-ha just stared ahead, not yet seeing what Joo-hyun saw. From their spot, the tomb looked mostly untouched, towering over the broken ground. Joo-hyun pointed out that with the relic sitting inside Irene, the whole thing should have vanished, not just collapsed on one side, and that mismatch bothered him. Down below, the ground was dotted with figures in uniform. The group realized the whole area around the tomb was packed with soldiers. Ju-hyun picked out one group and said they were TSOF, the U.S. Special Force. He added that this unit answered directly to Kira, which meant Pandora's people were already here. On the other side stood Turkish soldiers, guns ready and eyes sharp. Jo-hyun noted that the locals and TSOF had clearly joined hands to lock this place down. Looking over the valley, they could see layers of troops wrapped around the tomb like a net. Jae-ha muttered that with guards packed in the tight, there was no chance they could just stroll up to the entrance. Jae-ha sweated, already giving up in his head, but Ju-hyun just smiled. He agreed they could not walk in through the front, then added that did not mean the tomb was off limits. Jae-ha blinked, not sure he had heard right. Ju-hyun calmly reminded him that he was not here to explore nicely. He was a tomb raider, and raiders force their own way inside. Ju-hyun's grin turned sharp as he told them to pay attention, promising to show them how a real tomb raider gets inside when the front door is locked. The ground around the tomb stretched out in a huge cracked bowl, like something had scooped the earth away and left nothing but bare rock and dust. They ended up crammed into a grimy restroom, the air thick with a nasty smell, while Ju-hyun calmly dug through his backpack, and Jae-ha wondered why their big jobs always started in places like this. Jae-ha and Irene listened as he explained that the relic's power usually wrapped around the whole tomb, but that there was always a weak point nearby, and this filthy spot was it. Ju-hyun lifted a rough brown relic and said they would carve their own entrance right here, while Irene stiffened as she realized exactly which relic he was about to use. Jae-ha eyed the lump in Ju-hyun's hand like it might go off any second, but the raider just smiled and told them it was not some C4-style relic at all. He casually shared that he had swiped this rank D relic from that Medusa kid, and that all it really did was help the user let out gas without effort. Jae-ha yelled that the thing was completely useless, but Ju-hyun only looked more pleased, saying that a harmless throwaway relic like this was exactly what they needed for sneaking into a guarded tomb. Jo-hyun called up the basic raider skill, Discover Tomb, eyeing the description that said it could drill through any tomb ground if he fed it a relic. He decided to burn the useless gas relic as fuel and punch a hole straight into the tomb. Jae-ha and Irene hurried to cover their ears as he warned them that this was going to be loud. Blue energy wrapped around Ju-hyun as he forced the relic's power into Discover Tomb. The air in the tiny restroom shook while he held that growing blast in his hand, looking way too pleased with himself. The raider grinned, almost gentle, as he told the relic to hang in there because he was about to borrow its strength. To him, burning a whole artifact just to crack a wall was no big deal. Power snapped and flared as Ju-hyun squeezed harder, ripping every last bit of energy out of the relic. The artifact howled in protest, but he did not slow down for even a second. A blinding flash burst out from Ju-hyun's hand, slamming into the cramped restroom. Jae-ha and Irene flinched hard, arms up as the shockwave and light washed over them. Out on the base, a TSOF soldier jerked around as the ground near the tomb rippled and burst with strange light. Whatever just went off came from under their feet, not from any bomb he knew. Inside the restroom, Jae-ha and Irene stared at the drifting shards where the relic used to be, stunned that it had actually blown apart. For a throwaway item, it had just powered something terrifying. Jo-hyun stood over a fresh, smoking hole in the tiles, blue sparks still licking at the edges. He calmly pointed out that the blast ignored everything else and only chewed through the tomb-linked floor, giving them a perfect way in. Ju-hyun looked over the smoking gap with a smug grin, calling it a perfect doorway straight into the inner tomb. Without giving them time to argue, he told the others to move out. They dropped into the rough tunnel and hurried deeper, dust still falling around them. Jae-ha muttered that boots were pounding overhead, and the soldiers had probably caught on. The tunnel ended in a solid wall of twisted rock, making Jae-ha groan that they were stuck. Ju-hyun brushed it off, saying this kind of tomb always hid a space they could use. The raider's hand slipped toward another relic at his waist, as he said they would just have to burn a few more toys. To him, cracking this wall was worth any price. Up above, TSOF soldiers flinched at the echoing scream and dull boom from below. Their leader called out to Kamal, and ordered the squad to hustle toward the source. The three of them stepped into a huge, twisting passage that looked more like the inside of a beast than a cave. For a moment, even with soldiers chasing them, all they could do was stare in awe. Jae-ha stared around, hardly believing they had actually slipped into the real tomb. Ju-han, already walking ahead with his club in hand, just told him to start trusting his calls. Ju-han lit a crude torch, the fire throwing sharp light over the warped walls. He told the others to stay put while he pulled information out of the tomb before they went any deeper. Irene swallowed hard, while Jae-ha watched her, both of them clearly on edge as the strange passage seemed to close in around them. Jae-ha hurried up beside the raider, begging to tag along because the twisting tunnel felt way too creepy, and Ju-han let out a tired sigh but let them trail right behind him. He raised the torch to the stone, and as the heat licked the wall, faint lines of writing flared to life in the glow. The firelight crawled over the stone, and more of the strange letters bled out of the darkness like the tomb was finally waking up. Ju-hyun stared at the glowing marks, rubbing his neck as he quietly picked through the clues they were giving him. Still facing the wall, the raider said he had figured out that this place was built around a relic called Hand of Midas, and that the strange power clinging to Irene's body was almost surely that same thing. Jae-ha blurted out that Midas was the guy who turned everything into gold, and he frowned, saying that did not line up at all with the string of disasters always breaking out around Irene. Joe Haeon smirked and told him to remember how the story ends, where that golden touch turns into pure bad luck, then reminded them that Dionysus had granted Midas the wish in the first place, just like this relic had twisted Irene's life. The story jumps to Midas earning a favor from Dionysus for protecting his teacher, then wasting it by asking that everything he touched turn into gold. Soon, even his food and water turned to gold in his hands, and the rich king sat on his throne, slowly starving, until he begged Dionysus to save him and was told how to undo the wish. Ju-hyun thinks about the Pactolus River from the tale and figures that if this tomb has anything like that, they might be able to wash the hand of Midas out of Irene. The raider calmly adds that once the relic is pulled off her, he can make it his, and Irene looks at him in surprise as he says he has already worked the whole thing out. Joe Hyun grins, energy sparking around him as he gets ready to put the first part of his plan into motion. Before he can do anything, gunfire rips through the tunnel, and Jae-ha yells in panic as the three of them scramble to run from the soldiers, shooting into the tomb. The soldiers charge down the passage and open fire, and as bullets slice past them, Jae-ha shouts in shock about how guns even work in a tomb, while Ju-hyun guesses the place is so damaged that its rules are falling apart. Dodging through the storm of bullets, Ju-hyun glances back to ask if Irene can keep up, and she pants out that she is barely holding on, but still able to move for now. Ju-hyun listens to Irene's ragged breaths and knows she is almost done. If he keeps this chase going, her body will give out. He skids to a stop in the tunnel, and Irene and Jae-ha almost run into him, with Jae-ha freaking out and demanding to know why he would stop now of all times. Joe Haeon calmly tells them to keep running ahead without him, already choosing to stay behind as the rear guard. The raider slides a short blade free, saying he will catch up after dealing with the soldiers chasing them. Lightning cracks around Ju-han as he grins, making it clear he has no intention of running and actually looks excited to stand and face them. While lightning tears through the tunnel behind him, Ju-hyun stands like the king of raiders he is, wrapped in relic power that makes whole countries nervous. At a nearby base, a young officer in camo almost jumps out of his skin when he hears that the tomb in Turkey has just sent out a desperate call for help. The dark-haired commander listens as his aide explains they lost contact with their team inside and that the support message sounded seriously wrong. Then he sighs and tells her to push the report up the chain. In his office, the commander hears that 3 unknown people, 2 men and a woman, somehow slipped into the tomb, and the aide nervously adds that they did not seem to be carrying normal weapons. The commander explodes, pointing out that no one could slip past their guards without gear unless they were using relics, and the shaken aide bows her head, begging for forgiveness. Left alone with her thoughts, the aide quietly repeats the part about 2 male relic users, and feels a cold guess forming about who they might be. The commander's face ills with rage as he realizes exactly who those relic users are, and spits out that the bastard who keeps making trouble for them has broken into the Turkish tomb. Deep inside the tomb, Ju-hyun lets his power explode, lightning crawling over his body as he laughs at the soldiers rushing him, calling them idiots for thinking they could hunt him. The young man yells in panic that no sword, relic or not, can beat a hail of bullets, while the blonde woman just stares at the lightning tearing the tunnel apart. The troops raise their rifles and pour fire down the tunnel as Ju-hyun suddenly dashes away, forcing them to shout that he is on the run and to chase after him. Jo-hyun notes that blasting them with relic aura was enough to hook their attention, then decides to push his speed even higher by drawing on the Flower Knight sword. The raider races across the round chamber while the soldiers spill in after him, and he calmly thinks that they will swallow the bait and chase him all the way to the trap room. At what looks like a dead end, the TSOF leader steps up and orders Ju-hyun to give up, bragging that their squad has him completely surrounded. The squad leader doubles down, ordering Ju-hyun to toss his sword aside and lace his hands behind his head like this is already over. Ju-hyun takes one low step on the polished floor, pink relic dust swirling around his boot as if he has just pressed a hidden switch. Golden light explodes from the relic overhead, and the soldiers scream as one of their men stiffens and hardens, his whole body turning into a shining gold statue right in front of them. Jo-hyun flashes past the nearest soldier with a lazy greeting, and the man's rifle is ripped from his hands before he can even react. The floor cracks and dust jumps as the soldier slams down, choking on the shock. Moments later, the tiled floor is covered with groaning soldiers and dropped rifles, and only Ju-hyun is still standing. He rests the Flower Knight sword on his shoulder and mocks them for thinking they ever had a chance. The blonde sponsor and the nervous supporter look up through the falling dust, their faces brightening as they spot Ju-hyun safe and sound. Ju-hyun strolls back over, sword still loose in his grip, and tells them he has found a tunnel that links straight to the Pactolus River, then calmly asks how things stand with the people chasing them. The supporter gulps when Ju-hyun answers that the pursuers have already been dealt with, as if it were nothing more than taking out the trash. The kid mutters that this man is terrifying, but also clearly relieved. They step out into a vast cavern where a deep blue lake stretches into the dark, its surface glittering with golden light that makes the whole place feel unreal. The three of them stare at the water, stunned that something this huge is hidden under the ground. Ju-hyun crosses his arms with a satisfied grin, saying it lines up perfectly with what the tomb glyph promised. Ju-hyun turns to Irene with a sly look and tells her to wash herself in this water, clearly planning to use the lake's power on the relic eating away at her. Irene stiffens, unsure if he is serious or has finally lost it. Irene listens as Ju-hyun explains that this is the same lake where King Midas washed away his golden touch, and that a bath here might finally shake off the relic feeding on her. She slowly dips her hand into the glowing water, feeling a strange chill run up her arm. Jo-hyun checks the area one last time, then tells Irene the place is clear, and that he and the supporter will wait farther off while she bathes. Irene blushes in surprise at how casual he sounds, then nods and agrees to do it. She slips into the water, leaving her clothes on the rocks, and as the cold glow wraps around her, the dark marks on her skin start to prickle in a way that makes her pause. Back on the shore, the young supporter frets about their leader, staring at Irene, but Ju-hyun brushes it off, saying he has to keep an eye on her in case something goes wrong. When the kid points out that Ju-hyun just said there were no traps, Ju-hyun answers that the problem is not the tomb, but the relic that might jump her the moment it leaves her body. The supporter swallows hard and admits he gets it now, reminding himself that they can never let their guard down when relics are involved. Irene eases her hand deeper into the lake, and the strange water clings to her skin like it is pulling her in. Sitting in the glowing water, Irene glances back over her shoulder and nervously asks if this bath can really fix the relic eating at her. Her eyes widen as a sharp light flashes in the water, and she realizes something down there is staring back. The lake explodes into a roaring purple whirlpool as the relic inside greets Irene like it has been waiting just for her, and she screams while the water wraps around her like a cage. Ju-hyun curses under his breath and sprints toward the lake, the panicked supporter scrambling after him as the glow behind Irene surges out of control. The system reports that the relic sleeping in the lake has fully awakened, naming naming it the Golden Hand and warning that wild fortune is pouring out so fast it could turn the whole place into a deadly mess. Joe, Hyun throws out his hand, power flaring around him as he yells for the Golden Hand to cut it out and shouts at Irene to get away from the water. Waves crash around Irene as Joo Hyun shouts from the shore for her to get out, but she coughs and sinks lower, terrified to find that the Golden Hand has already seized her body and she cannot move at all. Irene stares in horror as her arm shines bright yellow, the skin hardening into solid gold while the lake rages around her. Seeing Irene's body start to turn into gold, Joo Hyun grits his teeth and charges straight into the lake, ready to risk the same fate. He cuts into the churning purple water in a clean dive, throwing his whole body into the same deadly lake that is swallowing Irene. Under the surface, Joo Hyun forces himself to stay calm, pushing through the water as he racks his brain for a way to stop the relic. Watching Irene struggle with that shining arm, he realizes this mess is not some trap at all, but the work of a relic that had been sleeping in the lake. As he swims toward her glowing hand, Joo Hyun remembers that the tomb's main relic is already clinging to Irene, so this greedy golden thing has to be a second relic fighting for her. Joo Hyun grabs Irene from behind to keep her afloat, noting that the tomb still works and the trap has not shut down, which only proves a relic is behind this, and he calmly tells her that she is not alone anymore. Before Joo Hyun can drag her out, a cold will rises from the golden light, snapping at him to stay away and vowing to take back the other hand that is lodged inside Irene. Joo Hyun locks his arm around Irene to keep her up, even as her neck and cheek shine like molten gold, and someone shouts his name in panic from the shore. His hand presses to her shoulder, and the same golden shine crawls over his fingers, proving that staying with her means sharing her fate. Joo Hyun grits his teeth as it hits him that the golden relic has been clutching his legs from below, trying to drag him under from the start. The golden hand bobs on the churning surface, laughing as it tells Joo Hyun to drop Irene and escape, saying it only needs to erase her. Joo Hyun explodes out of the water, gasping, as the relic calmly explains that it can feel its lost brother living inside Irene's body. The relic coolly promises to let Joo Hyun live now that it has its brother back, while Irene coughs in his arms and whispers his name in fear. Joo Hyun tightens his hold on Irene, a sharp grin cutting across his face as he says he finally understands what is going on. He admits it had bothered him how the relic kept bringing up its brother, and now, with Irene as the host, everything finally lines up in his head. Joe, Hyun lays it out. King Midas's relic was never whole. It had been cut into two pieces, the golden hand and the so-called failure hand. He tells Irene that between her and the golden hand, they are holding the failure hand. Irene stares at her glowing hands, stunned that the broken half has been inside her all along. Joo Hyun explains that the golden hand is trying to rip that failure hand out by getting rid of her, and that is why it keeps attacking. He tells her they just need to push back against it instead of running. He decides they will not just block it, they will dominate it. Power explodes from the two of them, slamming into the golden hand as it howls in pain. Joo Hyun yells over the roar of the water, telling Irene to use the same domination skill they trained, not to rely on charm, but on raw control. Irene grits her teeth and throws everything she has behind him, promising to back him up. Their domination powers lock together, turning the water around them into a storm of gold and blue. On the shore, Jae-ha drops to a crouch, clutching his head as the blast rocks the cave, shouting for his leader in fear. The golden hand thrashes in the water, furious that mere humans dared to hurt it, and it tries to bark out an order for them to stop, even as the whirlpool tightens around its form. The golden hand lashed out through the water, refusing to bow, even as the whirlpool tried to crush it. Irene glared straight at the raging relic, pouring out her power and ordering it to stop fighting and give in to her control. Joo Hyun watched Irene press the relic down and let out a pleased grin, thinking his student had picked up his way of ruling relics perfectly. Their power slams into the golden hand until the light bursts and the relic screams as it finally starts to give in. Irene blinks in shock as the harsh golden glow on her face softens, not sure yet what just happened. She lifts her hand and watches the twisted gold peel back into her own skin, realizing with a rush that their gamble actually worked. In the quiet water, Irene stares at the new mark crawling over her arm, and Joo-hyun calmly tells her that this change means the deal with the golden hand is now fully sealed. Joo-hyun tells her she can finally relax, because the golden hand will now hold the failure hand in check instead of fighting against it. A shaky smile spreads across Irene's face as she realizes she can finally control the failure hand's power and no longer has to fear it exploding on its own. Overcome, Irene lunges forward and wraps Joo-hyun in a fierce hug, laughing in pure relief as she thanks him for giving her life back. Back in the cave, Jae-ha clutches his chest and exhales hard, gushing over how Joo-hyun pulled it off while telling himself to breathe before his heart jumps out. Far from the collapsing tomb, a military base lights up against the night as a furious shout echoes inside about losing contact with the team underground. Inside, a shaken soldier stammers that none of the men who entered the tomb are answering, whispering that the whole squad might already be gone as his commanding officer glares at him. The commander slams him with a furious outburst for daring to say the squad might be dead, and the frightened soldier bows his head, rushing to apologize. She grips her shirt so tight her knuckles pale, convinced this disaster matches exactly what she expected from her enemies, and certain they are behind it. With her mind made up, the commander sends word through the laptop, ordering higher-ups to hold the backup team and leave the tomb without support. She stands tall and announces that instead of sending more soldiers, she will handle it herself by using her relic to burn the culprits to nothing. The soldier hesitates, pointing out that her relic will erase the whole ruin and stir up trouble with Turkey's government, but the War King just stares ahead, saying she could not care less. On battlefields painted red, soldiers watch in horror as pillars of light and fire tear cities apart, the kind of destruction that made people start calling Kira the War King once she claimed the Sekhmet relic. Sekhmet, the Egyptian goddess of destruction, backs Kira's relic, and that god-level power lets her erase a target no matter how far away they are. That is why the War King hoards map-type relics, using them to track anyone she wants, so she can fire off a crushing strike the moment she knows where they are. Deep under the ruin, the young raider coughs through the dust, dazed enough to wonder if he is already dead, while the blonde woman stares around in shock. Rubble keeps crashing down, but Joo-hyun just sits there and tells the younger raider he is very much alive, which only makes the kid blink in confusion. Pinned under a giant stone, the raider feels a strange weight and realizes Joo-hyun slapped a relic on him, the Code of Hammurabi, twisting its normal use just to keep them from being crushed. They breathe out in shaky relief, knowing that relic is the only reason they are still breathing. But one look at the sinking ceiling tells them they will be buried alive if they stay put. The young raider snaps, slamming his hands against the broken wall and yelling to be let out as the shaking ground makes the whole pocket of space feel like a closing grave. Jo-hyun cuts through the panic, pointing out that they broke into this tomb by forcing a fresh entrance, and says he will simply tear open another path to get them out. The young raider spins around, yelling that Joo-hyun already blew through a pile of weak relics to break in and demands to know if he is really about to risk his main one too. Joo-hyun just sits there on the broken floor and calmly says that escaping comes first, since relics can always be collected again later, leaving the rookie staring at him in shock. The blonde raider and the rookie trade uneasy looks as Joo-hyun adds that, before using up more power, there is something new he wants to try. He remembers the system window that popped up days ago, telling him he had gained a new skill called Tomb Restoration at F rank. Back in his room, Joo-hyun had scrolled through the glowing screens, thinking how tombs are meant to fall apart once their relic is taken, and wondering why he would ever need a power that restores them. Now, with the ceiling coming down around them, Joo-hyun decides that being stuck inside a collapsing tomb is exactly the kind of mess where that strange restoration skill might shine. The system reminds him that if his dexterity is above D rank, he can repair the tomb's interior, and if it is above C rank, he can even rebuild a path within a 2-meter radius. Studying the window, Joo-hyun touches his chin and admits bets this path-restoring trick could actually be useful here, maybe even enough to carve them a safe way out. Ju Hyun slams his hand onto the broken floor, blue light pouring out as he forces the strange restoration power into the collapsing tomb. He calls on tomb restoration, and bright blue energy races across the ground, wrapping around him and the two rookies as the tomb reacts to his command. The shattered walls start sliding away on their own, opening a clear gap through the rubble. The rookies stare in shock as Ju-han leads them forward, pointing out that if he keeps using the skill, they can actually walk out of this place alive. As they move through the repaired tunnel, Ju-hyun gives a crooked grin and reminds the rookie that their contract already says he is in charge of keeping them safe. The rookie mutters that there are plenty of ways a promise like that could still fail, and the blonde sponsor quietly wonders what kind of contract they even signed with this guy. Ju-han lays his hand on the rock and drives the power forward again, telling them to just trust him and quietly vowing that he will never watch someone under him die like that again. The blonde sponsor and the rookie freeze at that one word again, trading confused looks as they wonder what kind of loss Ju-hyun went through before this. Out on the sand above, two soldiers sweep the area with their rifles, trading quick words as they admit they have not found a single trace of the trapped raiders yet. Back at the base, the soldiers stare at their screens, tense after 3 long hours, with no word from the buried team. One officer reminds the others that Ju-hyun's group had search relics on them, so in theory, their aura should be easy to trace. The field officer admits they already tried the search relic and got nothing at all. He rubs his neck, sweating as he wonders how he is supposed to explain this to the general. A messenger in a beret hurries over and reports that a new path has opened inside the tomb. He adds that the tunnel seems to head straight toward a nearby village, and the officer curses under his breath before sprinting off. He reaches the general's office in seconds, only to be stopped by the guard at the door, who asks what business could be so urgent. The guard refuses to open the door, saying the general is tied up and cannot be disturbed, while the officer on the other side insists that this report cannot wait. A senior officer with a beret steps out and tells him to give the message to her instead, so she can pass it along. He hesitates, then agrees, still sweating from the rush. Inside, a tiny baby in a purple onesie wails on the bed, while a confused staff member asks who started the video call and where the child's parents are. When the senior officer steps in, the staff quietly explains that the baby on the bed is actually General Kira, leaving her stunned. The senior officer says this is a top-secret side effect of the Sekhmet relic, and that it is normal. Most soldiers have never heard of it. She explains that changing form is the price of that power, just like in the old tales where the war goddess Sekhmet once turned into the gentler goddess of love, Hathor. The bald handler studies the screen, guessing that Kira spent nearly all of Sekhmet's power, and coolly asks if the raiders were finished off. The senior officer stiffly reports that they seem to have lost Ju-hyun's team inside the tomb, and baby Kira explodes into furious crying, while the handler on the other end mutters that it is a shame. The handler waves his hands, sweating as he begs the tiny, raging general to calm down so he can even understand what she wants. The senior officer calmly explains that the baby general is actually asking for an update on Pandora's progress, and Kira gives a sharp little nod to confirm it. The handler's mood flips as he leans toward the screen with a smug grin, saying he actually has some good news to share about Pandora. Far away, a grand government building hosts Pandora's inauguration, where leaders announce that from now on, every tomb and relic on Earth will fall under Pandora's control. A stern official declares that private contact with tombs or relics is now banned, warning that anyone who breaks this law will be treated as a terrorist, while Pandora claims it will guard humanity, and armored squads move out to make sure no one dares to resist.